Gather round, we got no gods to please. Saturday night, no sermons, just ease. Discussions flow like midnight breeze. No prophets here, just minds to tease. We talk big bangs and evolution. Question faith with our solution. Stars align in our confusion. Breaking free from old illusion. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Fun and laugh at myth believers. Here we're all truth seekers. Open hearts and swift deceivers. Make your stand, no hidden levers. Raise your glass to reason's thrill. No ancient text, it's our own will. Debate till dawn, feel dull and chill. Saturday night, we've got the skill. Echoes of a godless choir. Like the world was fought the fire. Free our mindset to inspire. No holy walls to take us higher. Fun, fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Fun to fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Fun to fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Fun and laugh at myth believers. Here we're all truth seekers.
Greetings. Welcome to the Captive Desk. Another episode of Saturday Night at the Atheist. Hello, everybody.
Did you modify that song for Dr. Phil? Did I hear?
No, I didn't.
It
it's
sounded
the
like
same.
it said Dr. Phil in there somewhere.
I was gonna add some graphics and stuff too when I get a chance. So we'll mix some stuff in there when I get busy. But yeah, I want to welcome Mike here from Answers in Atheism, and we've got Duke as well that you'll often find over at Answers in Atheism. Along with Mike.
He's the other half of Answers in Atheism.
It's the other half. That's the better half. And we've got Brainless here. Brainless, often find over at Slim's channel, and you can find all the links in the description to their channels.
And of course, the Deep State Annex.
and we've got a special guest joining us tonight. We got Top Dog come out of hiding. Welcome, Top Dog. Good to see you.
Yep, glad to be here.
And we were
Every
just
year.
Took a night off, so that's why we.
yeah, it's good to have you on. And hello to everybody in the chat. I see a lot of friendly names out here. Good to see everybody. So many folks in here already. That's awesome.
A lot of friendly names and Dog. We all know he's an asshole.
And Doug and Austin and Jasper and Logan and Commander. Yeah, good to see everybody. Good to see everybody. And we got
Yes, a little one.
everything else there. Yeah, so we were just discussing last week. We went over his dad. I found his name last week. I couldn't give you his name. It wasn't in the video that I remembered. But in this video, they give the names, so we're good to go, and I got him. So the guy from last week with the great lift in his hair, his name is Dan Arsenal. I don't have a spelling, but I'm assuming like an arsenal of weapons or similar. And he's going to be talking to a scientist about Darwin and evolution. And this guy's name is Dr. Phil. And so that's kind of amusing. Everybody knows the Dr. Phil on TV. Well, maybe our folks overseas don't know. We have a Dr. Phil here that does a TV show who's not really a doctor. And he gives advice and whatnot. And he's often
children to horrible places.
Yeah,
when
he's
they get
often
abused.
the butt of many jokes, and he may be tonight as well, so it's all good. His full name is Dr. Phil Bishop, and we were just discussing what it is. Mike, why don't you tell everybody what his specialty actually is?
Mike has stepped away to get some coffee.
No, I'm back. I'm back in time for that.
Just in time. Yeah, why don't you intro Dr. Phil for us, Mike?
He's a professor of exercise kinesiology. And kinesiology, there is a version out there that's like bullshit pseudoscience, but then there's a version that is the science of how your muscles work. And like if you were to do some curls with your biceps, it would tell you kinesiology traces out which muscles work. So he probably knows a lot about muscles and bones and skeletons and stuff, but he doesn't know jack about evolution, apparently.
Do you think that might be like physical therapy light or something? It just feels like it's a degree for, like I said, junior high PE coaches or something. It's like,
yeah, and if you want to be if you want to be in physical therapy, you'd take kinesiology classes, but how muscles work.
Okay.
So anyway, I have one good book on kinesiology. It is wonderful. Shows you every exercise and every little muscle at work. So anyway, that's it. Now I'm going to go finish my coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay. And so let's go ahead and go ahead and pull it up and get started here. Here we go.
Pull it out and get started. Oh,
of course we have the disclaimer up here that fair use and all hail Bigfoot, right? So
hail fucking Bigfoot.
There we go.
Hi, welcome to Church for Skeptics. In case you don't know who I am, I'm Dan Arsenal, which doesn't mean that much, but my cohort here, Phil Bishop, Dr. Phil Bishop, a good friend for many years. I highly respect and admire him, and I need his expertise. Here's why. I think it's okay to adjudicate the Bible to, let's say, two biblical viewpoints. Is the universe 7,000 years old, or is it 14 billion years old? Well, we can probably adjudicate between those two if they are both biblical views. With science. Science is a gift of God, in my view. For example...
Then the universe is 14 billion years old, right?
Yeah, he just dumped the bullshit out on the desk right away. He didn't even... we'll use the Bible and science to adjudicate the Bible. No, you just ask a question and see if science confirms it or not, if you can, if it's asking those kinds of questions, or you just leave it alone. You just admit science can't help us here, or science contradicts this. And but no, that's not what they try to do. They try to make science fit the Bible, and that's where they lead the lies.
Well, it seems like they're conflating with nature with science, because science has only been like 200 some years, the modern science, that's been good at discerning fact from fiction kind of things a little bit better.
Absolutely. So we're gonna see. I'm not gonna give away anything, but we're gonna see what they say about the age of the Earth and everything else. And if you didn't notice, I got my background up over here. My Darwin with the sloths all in the woods there. So I'm themed for the evening here. Everybody see that he's moving the wrong way. There's Darwin back there with his giant sloths, because everybody talks about the finches, but I like to bring up that he was in South America and doing a lot of work down there. So
he was a fan of the sloths. That's cool. He would have loved a lot of the fossils they've discovered down there related to the sloths. He would have been all over himself about the sloth knowledge we have now.
Well, he noticed that there was giant sloths and there was small sloths that were living, so there was probably intermediates. And he was correct, as far as we know.
Cool.
It used to be that the earth was flat. Well, it wasn't really flat, but people thought it was anyway.
Well,
People thought, people think. There's still stupid people like that.
yeah. So I don't know about the science thinking the earth was flat and then didn't. No, there's some myths that go around, but I don't think really it was ever held to the thing that the earth was flat, was it?
At first they did think that, but I believe as soon as there was real science looking into that, they quickly figured out, no, it isn't.
Yeah, that was one of those ones that was pretty quickly dismissed, right?
Yeah, but at first it was assumed that the earth was flat. Yeah.
We got Austin joining us too. Hello, Austin.
Hey, Austin.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
Something disconnected.
Somebody ding-a-ling. I'm still here, so it wasn't me.
And it does seem there are some verses in the Bible that seem to accommodate that. But then when you do science, you see, well, the Bible does talk about the circle of the earth and so forth. So you can adjudicate using science to say, well, no, this is what the scripture's really saying.
They're in the problem, isn't it? To go from a circle to a sphere is a lot of post hoc, right? I mean, you're just saying, well, science figured things out, the Bible's wrong. But so what the Bible is saying, we're going to change that, right? That's what he's saying, right?
No, actually, if I'm not mistaken, the word that they translated to circle could also have meant sphere.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken. So, there's a lot of things that were translated wrong in the Bible.
Well, then you have the firmament,
or the way that fitted better to their needs.
Same thing with the firmament. Yeah, they'll give you different definitions of what the firmament is. So again, well, if the word can mean a bunch of different things, then you got a really hard time when you're trying to make anything literal from the Bible, right? You're setting yourself up that, well, no, it can't be literal because it could be all these things.
Yeah, so this is an issue I encounter sometimes with creationists. I hope you guys can hear me now.
We can hear you. Hi, Austin.
Hey, everybody. Which is that, a lot of creationists try to say that reality fits the Bible. Those are the young earth types, your old earth, intelligent design types, which that interpretation is just bullcrap. It's totally untenable. It's perilously flawed. But other brands of creationists try to say that the Bible fits reality, which is kind of more this approach. The firmament means X. They actually meant sphere, and that kind of reading. Okay, it's a little more valid, but it's it's all kind of based around question begging. Whichever direction you're going, they're begging the question of God. They're begging the question of biblical truth, and they're trying to find a way to make it fit instead of just following the facts where they lead, which is what science does.
Yeah, whenever you're quoting a Bible passage like this, and I apologize for my voice, by the way, Yeah, the first question you need to ask is what kind of literary work does this passage represent? And when that circle of the earth madness occurs in Isaiah 40, and is Isaiah 40 even a narrative? Is it a historical description? Is it a geographical, entry in somebody's log? No, it's poetry. It's prophetic poetry. And so you're going to try to take something like that and say, that means that the earth is round. It's just stupid. That's not how you approach poetry. It's a turn of a phrase. It means, you're looking above the entirety of the earth. And that's pretty much the limit of it. It's not declaring a sphere, an obloid sphere or whatever it's called. Spherical obloid. I don't know what it's called.
An oblate spheroid.
Something that would indicate some kind of a divine wisdom, right? That would help. If it did say, specifically a sphere or something like that.
Yeah, it's too bad they didn't have any special symbols that they just wrote in the manuscript that said, take this literally and use it as a science book in 2,000 years,
And that's often the problem, again, with when we speak about the Hebrews language. It's a simple language, and a lot of the words can be taken to mean different things just by, how they're used and all the variances and stuff of the language and the culture and all those things that are really difficult to put together thousands of years later.
Yeah.
But the natural nature of matter is globular. Basically, that's all it is. And because we're spinning 1,000 miles or whatever, I'm not even flare technology, but we're
15
spinning
degrees per hour.
So we are just, we oblique. It makes us oblique, spheroid.
Yeah. If there was some specific things that you could point to, that might indicate something that was known beyond what the people knew at the time. But most of their language can, again, be, is it this? Is it a dome? Is it not a dome? That's why so many of these philosophers and theologians are still debating these things, because they still haven't figured out, does it mean just the clouds? Does it mean heaven? Does it mean the atmosphere? Or was it, like the snow globe, which would be on a flat earth?
Well, that's right. All hail Bigfoot and science.
That's right. All hail Bigfoot.
And
so we've come to the point, I think, where Darwinian evolution has become the elephant in the room, so to speak, so as not to say the monster in the room.
Ouch. Well, I think we're going real quick to what he thinks about evolution.
It's a monster.
It's the monster. This gets Mike all riled up. So everybody stand back, because here we go.
I'm gonna have a stroke.
And it seems to infiltrate everything, including how we view Scripture. Now, some would say that's not the case, but even the books. The point that I want to make eventually, maybe not even in this program here, is about Adam and Eve. I think the Scripture is so clear that God created man as man, not as some evolutionary, one baby step after another one. I think He created man fully conscious, fully cognizant, fully aware of right and wrong, and
according to the Bible,
that's exactly what the Bible does not say.
That's exactly
Can I
right.
ask what's going on with the matching chairs and shirts?
They're best buddies, So
Well, of course, and answer the nation. Yeah, there's actually more evidence of Bigfoot than there is of God. So,
all hail Bigfoot.
all hail.
He said something about he
go ahead,
said
Mike.
something about some people. Like there are a whole lot of Christians. In fact, about 80% of them, at least in the rest of the world, that don't have a problem with this stuff, right? And he's gonna kind of represent it like, he's got the one true view, and like he is all of Christianity against the atheist Darwinists, but that's not what's happening here. A lot of Christians buy evolution. So
And
Yeah.
we got, I want to say hi to Dog and James. Hello, James. Dog.
Hey there, guys.
Hey,
We've
guys.
got a great panel here. I jumped on without looking first to see who I'd be sharing the space with, and
We got quite the great panel of atheists here this evening. So
yes,
what do you got to say, James?
Mike made a great point. They always speak like the fundamentalists always act like there's only one single thing in the world called the Christianity, and they are a qualified representative to tell you all about it. They always frame it that way, and it's always them against the atheists, right? As if deists and pantheists and other people just don't even exist.
Anybody
And he
else?
also, well, he had understood that other apes have a lot of the same traits. Non-human
Yep.
apes.
And I have there's a video with nearly 604 atheists with my deconversion story was when I was beaten up by Catholics, priests and nuns when I was 10 years old. Well, all through my school years, I went to a Catholic school, and yeah, that ended up in going to a normal secular school. And what did we do on the first day I went there? We said the Lord's Prayer, Our Father. And I just thought, oh, fuck, I'm back in the same nonsense. But it was all right. It actually,
So I
Now
think,
wait a minute. You didn't do the pledge to Darwin when you went to public school?
Yeah.
I've been misinformed.
See,
That,
Go
that
ahead. Go ahead,
indoctrination is
Austin.
only American. The
exactly. I
Pledge
was,
of Allegiance.
Go-
no, it's
All right,
not.
hold on. Go ahead, Austin.
I
Go
was
ahead,
bullied-
Austin.
I was bullied as
no,
a child.
I was just making a joke. It wasn't
okay.
really that important. I just thought that their matching outfits were super cute, totally
Super
adored.
cute.
Yeah.
I hope that they get to go to
Adorbs.
the
Well, their
mall
wives-
food court
their
together
wives
after
wanted
the
them to-
live stream.
Their wives wanted them to match, so it's all
Right.
good.
Yeah, I like that word adorbs. That's a great, it was totally adorbs.
Adorbs.
That's
Are you adorbs?
really is.
We kind of like this guy, so we won't give him too hard a time.
Oh, there you go.
Well, that's what we thought about a certain pastor in side chats until he showed that they were blatant fucking racist.
Yeah, but we're gonna rise above. We're gonna rise above here at Answers or at Saturday Night at the Atheists, and at Answers in Atheism, and at the Captive Desk. That's what we try to do. I mean, we try to rise above and
we
give
give them a
folks a chance, even though it turns out sometimes that we shouldn't have. You don't know that until you try, right? So I believe that
just like anal.
Mike and the rest of us, we get an A for effort, even if it doesn't always work out, right?
Yeah, it's hard
I
to
thought
rise
that was
above
for
because
atheists.
have
Yeah,
you
but,
noticed this guy has comments turned off on his video, and that
Yeah.
kind of really irritates me.
Well, that invites somebody reviewing your video. Like often,
Yeah, it does.
often what I do is I was just going to leave a comment, and then when it was turned off, I was like, well, now I'm going to make a video. So
Now I'm gonna make a video then.
Yeah, I'm
Which-
just
which is all
picturing
good.
them
Just-
sending out a yearly Christmas card of them posing together, in cardigans.
well, I think he said what did he say? 30 years, I believe, or something. They've known each other. So
Oh yeah.
I'm sure they do the Christmas cards. Yeah, absolutely.
He's got a
in
bit of
relationship
a
with
strange,
himself, with God.
thing about him as well, hasn't he?
Books are coming out now
He's got the
that
little setup
are
there,
saying, well,
yeah.
maybe Adam and Eve were just the first evolutionary step to a conscious observer. Okay, here's the bottom line, and this is, I'm going to introduce Phil here. I want to know if Darwinian evolution is a fact, as Richard Dawkins would say. If it's a fact, well, then it's a fact.
There you go. It's a fact. Even when you talk with creationists, as I've found, I most of my stuff is with Ken Ham, so I know answers in Genesis inside and out. Right?
For you.
A great vision of wisdom. Ken Ham.
And
Yeah, a pine tree can't give birth to a fucking dog and all this
that
shit.
well, that's the Hawaiian shirt guy. But
That's Kenneth.
yeah, I forgot what he was saying. Anyways, dang it, what did he just say?
Darwin was a scientist.
It completely slipped my mind.
Yeah, well, Darwin was a scientist.
Hold on.
Basically observed the world and the animals around him, and he watched them. He watched beak changes. He actually did.
I think the
things
scripture is so clear that God created
that's why I have my picture up.
As man, not as some.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah. See, this is the argument that like Hugh Ross uses, that not to buck up against evolution or to fit into evolution. Him and William Lane Craig and the different ones, they will say that Adam and Eve weren't technically the first two humans on the planet, that they were possibly the first two spiritual or religious or something like that to fit it in. I can grant that. That's not a problem. If you want to say they were the first two religious people, okay, fine. They were the first two religious people, but back to Ham and Hovind and the rest. That doesn't mean, that was 6,000 years ago that humanity first showed up. You can give yourself 6,000 years that your belief in your God showed up, and I'll spot you, right?
Well, when Adam was banished from the Garden of Eden, he didn't walk out there with just a fucking bay leaf over his dick. He met hundreds of people. This was the second book of the Bible.
Well, and what he said about they knew right from wrong,
clothes, and he just had a fucking bailey.
I don't think he knows it. I don't think he knows that story very well. Anyways,
I don't think
he needs a reread.
Any religious person knows that story very well. That is absolutely. It makes it just absolute fucking bullshit that they were the first two people on the planet.
Well, the thing about them not knowing the difference between right and wrong, that could indeed point to them being the first religious people.
Mm-hmm.
And I can grant that. I don't think there's a problem with that. It's not worth arguing over. It's when they wanted to set that up as somehow that makes the universe 6,000 years old. Then we're going to have the dispute there, right?
Well, that's it.
Yeah.
Or is it that the writers of the Bible made them the first two religious people when they were obviously religious themselves? I mean, it's a conundrum.
We'll see what he says.
Evolutionary, one baby step after another one. I think he created man fully conscious, fully cognizant, fully aware of right and wrong, and in relationship with himself, with God. Books are coming out now that are saying, well, maybe Adam and Eve were just the first evolutionary step to a conscious observer. Okay, here's the bottom line, and I'm going to introduce Phil here. I want to know if Darwinian evolution is a fact, as Richard Dawkins would say. If it's a fact, well, then it's a fact, and we have to accommodate Scripture to that. I don't think it's a fact at all, and so we're going to do maybe one or two programs. We'll see what happens here.
I've got like 4 other videos downloaded, I think. So he did more than 1 or 2.
Just discuss this. So
go ahead, Mike.
He wrote a blog post called "When is a Fact Not a Fact?" Part 1. And I'm pretty sure it's a Part 2. So he's going. He has blog posts. Is Dan Arsenault or whatever his name is? Arsenault.
Arsenal.
Yeah, but if you're in America, you pronounce it Arsenault, right?
Yeah, also,
anyway, go ahead.
Also, he's referencing Richard Dawkins' video
Of course.
as authority.
Of course.
Yeah, I know. And Darwin, it's like, come on, the dude's been dead for a couple hundred years. Let's just let him go.
Exactly.
Right.
Life has progressed since then, and science has progressed since then.
Well,
Yeah.
Mike, they've been valuing the opinions of people who have been dead for thousands of years. So,
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's fair.
Some not even sure if they even existed at all.
right.
It doesn't
Right.
matter. They were in a book, so yeah.
I like how he
Go
said we
ahead,
have
Go
to,
ahead,
James.
wasn't a book.
Hold it. Go ahead, James.
we need a buzzer or something. I like how
I got you. Go ahead.
I appreciate you. I like how he says we have to accommodate that to scripture. What he means is if there's a fact that he can't get around, that he needs to readjust his interpretation of scripture to allow for it, right? So that he makes sure that his religious narrative is unfalsifiable, right? If we falsify a piece of it, well, he just reworks the narrative, right? So that it stays intact, so that he doesn't have to stop being in a dumb religion.
Correct, Richard. Yes, that is how it is.
Phil Bishop is a dear friend of mine, as I said, and
again, we feel free to joke that his name is Dr. Phil. I think it's funny. If you don't, that's fine. It's all good.
Dr. Phil grew hair.
Dr. Philip Bishop. Here we go. The exercise guy.
for 32 years has been a professor at the University of Alabama. And he told me not to say this, but I'm going to say it and then have to explain it. His professorship was in kinesiology.
Firming shoulders.
There you go. That's what Mike introduced earlier. His expertise is in kinesiology, biology. He's phys ed. That's right. So
is that what that means?
Kind of, yeah. Well, that is not a generous. That's not a generous description.
He's gonna explain it. He's gonna explain it here.
What is that? And tell us about it.
Well, if you can think way back to high school or introductory physics in college, kinematics, kinetics refers to motion. So kinesiology is the big umbrella for those of us who study things in motion. Kinesiology is our study of human things in motion. My particular area, Dan, is work and exercise physiology, and in most cases we have to move at least a little bit to work or to exercise. Therefore,
there you go. He's an expert, so to speak, in moving when you exercise.
Yeah,
I would like to see somebody be an expert in not moving when you exercise. That'd be a really impressive field.
Yeah,
that would be.
Is exercise. Is energy by motion. That's what kinesis is.
Yeah.
That's what it means.
And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with, you need all different fields of science, but just pointing out that he's not a biologist. So he may know some human physiology, but it's not his expertise.
He's a kinesiologist, which means he studies how muscles and skeletons and work and how cells use ATP. And that is the main focus of his studies, which is a very substantial area of science. It's really useful, mostly for sports. I met a ton of these guys as a mixed martial artist. But I wouldn't call them exactly as germane as an evolution expert as, say, like a geneticist or a virologist. This guy is more of an evolution expert in the way of like a volcanologist is somewhat an evolution expert, because there is some evidence for evolution in volcanology, but it's pretty sparse. It's out there.
He also may consider himself just like an expert on fossils because, bodies. That's about the closest to evolution I can see him being close to.
I thought you were making a crack about his age.
Other than their main concentration all the time. The question is how much and what have they done with their research? Have they produced robust endeavors? Have they opened up new areas of scientific inquiry, new concentrations? biopsychology, biogeography. You know,
No.
usually they're just
No.
fusions of a few different
No.
ologies or olomies. This is just some guy talking like Foghorn Leghorn. I say evolution. It can't be true. I'm a
Talking about
physiologist. I say, boy.
This guy talking about kinetics, I could hit him so hard in the fucking head that it will sort the fucking planet out for about 10 years of energy.
You can't reach his head.
That is kinetic energy there, right there. I can punch him so hard in the head that it will sort the planet out for about 10 years. Free energy.
What do you
reach
think?
his head.
What do you think, Top Dog? Is this somebody that should be speaking about biology?
I haven't heard enough yet.
You're holding your tongue. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
You know, we're studying how
That's generous.
the work exercise paradigm affects the function of the human body, how the body responds, how the body does this. And so I'm retired now, but I love doing science. I love discovering things.
No,
I
you
love
didn't.
asking questions, which is what science really does. It answers questions.
Remember what he just said, right?
Yeah.
Science answers questions. I just want everybody to remember that because it's going to come up a little later in the video. Okay, just
But are
remember
they
that.
not just making questions fit the answers they already want?
He says science answers questions. So we'll see if he agrees with that a little later.
And so I got to do this for many, many years. And a lot of people think a professor really is a teacher who does research on the side. Well, it's actually in larger universities, it's the opposite. I was a researcher who taught on the side, and I tried to do a good job teaching, but really I was paid and rewarded because of scientific research and publishing papers. And, you know, people in the arts were rewarded for doing art. And
does that mean that he published papers? He was kind of hinting that he published papers. So, Mike,
Apparently.
he seemed to suggest there that he published papers as a scientist. So,
Dr. Phil, I can check that out.
See if there's any papers from Dr. Phil, would you?
This is live investigative reporting.
Someone in the chat asked, and I'm glad they did because this brought up a point earlier. Arsenal asked, "Is evolution a fact?" Which is categorically an extremely malformed question. Evolution, as in the heritable characteristics of populations changing over time, that is 100,000 million to the 5 millionth power percent. Absolutely 100% an observable, empirical, unequivocal fact. It is a fact that populations' heritable characteristics change over time. Now you're asking if evolutionary development theories are facts. Like I would say like 80 to 90% of them, yeah. Because a theory in a science describes facts.
Hold up,
He's
Don.
mischaracterizing the epistemological value of facts and theories by asking that malformed question in that way. In science, theories are better than facts because theories explain several facts.
Yeah,
It's scientific theory, not just
I
any theory.
disagree with you. That it's not 100,000 millionth of the fifth. What's the name? Fact. It is actually 100,000 millionth of the 100 billionth infinity fact.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. Evolution
Plus
is
one.
heritable characteristics in a population.
You said always
time.
plus one.
I'm just making a joke.
Yeah, always plus one. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Basically.
This was Mike and Scott. Everybody knows this is what I got into with Jim Bob about was that what evolution states is a fact. That doesn't mean everything is known about evolution, but you can state facts about evolution, like mutations happen. That's a fact. What they do and everything is what fills the libraries, but you can state some facts. So yes, evolution theories are pretty much facts because they're describing an aspect of nature, which is a fact to begin with. So
Well,
if you've got a theory of the rock, right? You're describing the rock. The fact is there's a rock. And the theory can change on how you describe the rock and new information about the rock. But you're still describing something. Right.
That doesn't necessarily make it fact, but that's the closest thing that we can get to a fact with the information that we currently have.
Right.
Yeah, but you got to think also
that's a good way to say it.
I got the report
about how lucky we are to be here. You know, there's 80 billion sperm in the average ejaculation, let's just say, and for everyone inside chat and here talking, making YouTube videos, 1 out of 80 billion, is pretty cool. That's pretty minute compared to what the universe has to offer. So
you can't be in awe of the universe as an atheist. What the hell's the matter with you, dog?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm not an atheist.
All right, Mike. What did you find out, Mike?
He's published
a Monty Python film. In Monty Python film, a song, "Every Sperm is Sacred."
There you go. All right, go ahead, Mike. All right, Doug. Hold up. We're gonna find out the report here. Go ahead, Mike.
He's published 302 papers. The latest in 2011, recovery from high-intensity training sessions in female soccer players. And this is a gem from 2011, omega-3 chia seed loading as a means of carbohydrate loading.
Chia.
Performance of master swimmers, recovery from... So he's done a lot of stuff on FIAD. So he's
all right. Well, we'll give it to him for putting out papers and everything in his field. Well done, sir. Well done. There you go.
Yep.
Has nothing to do with sperm count, of course, but hey,
well,
he wrote a book too called Over 50 or something like that, and he's got a picture of him when he was really young, fit over 50. He wrote a book. So anyway, got it.
Well, we'll give him credit for that.
Yeah, he knows a lot, man.
So science was really what I did for most of my career.
What about NASA?
Yes, sir. I was very fortunate back in the late 1980s to connect with Johnson Space Center and did my first sabbatical, 91 and 92, at Johnson Space Center. I got to work with astronauts because we're still concerned with, in my view, we were made for 1G gravitational pull, and our physiology, I can give you lots of examples of how our physiology is set up for 1G. We send people into micro...
And that's thanks to evolution.
That's the puddle argument.
Well, yeah, of course, we're set up for what we live in, right? Yeah, it's overstating the obvious, isn't it, James? That
well, sure, but that's what I'm good for, is saying obvious shit. So thank you for the opportunity.
As you said, though, we're designed for our environment, just like the puddle's designed for the hole, right?
Yeah.
Microgravity, where the gravitational pull is canceled by the centrifugal force of an orbiting space station or satellite of some kind. And so that affects human physiology, and I can give you some examples.
That is very interesting. I wish we had time to pursue all that.
Well, and I'll give it to him for that, too, for working with NASA and helping out the astronauts. We're going to have to give this guy some credit.
I'm just going to dismiss science right now.
Up till this point, we're going to give this guy some credit for everything he's done for science. Now, if he's going to stick to that, I'm not going to give a spoiler here, but there's a reason we're reviewing this. So here we go.
In your scientific endeavors, how much of Darwinian evolution did you have to deal with even?
Well, in my particular field, we're dealing with fairly advanced science that was only begun in the late 1930s. Just prior to World War II, they started this study of human exercise and work physiology. And so we're a pretty new field. And so we have so many questions and so many issues getting back to those very basic origins didn't come up.
Okay, did everybody catch that?
Yep. So
Basically, he
Austin
asked
Sims,
him. Yeah, go ahead.
Austin, who is American Zombie? You're having quite a little.
Oh
go-round
my
with him,
gosh. I am so glad you asked me that, Mike.
aren't you?
Because let me
Okay.
tell you a little story before I have to duck out to go to my sister's Christmas parade, or not my sister, my daughter's Christmas parade that she's performing in. I can't be here for this whole stream. But American Zombie
Yes, sir.
is this guy who goes by Max Doubt on YouTube, but he's actually he's got several online handles. One of them is Wisdom Radio. He's a DJ from New York, basically, is what he is. And after I debated Kent Hovind, I did an after show on Mark Reed's channel, and this guy came on saying, "I'm from New York. I study evolution a lot. All my best friends are geneticists. Come on my channel and debate me." And I was
I watched
talking
that,
to
and
Mark
you
Reed
owned him.
and a guy named Bitter. Thank you. And Bitter Truth. And me, Mark, and Bitter all said we would debate this guy, Maxed Out American Zombie Wisdom Radio. And he singled out just Bitter and invited Bitter onto his channel, saying we're just going to have a discussion. And then 3 minutes in, he revealed, no, it's a debate. And Bitter, you're debating me and my four bros that I have on my panel right now. And we're going to scream over you and scream racist insults and interrupt you the whole time. And Bitter actually did it and kicked their asses anyways. And so what does he do? He starts tagging in other bros from the side. He had Bitter debate him and like 8 of his friends for 2.5 hours while they screamed over him with racist insults. And Bitter still whooped all their asses until about 2.5 hours in, when he pointed out what ass wipes they were being and just left. And they continued to insult him after he left, calling him a fucking loser and shit like that. Max, you are the fucking loser. Let me be absolutely clear. You and all of your friends are the fucking losers. And that was one of the cruelest things I've ever seen. You calling that a debate is a fucking joke. And I think it's hilarious that you think you actually accomplished anything with that, other than making you and all of your stupid ass club bro friends look like absolute fucking racist jackasses. Everybody in the world who works in the world of science went to their job every day since you aired that debate and continue to build on the working model that is science, especially including evolution. And they don't even know you fucking exist. And I think it's really funny because he named the video "Was Darwin Wrong?" Was Darwin wrong? The entire scientific community. No, dumbass. This one guy and his bro dickhead club friends. Yeah, no, Darwin was totally wrong. He was a satanic Masonic cultist. No, he was a fucking Christian, you idiot. Everyone knows that. But anyways, I'm glad you asked me and let me go on that little side trauma rant. But I sense that if you want to come debate me on my channel where it's actually fair and we get to talk without getting screamed over on an actual format where it's just you and me on the subject of evidence of evolution, I will take you on any fucking time and I'll absolutely smear you. So with that, I think I might need to get going.
I knew you had to get that out of your chest there, Austin.
I've ever heard on the
internet
ever. That was awesome. That was so funny.
It was a great rant. Yes.
Just for reference, are we talking about the American Zombie guy in chat?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm guessing
for some reason.
All
He's
right.
obsessed with hamburgers.
Hey, well, you got that off your chest, and now you can go enjoy yourself and have a grand time.
Yeah, we'll see. He's going to yell at his daughter.
And at least you live rent free in his head.
Oh yeah, right.
You and I need to have a drink together, and
so enjoy that nut job for me. I gotta get going.
We'll catch you later.
Bye.
All right,
Bye, Austin.
Later.
All right, now we got that out of the way.
All right. Give me another opportunity to say some obvious shit because I shine on that. So let's go.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Now, I have drawn some conclusions from studying this about how we might have originated, but it wasn't a frequent topic for us.
Right. So, as a scientist, what do you think?
Yeah, so I didn't learn anything about evolution. Oh, okay. Well, as a scientist, there's some overstating the obvious, James. So, the
I mean, that's so
the
obvious. I've
clearing
got
his
nothing to say
throat.
about it.
Yeah, the clearing his throat was kind of like, you don't know anything about evolution. Crap.
Right.
You didn't even say you took one class. Gosh.
They're getting confused with being a scientist is because that word is used. It's not knowing everything in every field. That's what they keep on thinking.
Do you
They
have to
have
have
a
a
professor
doctorate?
from Gilligan's Island view of scientists that
Do you
they know everything and are experts in everything.
do you have
I
to
mean,
have a
he is a-
doctorate to
he
be a
is a-
scientist?
He is a scientist of chia seeds and carb loading, so you got to hand him that.
I don't
Right.
think you have to have a degree to be a scientist, but
Of chia seeds.
you know, as far as getting hired somewhere to be a scientist,
Sure.
you know, they probably want you to be degreed in something. So,
He seems the equivalent to putting a magnifying glass in the sunlight to ants.
well,
That's his
well, the
sort
thing
of-
is, I mean,
can bear
if somebody cures cancer, you know, at home, you know, in their do it themselves laboratory,
Mhm.
I'm all for it, right?
Yeah.
So sure,
yeah,
you could be a scientist, you know, but
yeah.
once
Without
again,
having a
though,
PhD,
even if you're
yeah.
an amateur scientist and don't so called, okay, you're gonna have a specific thing that you're working on. And as Top Dog pointed out, no scientist knows everything. And if any scientist is working on something and a question comes up that's related to another field, they're going to pick up their phone and they're going to call Tim the geologist or the paleontologist or the physicist because, you know, hey, I got a buddy that knows that stuff because that's not my field, right?
This is why the likes of the science, the maths of Stephen Hawking and Einstein and Euclid and all them people are still being questioned today because they try and better their mathematics, their structures and what the universe is. And
well, yeah, science gets better and religion tries to say, well, aha, see, we haven't changed in thousands of years.
Adam and Eve, God made Adam and Eve and all that shit.
And also, do realize most of the scientists that you read on about in your science books were amateurs. They did something else, and in their spare time, they did science.
Good point.
Yeah, but actual scientists like Einstein doubted his own mathematics because he found these things in his maths that he called black holes. And now,
you're talking about all that. Yeah, well, there's plenty of, you know, yeah, of course, there's plenty of scientists at the university level and all that. But yeah, again, there's people that do stuff. There's, you know, I'm sure somebody's doing some stuff right now, and there's plenty of YouTube videos where people do stuff at home. And again, if somebody invents something at home, and well, you know, a lot of, you know, not so much your fancy technology and medicine and stuff, but you know, a lot of your gadgets and stuff like that were just somebody, you know, like me doing some handiwork around the house. And gee, I wish I had this tool that was bent at 90 degrees, you know, so you bend one and you start selling them, right? That's, there's a lot of that stuff that goes on. I'm all for it.
Cool, as far as I'm concerned, because you know you have your hypothesis and you know you experiment.
Yeah, but again, if somebody makes a new paint scraper, though, that's great, right? And you can call them a scientist, and you can call them an inventor and a patent holder, and they wrote a paper on it and everything else. But we're still not going to go to them to ask about evolution.
But doesn't that make it all cool that you continually question your own mathematics, like Einstein did, Hawking did, and you know, Carl Sagan, all these scientists have basically questioned their own mathematics, their own theories, and what's the name. But that's part of science, is trying to disprove it.
He's gonna try and disprove evolution. So here we go.
About,
you'll never do that.
Maybe we ought to moderate a little bit and just say, what are we talking about when we say Darwinian evolution? But first of all, explain what you think it is, and then how has it affected your thinking and your beliefs?
Well, Darwinian evolution basically says, it doesn't talk about how the first cells started really, but it does suggest that from very primitive cell collections, we evolved to more advanced collections of cells, which evolved to more advanced collections of cells. And if you go far enough up, you come up with Peter Biddle or somebody like that.
Right.
And so it's just an explanation for how did we as functional, fairly intelligent humans come to be.
Well, it's not just explaining how humans came to be. But,
Yeah. I need to
kind of, sort of there.
Bibble.
Now, Darwinian thinking says, well, if you look at the fossil record, you see this succession of advancement in function and advancement in animal and plant life. Now, there's also a part called micro, which I always pronounce micro, like the Brits do, so my students, it'll stick in their mind.
What?
Microevolution says,
Even the
Is that how you
book,
Brits-
the point that I want to make.
What is that? How you Brits say it? Is micro?
No, it's micro.
No, I know. What the hell?
That's how the Dutch say it.
I've never heard that before.
When I Google
Micro?
Peter Bibble, I
I'm going
just
to
think
say
his
micro.
language is wrong. He says things wrong.
or these wonderful
And
athletes who can
Bibble.
over 2,000 years of cells, and if you go far enough up, you come up with Peter Biddle or somebody like that.
Right.
And so it's just an explanation for how did we as functional, fairly intelligent humans come to be. Now, Darwinian thinking says, well, if you look at the fossil record, you see this succession of advancement in function and advancement in animal and plant life.
Okay.
Now, there's also a part called
And
micro,
genetic
which I always pronounce
relatedness.
micro, like the Brits do, so my students, it'll stick in their mind. Microevolution says very small things
I think
change. And the
Pronunciation
great
is
example
more
was the
Latin
Galapagos
as well.
finches, who just in a very short period of time, you could observe the microevolution of the beak. Now, we didn't get any new birds out of this. We just got finches with different beaks.
Well, that's not technically true because there are many species of finches, and so
Yeah.
it's not just the beak; they have speciated as well. So you did get a new kind of bird out of it. So
Yeah. And what
yes,
what is
there,
he calling a new bird? New bird.
yeah, it's a new species is a new bird.
You've got to bear in mind that Darwin made these experiments on the Galapagos Islands to force birds to change their, and apparently birds are the quickest people to change in evolution. Oh, is that sure? People, is that the right word? You know,
Well, it was a good area for the study of the birds because of all the different islands, and
absolutely.
but it wasn't his only thing. Again, that's why I pointed out earlier that Darwin did a lot of studying in South America, and it's always just pointed out that all he studied was birds. Like that's all he studied was birds, and he actually studied a lot of things, and a lot of the stuff that came out about the birds was afterwards. They mostly just collected the birds,
Yeah, but
and they sent them back, and then the people I forget the person's name, but the person
made a theory
once they
of-
brought them all back is the one that was sorting them all out and found, hey, with taking doing the cataloging, they're doing all the measurements and everything. Then they were finding all these patterns with the beaks and the different species and all that stuff. But it's just a thing that he just found some birds. It just isn't accurate.
They don't understand it's not by individuals being populate. I mean, make their evolution. It's the populations that are changing.
Correct. Yeah.
And
that's
note
that's
that
what they
right.
often want. Yeah, they want a individual to give birth to a new species, and that's asking for something that's just not going to happen.
Ken
Go ahead,
Holmes
Mike.
stuff.
note that he did bring up advancing, like evolution has some sort of goal, like advancing.
Yeah, that's tricky language too, because it's
the environment changes, and they have to advance for that environment kind of, I guess, idea.
right. It's just because we are conscious and have opposable thumbs and build buildings and everything, like Mike said, that doesn't mean there was the direction to do that.
It advances like a Rube Goldberg machine.
People in
Hold up, Doug. Hold up, Doug. Go ahead, Mike.
It advances like a Rube Goldberg machine. Basically, you keep adding new levers. That's kind of how evolution advances, and then the species goes extinct, and we start over with something else. So that indicates that he knows nothing right at the beginning, if he's talking about advancement.
Yeah, that's correct. This is basically a religious podcast. But
absolutely.
If you think about the universe, then there's obviously there's probably planets with a high oxygen atmosphere that have humanoids like us that are 15 foot tall. That has to happen.
There can't be, because they don't have Jesus. Oh.
Bollocks.
But they've got Jesus' brother.
I got that.
They got Korean Jesus. Yeah.
But the universe is infinite, and it has these so many. What we are is just a little unique part of our little part of the universe, and we'll never expand beyond our. We will, we've got like 3-4 billion, maybe 5 billion years left before we are destroyed. I know Elon Musk is saying let's move to Mars. He's just trying to make money. That's just grifting.
Yep.
And unless we explore, like Star Trek, even they will go around the universe to do this bit of shit. But even our moon is avoiding us. It's about going about 2 inches a year away from our planet. It'll take
it's trying to escape.
It's trying to escape us. It'll be.
It wants out of Dodge.
Yeah, I want out of this shit. And it's moving about 2 inches a year.
I think the scripture.
Dang it! I keep hitting the thing wrong. Hold on.
God created man.
When you're working out in the garden, you can get better corn yields if function and advancement in animal.
Gotta be real careful.
Life.
You touch the wrong thing and it moves the bar.
Now, there's also a part called micro, which I always pronounce micro, like the Brits do.
Micro.
So my students
That's wrong.
will stick in their mind. Microevolution says very small things
Where's the thing at?
change. And the great example is the Galapagos finches, who just in a very short period of time, you could observe the microevolution of the beak. Now, we didn't get any new birds out of this. We just got finches with different beaks. And even in human, most of the crops we're planting.
I would say lots of us have different beaks.
Well, that's true. But
as well as
and I've heard that joke from creationists before. Yeah. Well, we all have different beaks, and it's like, ha ha ha. Yeah, we all have different noses. That's it. Weak. That joke is worn out. Okay.
Yep.
Worn out. I'm sick of hearing it.
Lots of micros makes a macro.
Science. He's actually disrespecting the Brits. We don't say micro, we say micro. I said,
my theory is he's thinking of the Australians or the Kiwis or something.
I don't know.
No, not at all.
I don't know. Well, he's wrong, because we've got Brits sitting right here with us, joining us, I should say.
Okay.
And
if he taught university classes and he says, "Oh, I have some Brits in my class, so I'm going to call it micro," they probably get a little pissed off at him.
I'm guessing he's annoyed and doing this. It's like Trump style when he says Kamala, and it's because we actually understand microevolution and he doesn't. That's all I
Well,
think
Mike
of.
just pointed out though, if you add up a bunch of micros, you get a macro. And
Not a
again,
micro,
creationists
macro.
will accept speciation,
Mm.
and you don't get any more macro than a new species. If there's something more macro than a new species, I've asked and I haven't gotten an answer. As far as I know, that's the end of the line, right?
Yeah, but Dave, I don't like to talk to you. I need to say, oh, hell,
I don't like to talk to you either.
And well, I have to say, all hail Bigfoot every time I need to speak.
All hail
to you
Bigfoot.
directly.
Spread it around,
Well,
everybody. All hail Bigfoot. The world would be a better place.
Do you say micro or micro?
I say micro with a Michigan accent.
Okay.
I mean, it depends on which language I
That's
speak.
probably the best answer I've ever heard.
That's what I've been told. I have a Michigan accent, so
Well,
What would Minnesota
brainless
say?
is in
I don't know.
Holland. He's in Holland.
Apparently, this little. Yeah, I'm technically not in Michigan, but I'm close enough. Apparently, we have a dialect in this area. I know if you go to southern Ohio, it becomes Ohio. So there is a change in the and a friend of mine used to say "warsh," and what are you, deaf? And it's like, no, I'm not deaf. So yeah, if you go across Ohio, the dialect does change just going across the state. So I guess I have the Michigan part of it. So.
Yeah, I can relate to that. One time when I was in Arizona, someone guessed that I was from Michigan because of the way that I said garage.
See, there you go. Yeah.
Garage.
Well,
Is it soda? Is it soda or is it pop?
Right.
Is it soda or pop? Yeah.
God damn it. It's Fago. It's Fago.
Americans.
I mix it up just to keep people guessing. I'll say soda, I'll say pop, or I'll say soda pop, and that really gets them going.
When I was in Texas in 60,
in it.
I was in Texas in 65 and they called it soda water. And I said,
Oh,
pop,
no.
and they all laughed at me. Soda water. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, I want to say hi to Jester and Jasper and John and everybody in the chat. Nerdy. Hello, everybody. Good to see you.
Yep.
All right, back to Dr. Phil. Here we go.
Dr. Phil.
You know, our agricultural industry, animals and plants, almost all those are genetically manipulated. And so they are macroevolution that were intentional by an intelligent person.
Now, again, if you create a new species of plant, that's macroevolution, right, Mike?
Yeah, I think broccoli is pretty macro. I don't know. Well, I think they can still interbreed, but yeah, you could call it a new species. We would have if we found them in the woods and classified them that way. So I don't know. Species is kind of a fuzzy kind of word. So biologists don't take it too seriously.
But I mean, we've changed plants dramatically. The corn that we eat now is nothing like the grassy little plant that grows by waterways. It's just,
yep.
Yeah, if you put them together, the only way you're going to know is if, you're an expert or genetics or something like that. Otherwise, you're never going to guess that's the same plant.
But are we not a leap in evolution?
A leaf? Yeah, we a leaf.
That you know, people that are not fucking stupid, like these flat earthers and all this shit. Are we not a leap in that evolution? That we actually understand reality.
Did you see who we elected president? So I mean, that's kind of a given.
Right. But
we're all hanging our heads in shame here. So
Democrats who didn't bother voting and said, "Oh, Kamala's got this in the bag. We're not going to vote." That was basically your democratic loss there. But
you need a license for a dog, but you don't need a license to vote. So sadly,
I just need a link.
And I'm not. I'm just making light of it. Obviously, we have the right to vote. That's a great thing. Everybody has the right to vote, almost. But
absolutely.
That's a great thing. I'm just making jokes. So we don't
Evolution can.
Election is a power, but I think
we're stuck.
Like,
we're stuck for 4 years. What I'm hoping for is the midterms. So until then, I'm going to do my thing. We're going to do our thing, and we're going to try and educate people as much as we can in hopes that they won't vote for Trump again, knowing that they're pushing a bunch of pseudoscience along with these fellows here. So let's see if you agree with me that that's what they're going to do. We'll see.
Person who said, "Hey, we can get better corn yields if we will manipulate our corn production this way, or better beef or whatever we're dealing with." So there's plenty of microevolution. No one argues that, I don't think. But the big idea is, how did humans come to be? And in my study of human physiology, I think I got some insight into that.
What insight did you get from that?
Bingo.
Here we go.
He's going to pull that shit.
This is like sort of, you got to admit that is sort of.
He slid it right in there.
It's sort of like this is an act now.
That's what she said.
It's stage play.
Oh, here, this is going to get Mike going for sure. Here we go.
Okay. All right. To me, the human body is fascinating, and we've been studying Galen, Galen, started this over 2,000 years ago, and we're not going out of business anytime soon. So we've been studying something for 2,000 years. Now, my particular branch, I said, was fairly new, but it's just a branch. It's not the whole thing. And we're still, when I retired, one of my sad things about retiring was I had all these research questions that I knew I would never get to because I was retiring. And so you look at the human body.
You could still do research.
Scripture, you mentioned Scripture earlier, in Psalm 139, we are fearfully and wonderfully made, and my soul doth know it full well.
Bollocks, mate. Up your bollocks. Listen, I'm basically 90% paralyzed from the waist down. My ding-dong don't work no more. Nothing works. I have to drag my left leg. I can sort of manipulate my right leg. And if God wanted me to do that happen to me, then God's a cunt. He is just a horrible cunt. Why should I get called Aquinas syndrome? Why me? I've worked hard all my life.
Because you're an atheist.
I'm guessing that's true. You're right, Brainless. I don't believe in God. So, yeah, he's fucked me over.
And wonderfully made. Yeah.
He's fucked me over. What a cunt. Well, it just makes God a bigger cunt than he was when I thought about this. God is a cunt.
And by the way, he's not stating anything scientific. He's looking at a poem where David looks at himself in the mirror and goes, "Wow, good job, God," and says,
"Yeah, absolutely,
science proves this."
Exactly.
No, it's a science that studied the human body for so long because the human body is so complicated, and it's hard to study something that might die if you poke it the wrong way.
All right.
And
yeah.
what the hell was this? What in the hell was this fearfully part? What does that mean? Fearfully. What?
That's just King James English.
Yeah, it's just. But that's the thing, though. He just asked him about all this experience, right, and all his years of research and everything else, and then he says, "Well, the Bible has this verse that I like." Okay. Okay, right? That's the problem. It's like you're supposedly his expert, so to speak, right? And then after all these 32 years, what do you have to say about science? Well, I'm going to give you my favorite Bible verse. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess my cat is fearfully made.
Yeah.
King James raped the ironic comedies of Dante and said, when he had the 9 levels of hell.
Oh yeah. King all James, that was added later.
and even though it was like 1320 something was
Say
Dante's
that.
ironic comedies.
Yep, say that, dog. Say that, dog, because there'll be a video coming up here another week where we'll be talking about hell. So
yeah,
we'll save that for right now.
What the hell?
Hell in
What the hell?
in scripture is show. It's
Yep.
show. It just means eternal nothingness.
We're
basically.
going to be talking about hell on another night. So let's.
Yeah, of course.
And
Of
so
course,
in
to the
my study of the
Christian,
human body, you look at
hell
something
needs to be
like
a
oxygen
fucking
transport.
torture.
When you're working out in the garden, you're using oxygen to generate energy. How does all this happen? Well, we have to get oxygen from the atmosphere to your muscles. Well, it's transported by hemoglobin. Now, let me tell you a little bit about hemoglobin. Hemoglobin is about 10,000 atoms. Out of that 10,000 atoms, 4 of those are iron.
Now, Mike, explain this to me. 10,000 atoms.
It's probably one
with
vein.
4 of them are iron. Is that the molecular formula for hemoglobin?
No, I would say
Well,
That doesn't sound right.
amplify that a million times.
I'm not sure how many atoms. Okay, so yeah, but the fact that he's saying this is pretty dumb. So let's see how much.
I think he's talking about the blood cells.
Yeah, but you have to amplify that at least or times.
I mean, there are
a million times to be
there are
even
proteins
close to how blood works in the in the body.
All right, hold up, dog. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, so we got 9,272 atoms in hemoglobin, and 4 of them are iron. So whoop. What's his point?
Is he a chemist?
Well, what's his point? Okay, proteins continually trap little metallic ions, right? Copper, iron. It's just really common in carbon chemistry. And this all happens very naturally without anything to do with life. And they form really stable things when they wrap around iron or magnesium or something like that. Yeah, and that's why you'll find fossil evidence of some of these chemicals, after 200 million years. Anyway, but what's his point? What's the point?
He does have Ming the Merciless shoulders. So I'm going to guess this is sort of evil.
We'll see if he's got a point here. We'll find out. I'm not going to give it away.
Ferric atoms.
Probably not.
If you take those 4 out of this 10,000, you no longer have hemoglobin.
Wow.
Oh my God. Yeah, right.
If you take a molecule apart, you no longer have the molecule. James.
Right.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. I'm no longer hemoglobin.
And actually, when hemoglobin is transcribed, the protein is transcribed. I don't believe the iron is there. That happens later as it folds. I don't know what the exact mechanism of hemoglobin, but anyway, what he just said is bullshit. That's all we need to know.
Was he trying to refer to like the idea that irreducible complexity? Is that what he's trying to say?
I think so. Yeah. You just take if you just took one of those carbon atoms out, well, that wouldn't make a difference. But
does he even know
if you take all the iron out,
it means?
It won't do what it does.
Yeah, of course. These are creationists, so that's what they're. Yeah, of course.
Well, let me tell you what hemoglobin.
Yeah, irreducible complexity is. Yeah, it's not a good argument, but they like to go to it.
Hemoglobin does. It is a wonderful alpha 2 beta proteins. Knows when to pick up oxygen and when to drop it off.
Oh, no.
When or when?
Unlike some delivery services that will go unnamed.
Is he just talking about chemistry? It's how normal chemistry works.
Yeah.
Apparently, James.
Yeah, there's a recall on chicken.
Yeah,
There was a recall on
hemoglobin does.
chicken.
He's saying that hemoglobin does what hemoglobin does.
Yep.
And we'll grant him that, yes, that's what it does. Hemoglobin does what it does. But as we often notice, what they are leaving out is billions of years of evolution. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The first early organisms didn't have complex circulatory systems.
I'll say evolution.
What?
These things, yep, cover your ears, evolved. I did a video on the heart evolution. And again, you can see how the extra chambers added and everything evolved through the species and everything very clearly when they do things like take biology classes. And you may not hear this is evolution, but when you see the hearts from all these different species lining up to get us our 4-chamber heart, it's right there in front of you. Even if they don't call it evolution and it's in a biology class, you're learning evolution. Ta-da!
Hemoglobin gets this right. And what's even more wonderful about hemoglobin is if the temperature goes up in its environment where the hemoglobin is functioning, or the pH goes down, it releases oxygen more readily.
He's just happy about that.
Yeah. So I still know what his point is.
I mean,
Most of life on Earth didn't use oxygen.
yeah,
Right, yeah. That's what they're pointing out.
The first few billion years.
Right, Dog. That's the thing. They're leaving out all the changes before, and all he's looking at is what he's looking at today.
Yeah,
because that's what that's also what he studies. He's studying people today, right? That's his field.
Absolutely.
He described it, right? He's describing human beings and how they move in the 21st, well, for him, the 20th century in his career. It's not, he's not studying biology beyond this, whatever year that he's working. So I don't think he has any understanding whatsoever of any kind of evolution in the past. So, but again, though, he's a creationist, so he's gonna say it was created that way.
And he doesn't understand how blood donorship works, and it works because we have, I don't know, it's about 8 or 9 different types of blood we have in the human species, and
that's a point too. Why make different types of blood? I mean, if you make blood, then you make blood, right? That's the stuff that God used to put in there. But then there's different types of blood, and it's like, well, that's a good point. That raises questions. It's like
he's basically disrespecting blood donor.
Of course, well, I still argue if God made us, why don't we just have magic goo inside? It doesn't make any sense at all to have all the systems and everything. Well, whatever you want to call it, magic smoke, whatever. If we're just a spirit, supposedly, that's some kind of supernatural thing or something, right? It seems kind of pointless, to make all the, all the systems and everything. And it's like we talked about in weeks before, God sitting at his workbench doing all this stuff, when all he has to do is just make magic stuff and put skin on it, right? There you go.
Well, I put eight different blood species.
Why put skin on it?
Into my sons and my daughters. Why would I
feathers or fur, whatever you want,
But no, you've got billions of different choices of DNA in. Well, I don't want to disrespect Ken Hart. Well, no, you should disrespect Ken Hart. He's a cock.
Well, I think God had to put fur on some animals because they look really weird and scary
Funny,
when they
yeah.
don't have fur on them. And when you
Yeah,
see
like
horror
cats.
movies and they take the skin off of us, and you got those people walking around, they're all gooey and muscles and everything. It's kind of gross to look at. So yeah, you had to put a little, a little dressing on that, because it's kind of gross.
If the human intervention has taken them things off of God, and they now make these little tiny little wee dogs, tiny little things that sit in handbags that are bald anyway, and they look like fucking.
Yeah, what was the deal?
They put the
deal
head
with the
out handbag
chihuahuas,
and
anyways?
Go, what the fuck is that? That's like a sort of rat, bat, or whatever in a handbag.
Well,
so,
we all know the true answer. We all know the true answer. Deconverted man's hair. Lobsters. So all hail the lobsters.
yeah.
And Andrew's here. Hello, Andrew. How you doing? Good to see you.
Hey,
Andrew.
Says they'd probably give the same answers for why they created an unaccountable number of stars and galaxies that we'll never reach. He did it because he's narcissistic and wants to show off. There you go, James. That's just for you there.
Well, he's already said it.
God just wants to show off, right?
He just wants to show off.
I own a
whip it out and say, look at this.
Whip it out.
Oh yeah. Doc's got a.
I am the mightiest. Well, the first commandment, right? No other gods before me, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he already
puny gods.
So that's a really
he already accepts there's other gods.
Right.
So that's a really disturbing thought, though, that really the stars in the sky, it's just that the fabric of the universe is like this black cloth, right? And now we get to see the universe through a black light to see what God did to the universe in the act of creation. He made a mess everywhere.
Basically
What
says
is that? 60 minutes or
even
to
the
catch a
number
predator?
one God himself, even the number one God himself had recognition that there were other gods. So no Christian can say there's just one God because they're all
And why not?
Bible.
Well, yeah, and why not? If you're going to open up the supernatural and you're going to have supernatural beings, why can't you have all kinds of supernatural beings? So
there's 96 gods in the Old Testament, literally 96 gods.
Oh yeah,
and the number one God, apparently, according to legend, we have to call it legend, of course.
Oh, did you know we have 1,000 names? I just saw somebody was on. I believe it was Sid Roth's show, that God has 1,000 names for each one of us.
No,
because what? Right?
No, that's just the excuse he uses for forgetting our names. Like, no, that's one of the other names that I get.
Wrong Bob. Oh, no wonder your prayer didn't get answered. The wrong Bob got it.
Hey, my mom had a lot of names for me.
Dumbass shithead, right? Something about that.
Well, yeah, there was 96 gods in the Old Testament, and it's wrong. But if you look at the Hindu Bible, there's over 30 million gods. That
Yeah, but see, they have a good attitude though. See, but the Hindus, though, to their credit, they have a good attitude, right? If you want to create a new god, you can just create a new god. You can put a statue in your living room out in front of your house and say, "This is my new god of my Yeti microphone here," and everybody will say, "Oh, hey, cool god," right? They there's not that you're going to go to war because of God. Especially when it's the same God. You can make all the gods you want. It's fine.
Yeah, but according to history, Hinduism is probably about 5,000 years younger or older, I'll even look at it, to Christianity.
Yeah, well,
Judaism.
they go back about 5,000 years, yeah. And Judaism's about 4,000. Christianity's 2,000. Buddhism is 2,900, about 3,000. And then Islam's about 1,500. And then you've got your more modern ones.
Really old.
Well,
It's really old. Yeah, there's texts that go back about 5,000 years. So
the first 5 books of the Old Testament is basically word for word the Torah.
oh yeah. That's why you lump together the Abrahamics with the Jews and Christians and Muslims, because it's
Exactly, yeah.
a lot of the same
They're all
characters.
Abrahamic religions.
Yeah. And of course,
Isn't that why,
Abraham-
Israel was meant to be a tri-religious state, but we got
they're all based on Abraham, who talked to God, who told him, take this knife, and we all know what he did with it. So
yeah.
hey Pixie, good to see you.
Hey,
Pixie's
Pixie.
in the chat. Hello.
Let's see what else he has to say about blood.
And Rochelle too. Hello.
Hi,
Good to see
Rochelle.
everybody.
Hey, Rochelle.
I'm Pixie.
All right, there we go with the blood. For those that get squeamish, we're going to talk about blood.
Now, when could you imagine that your temperature would go up or your pH would go down?
Exercise.
Exactly. And in the exercise, when we need more oxygen, this uneducated protein, alpha and beta protein, 2 of each, 4 irons, releases oxygen more readily. Wow. And my atheist friend was saying, wow, isn't that lucky? Lucky.
You mean
I mean, who are we kidding here?
if the
All right,
temp
dude.
increases, you mean a rate of a chemical reaction goes up? Oh my God. I didn't know
The
that.
infection will do that.
That's a miracle.
Surely.
That's a miracle.
Now, yeah, I'm no scientist, but I had physical science in high school, and I seem to remember something about that. So I'll have to confirm on Mike's statement there.
Mhm.
Of course, I wasn't a scientist for 32 years.
Sure.
Yeah, but even if you were infected with something similar as flu, right? I'm old enough. I have a flu injection every year now. But
I forgot
if
to
you're
get my
infected with flu,
COVID.
your body would increase its own temperature to say, boom, yeah, fuck you, flu. I'm going to kill you.
That's
And
why
it
one of
would.
the first things a doctor does is take your temperature.
Exactly, yeah. That's
You
it.
said
Well,
you-
I don't know. When you get older, they sort of like to squeeze your balls. And then when you
Get
get
older,
above
they
50,
stick-
they like to take your
Yeah,
finger
but some
up.
folks go there just for that. I mean, it's like a perk, you know.
I mean, I always ask my insurance, can you give me a list of the doctors that just want to squeeze my balls?
Well, that's it. But, yeah, but
Trying to narrow the field.
you're going to get to an age with
I mean, if it's
with
covered,
a
you know.
total interest against your balls, and they have an overwhelming interest against your asshole, and they're going to want to stick their finger up there and check your prostate, as they call it. You forget what he looks like because he's always back there. He's always
Oh,
round
they
the
don't.
back.
They don't even do it anymore. They just send you for the camera treatment.
Yeah,
And
nah.
Deconverted Man pointing out what I was just saying earlier. Why would God need to have us breathe anyways? Right? What?
Right.
Oh, God.
Just again, if we have some sort of supernatural spirit energy thing or whatever,
Yeah.
then breathing, eating, all that seems really pointless.
Thank you, by the way.
No, eating is awesome. Oh,
Yeah, it's an incredible vulnerability, right? An incredible liability.
You're the
to be
pizza
Yep.
tonight.
so
breathe,
dependent on
yeah.
having to breathe.
Well, somebody should link answers
And-
in atheism, James.
And as many people have pointed out, you know, what's the design with breathing and eating with the same tube where we can choke and you know.
yeah, that too. And what's that nerve again? That goes first, go down, and back up
They're
again.
near
because
the
it's-
earth.
Yeah, like that's such an awesome design, right?
Right.
Going the longest way
From our
around.
fish. Well, that's what we were. Our ancestors were fish. They had no neck, so it's the quickest way to that part of the body.
Yeah, and then with us, you can say like, oh yeah, okay, makes a little detour until you get to the giraffe.
Yeah, you get to the
Because it
giraffe.
goes down
Yep.
all the way to the neck and all the way back up.
Well, yeah, I'm guessing that that on the female body, the buffet is next to the toilet, the shithole.
In the amusement
So,
park
in
next to the
5
waste
billion
treatment
years-
facility. Yeah, that's another joke too.
At the
Yeah.
amusement park.
Exactly,
Yeah.
but I'm pretty sure that the vagina or
But technically though,
head or something. You don't know. We don't know how early she's gonna
yeah,
go.
but technically, dog, it's not really the pleasure amusement park, whatever, because you're not supposed to touch it or do anything or enjoy it or,
It's a forbidden amusement park.
Yeah, you just for making babies. Forget all the good feeling part of it and all the hormones and all the everything going on, all the nerve endings and different parts of your body and muscles all involved in this awesome experience. Forget all that. It's just to make babies, because I made all these extra things just to mess with you, to tempt you, so that if you even slightly enjoyed it, I could make you shame yourself for daring to enjoy it. It's like,
he
really?
created these pleasure centers.
AKA,
Oh,
it's evil.
Regular.
oh, go ahead, Mike.
I
Go
don't
ahead,
believe,
Mike. Hold up. Go ahead,
dog.
Mike.
You don't be next to the
All
dog.
right, dog. Hold up. Mike, go ahead.
So God created these pleasure centers, these little tiny pleasure centers around our asshole, so that we whack off like monkeys. But if we do that, then we just want to sin, right? I mean, what the hell was up with that? He didn't have to do that. I mean, like,
Yeah, what
could have
was
done something with your tongue, right? Where I don't know.
well, we could have kept our fish ancestry and just deposit eggs and sperm in a puddle somewhere.
Spurt the sperm out and wait for a girl to stop by,
Right,
to swim through it.
Oh my god.
Believe it or not, the
Yeah.
clitoris is
I mean, it would have been a lot better.
Well,
Can
5
you
inches
imagine how
long.
much better marriage would have been if you just had to wait for a girl to swim through it? I don't know.
Well, the clitoris is about 5 inches long, believe it or not. That's a fact.
Well, there seems to be there seems to be something there way beyond procreation that was an unnecessary thing. If doing any of that just meant you were doomed in the first place, or in Jesus's words, if you even just have the thought, right? If you just think, "Hey, baby," right? That's enough. I mean, you don't even have to do the act. You could just have the, and of course, any of us that have looked at a magazine or any adult content online, I mean, you're obviously having the full vision in your mind, right?
Yeah,
So,
when I was 10 years old, my version of Playboy was a Sears catalog, the lingerie section.
the underwear section. That's
Yeah,
right.
there you go.
Hey,
Was-
Oh, they
was
used
good
to,
enough.
they used to- oh my God, they used to have those in the outhouses at the cabin.
Fun, good time.
Okay, we've gotten way off the track
So,
of
but-
hemoglobin.
Yeah, no, but
Hold on.
Believe it or
Okay,
not.
let's all right. Let's
I do
get.
think that it does have a function. Bonding.
Yeah,
Bonding.
Yeah,
Yeah, bonding's overrated though.
if it weren't for a female organ,
Hell no.
As a fetus,
Bondage is not overrated.
we're all females.
Bonding is overrated.
And either our ovaries will descend into bollocks or they will remain as ovaries. But we are as fetuses, we are female. All
watch
of us.
out, Deconverter Man will send us a link. You better watch out, Mike.
oh,
Mike-
no, not that.
Mike
No,
already
not
knows
that.
about those links. All
I'm
right,
talking
let's
about
get back.
Fall for that.
right, hold up. Let's get back to the. Let's get back to this here. Let's get back. Here we go.
And that's just one example. And, blood clotting and the muscles working, and vision. We didn't even deal with vision in my particular area, but you talk about wonderful, wonderful physiology. We can see things.
Ooh.
James, we
We
have eyes so we can see things. Now wait, he's gonna
You can see the
wait. It's
breeze.
gonna get.
But the way he's looking, he's thinking about the things we were just talking about.
Oh, wait, here it
Exactly.
comes.
We can see things, huh?
Boy, have I seen some things.
What can we see, Dr. Phil?
There he goes.
Let's see.
Wow, that is amazing. And we can do work, and we can train our
Look at him
body.
doing with his hands.
And
He's
we can
remembering
get
the
it-
boobies he was looking at.
Usain Bolt or these wonderful athletes who can just do wonderful things. I mean,
Oh, yes,
Simone
wonderful
Biles
athlete,
and
that's-
these gymnasts can just do marvelous things.
Because they've trained.
And these things are very complex. And then the human body is just so complicated.
Apart
And
from
so I look
yours.
at that and think, now what are the odds? Now I also taught statistics.
Mind you, he's got massive hands.
Mike. He's a statistician,
Mm.
and he knows what the odds are. Any guesses on what the 10th to the power of 80th or something is going to be, or some such
Shit that isn't even
nonsense?
real.
20 to the 100th power. We're going to do a little calculation because he's a statistician.
And it's all negligible if you had trillions upon trillions of reactions going on in the oceans, right?
Yeah.
They're bringing it down to there was one reaction in one spot that did everything. But if you have them going off all over the seas, which is what they're thinking now, that it just wasn't in Darwin's one little puddle, it was everywhere. Your odds arguments are totally out of whack because you're comparing it to one. You're not comparing it to trillions or unknown numbers of
also-
tries, right?
So as soon as he
You're-
said
oh,
statistics,
Here,
as soon as he-
Go ahead, Brainless. Go ahead,
Now,
Brainless.
and now you're only talking about the processes happening here on Earth. How many other planets are in the galaxy? How many other galaxies are there?
Yeah,
Right.
changes
Good
that changes
talk,
that
yeah,
chance
yeah.
even more.
Right. Go ahead, Mike.
as soon as he said statistics, Otangelo popped up in the chat. He's
Oh,
got
did
like
he really?
radar for that. Yeah.
Is he really there? So
Or else somebody said it 3 times. Maybe if you
Oh,
say
Christ.
Otangelo 3 times. Yeah. Anyway,
fun. Good time.
he's here.
Otangelo, your religion's dumb.
I think he's stalking Andrew Cumming.
Yeah.
See, Otangelo believes there's a
Nope.
black hole just outside of our planet somewhere.
We don't have to deal with it. So, there are plenty of wrenches out there. So, there's a problem in the chat, you all can just take care of it. That's what you got wrenches for. So,
We
Right.
love Otangelo.
Behave, Otangelo.
We love him.
Statistically, what are the odds that we get 10,000 atoms that
Man, what
just
are the odds?
randomly show up by luck alone? And out of this
Luck
10,000,
alone.
we get 4 iron atoms that wind up just in the right place to come out with this wonderful, wonderful protein that changes conformation to grab oxygen and changes conformation to release oxygen when it should and where it should. Remarkable. And, and that's just my favorite example, but we
Yeah,
have
it's a
all sorts
wonderful.
of
uh-oh.
And
That's like his
bullshit
best.
because the
That's the
core of
best
the
he's got,
hemoglobin,
Mike.
right?
Go
The
ahead.
core of the
Go ahead.
hemoglobin is a porphyrin. Basically, it's a little ring structure, right? And it's so common that they found it in asteroids. You'll find it in coal beds after 300 million years. It's very stable, and it's just a really common inorganic reaction. Basically,
Yeah, it's
that
basically
is behind hemoglobin.
RNA, isn't it?
I mean, there's
Right.
nothing.
So
The protein just happened. Okay, we have one amino acid that has histidine, and it has
Yeah.
one of those little rings. And if you put 4 of those in a molecule, it'll fold up and it'll grab an iron in the center, and you have a candidate for a hemoglobin
Yeah.
function. I mean, it doesn't have to be some complicated thing.
Correct.
So did you guys see Sabina Hassenfelder's thing today?
No, what did she do now?
So she's talking about abiogenesis and about how there's more evidence now to suggest that panspermia is correct. That we were seeded by another planet. But she did talk about how, and she showed it on the screen, a representation of it, of how many chemicals need to be in play in order for abiogenesis to happen. And we know exactly what chemicals they are. We know exactly that if they are all in play, it would result in abiogenesis. We just don't know if that was possible to happen here on Earth or not. And evidence suggests to happen somewhere else. So, you know,
she's full of shit.
Well, that's what she said.
I agree that, but there was, obviously we don't know, there was some sort of
life began much faster than
maybe a bunch of lake of amino acids was struck by lightning or wherever, and just given a correct electrical charge to start,
well, you might not even need that. You got the amino acids coming in on an asteroid or something. You wouldn't even need that. You've already got the amino acids. The amino acids were what came from the electric. So yeah, you're already past that stage.
I'm guessing there's some sort of charge or something that just made them start to multiply and turn into DNA and whatever. And we're here. So, fuck you, God. That's what I'm saying.
Apparently, it's something about life starting much earlier than we thought. And it really is kind of amazing how quickly it started after the planet cooled. And but I doubt it has anything to do with panspermia. That's a bullshit theory.
Well, that's what she's saying.
Yeah, we'll see it. We'll see you later. We'll see you later, Rochelle. Thanks for stopping by. And hello, Wooly. Hello, Wooly. Thanks for joining.
This is why I believe in life on other planets, basically because
I believe there's life all over the universe, but what it is, I think we don't have any idea. I was watching some panel of people talk about it, and yeah, their best guess is they're all wrong. So you know what I mean? That when we do find life beyond, like a bacteria or something similar to that, but something more so-called advanced, that we don't have any idea.
So time index 4 minutes.
Go ahead, James.
Mike, is it time index 4 minutes and 53 seconds when she's just about to talk about the part that I was referencing? So we want to skip to that whenever you get to it.
4 minutes and
53 seconds.
53 seconds. Oh my goodness. Okay. There's 4 minutes. Okay. Maybe I'm not sure. Can you hear my audio?
If you want to play it now, I mean, I can probably hear it.
Could you hear my?
I can't hear it, I guess. You'd have to add it. You'd have to add it as a.
Yeah, that's pretty weird because you should be able to hear it. Odd. Anyway, autocatalytic chemical networks at the origin of metabolism. I'm not sure what she. Okay, I'll give it a listen, James.
All right.
Let me see if I can figure it out. Well, hang on a second. There must be a transcript, right?
Yeah. So while you're working on that, I noticed that what Otangelo does, he tries to add legitimacy to his religion by arguing things that are specifically for deism, right? As if somehow, if you could mathematically or biologically legitimate deism, then somehow automatically that creates a legitimacy for his religion, which it does absolutely not do.
Yeah, Otangelo comes with no evidence whatsoever. He just talks bullshit. I like it. Otangelo, I like Otangelo. I've known him for years, but he just talks bullshit. He just comes
what's she saying, Mike? Well, hold up, dog. What's she saying, Mike?
What she seems to be saying is that it just shows that that life is much more prevalent in the universe than we thought. It doesn't necessarily.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it started in a lot of. If you end up, I mean, just carbon chemistry with a cooling planet, and I think you're going to get life in a lot of places, or at least be a lot of false starts.
That's my opinion. That it's everywhere.
Yeah.
All we got was a low.
I mean, if it's happened here, then why not else in the universe?
Sure.
But,
well, one of the things the creationists will argue is that Earth is the only place that has water. And Thunderfoot was doing the calculations on how much water there is in the universe, and it's like, no, there's plenty of water in the universe.
Yeah, there's water.
So
on
that's
the moon,
that's
there's
not a
water on
problem.
Mars, we've shown that there's water on everywhere. I mean, it's just basically helium,
And that's only going by what we know that you need water. Obviously, there could be something else, and you don't need water on some planet somewhere, and they use something else. That's totally possible. Which that's when you open up the imagination on not just carbon based, but based on maybe another element, right? It becomes.
The Saturn have shown water.
Yeah, you can get imaginative as much as you want, from tall to short to flat along. Like they said, if you've got more gravity, you've got to imagine species that are low to the ground, right? So you might have, a bunch of ground huggers running around because growing tall would take too much energy, right? So it becomes limitless when you open it all up to
if you got an oxygen,
what different planets would be, and not to mention the planets, what kind of stars it has too, right?
Yeah,
that has a big thing. Yeah. So,
but if there's a place to live that's warm enough and cool enough, but has oxygen enrichment like the Earth did, that's why we had these massive dinosaurs once upon a time. You may have 15-foot humans or 15-foot humanoids, I should say, Star Trek style. But you've got to think about it. They could never reach here either, because this Einstein's.
Well, don't say never.
There's Einstein's cosmological constant. So if you travel at the speed of light, you will be everywhere in the universe at once. And
that's why you have to figure a way around it,
but how do you
folding in space?
Right. That's folding space, and then you can get around that. But that's what the whole idea of Star Trek and everything is. But
you
can't fold space. It is.
Well, you know what? Personally, I think. Well, personally, I think what we need to do is get into space, okay? And then, like with anything else, somebody's going to be tinkering in their garage, making their spaceship a little bit faster, right?
Right.
And somebody's going to figure out a way, you know what? If you do this and you add this and you do this and put this thing on here, you just doubled your speed, right?
We showed that matter cannot travel at the speed of light. It cannot travel at the speed of light.
I'm not pretending to know how to do it. I'm just saying, I think once you get enough competition into space, it's inevitable they're going to go faster and faster and faster. Now, how fast they go, who knows? Will they be able to go around the universe or everything? I don't know. But
is it Elon or Bezos? I'm going to say go Bezos, because he offers 1 day delivery.
Well, I'm just looking like everything else. You know what I mean? There was a time where we thought that we couldn't ride on trains because going 25 miles an hour would impact our physiology somehow, right? But we went faster and faster and faster and faster. So I just think that we will go faster. So
we're talking about physicists saying that matter cannot travel beyond the.
Oh, I understand it. I understand. That's what I'm saying. You have to figure a way around it.
Once upon a time, we had physicists saying we couldn't go faster than sound. They said it's not going to be possible, right? So. They can say a thing that doesn't make it true. And there are some people, that are some physicists that are currently saying they think it will be possible, while most are still saying they doubt it. So we'll just have to wait and see.
But you've also got Einstein who postulated this, who theorized this, and said this is not going to happen, and forever he's.
We're not.
There are people that are trying to disprove him, but they just prove him right all the time.
Well, we know that his theory is not completely right. We know that it's only right to a certain extent, right?
Well, yeah, he actually used Newtonian physics in his maths.
Right.
But we also know that matter at the moment, we know matter cannot travel beyond the speed of light or at the speed of light. We know this.
Right. So that we're either stuck with that, and that's the way it is, and like you said, we can't go to them and they can't come to us, or there's a way around. There's a way around it. Again, maybe, like the wormholes and stuff like that too, where there would be ways to slip through space, right?
But if they can,
but yeah, well, I'm a Trekkie. I'm a Trekkie. I'm not going to deny it. I like I say often, if Mr. Spock lands in my front yard and says, "Do you want to go for a ride?" I'm like, "Yeah."
I would agree with that.
So I ultimately believe that.
Just finished watching Next Generation again.
Yeah. Well, if we don't mess things up so bad that we get rid of ourselves, I think ultimately, there will be a much better future someday. I do believe that. The society and everything will be more like Star Trek, where everybody's taken care of, everybody has something to do. And if you want to be an artist or a doctor or whatever, it doesn't matter. You still have food in your stomach and somewhere to live and all those kind of things. So
do that without any money.
Count the flowers on the wall.
You wouldn't need money, would you? Because everyone would be. They have replicators for their food, and they can order what they want. But they'd be good foods as well, because don't forget them replicators. If you want a beer, it will be what do they call it on Star Trek? It was a beer that didn't have the alcohol in it. Synthale, that's it. Synthale.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So you can have a drink.
They were sneaking, they'd be sneaking Romulan ale all the time. That was like the bootleg drink. Yeah. Okay, well, let's get back to Dr. Phil. Here we go.
Yeah, you think about all
Sam,
the systems in the human body, digestive system and nervous system, and on and on and on we go. The whole oxygen thing is one system out of hundreds, I suppose, maybe more.
And we need an apple or a pancake and turn that into useful energy.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to have a lot of steps to go from pancakes to raking your yard.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they all have to work correctly.
Yeah.
And I can talk
and
about
so
this.
This is look at the trees. You know what I mean? Good to see you, Sam. Once again, he's looking at everything how it is. And yes, we have a lot of systems that work together, and a lot of other species do as well. But it doesn't mean everything started that way.
Not everything has nutrition that our bodies can use. That's why we have a waste.
And look at the big divergence, right, between plants and animals, right? Went totally different routes on how to get a food source. And, if you want to bring up the moral argument of killing animals and everything for food and stuff, jokingly, why don't we have green hair and green skin, right? Apparently God knew how to make something that could get its food from the sun, right? Plants. So why aren't we green? Why aren't we green, right? And
chlorophyll.
Again,
chlorophyll.
Yeah. Why can't we? The question earlier, I think deconverted man. Why do we breathe? Why do we eat? All these things, everything. We could be pretty much self-sustaining, being green, right? make your own energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
And
not
that's like
easy.
Cookie.
They said that green is like
It's not easy being
efficient
green.
or something. I can't remember. Or the colors that they absorb in the plants is less efficient than something. I can't remember. Sorry. The
This is
plants are
supposed to
not
be-
doing it efficiently. That's all I can remember.
Yeah. It's not efficient enough to make it big and powerful enough to run us, I think, is what the argument is. You have to go to that next level to get the energy. But if God's doing it, though, it's just good enough, right? We could be a low energy. Unlike deconverted man, we could all be real mellow.
They give the devil his due, but how does evolution, Darwinian evolution, account for that almost, it seems like infinite complexity here? How does the evolution account for that?
Well, I think very poorly, but our friend Ricky Dawkins, the guy who wrote The God Delusion, which you've read,
Ricky Dawkins.
he said,
Yeah, Ricky. I never heard anybody call him Ricky before.
No, this guy is too much.
Micro and Ricky.
And Ricky, right? Ricky.
Must have been a riot to be in his class.
Yep.
Deconverted man
Mispronouncing
says
everything.
this isn't a scientist. Unfortunately, he taught as, I guess, as a professor at a university. So.
Really, a
And we
professor?
did give him credit earlier, Deconverted man. Mike said he wrote like 300 papers, and
On
he worked
chia
with
seeds.
NASA and stuff. Yeah, on chia seeds. So chia, be happy at Christmas. That thing will grow on that whatever you buy to put the seeds in.
And I guess that skin color is to do with your region you're in. If you live near the equator or on the equator, then you're going to be pretty black, dark, purple, whatever you want. I don't mean this to sound racist, but you know what I mean. You're going to be really black. You're going to be dark. You're going to be coloured. If you live just off the equator, or grown up around that. Oh, I'm talking over like millions of years. You will be maybe brown, and when you get to the colder regions of the planet, you will be, you'll become white.
Melanin.
People groups are too obvious of evolution. If you go back before everybody traveled all over the world, I mean, it's just once again, it's observing the obvious. When you have a population that lives together, guess what? They share similar traits. That's the words I want.
Yep.
is that random chance guided by natural selection
Yeah. Kind of.
Random
created
chance.
hemoglobin.
Right.
And if you just were as smart as Richard Dawkins,
Yeah.
you'd agree with
You
him.
understand that.
Yeah, well, if you read a goddamn book and tried to figure out how it actually did happen, then you'd be as smart as Ricky Dawkins.
He kind of gave it away, didn't he? That you have to be smart enough to that's kind of what we've been saying, that if you don't study evolution, maybe you don't know anything about it.
Yeah, he's basically just giving himself away.
Deconverted man's
Only
leaving.
One book.
Yeah.
One book, and it begins with B.
Well,
And
Deconverted man is always off to stream somewhere.
He is. Yeah.
He gets an itch, and he's just got to go.
He did a stream today.
The good thing is though, anytime, day or night, you never know. Deconverted man just might be live. So
I know.
if you're up late, if you're up early, if you're taking lunch or whatever, Deconverted man just might be on.
Time zone.
So we appreciate his efforts 24 hours a day. It's quite a thing the way he can stream that way. It's impressive.
He's got his arms and legs wide open. Do you want to scratch that itch, Dave?
He's wired. He's wired all right.
Well, I just, like I say, I'm a statistician, and as well as a physiologist, and I look at the statistical probabilities. And there's a great quote by Chesterton that you've
Give us the
you've heard of, I'm
calculation.
sure. The quote, Chesterton says something like this. I can't do it exactly, but he says, it's ridiculous, it's absurd, was the word he used, that a person would argue that an admittedly unthinkable God could create all this, but then turn around and argue that everything created itself out of nothing. Now,
oh, deconverted man, did you already leave? Here's the nothing thing, and we'll plug deconverted man because I participated in it, so you can see me in the video. Deconverted man just made a video addressing this. Atheists believe everything came from nothing, and a whole bunch of us responded, and deconverted man put it all together in a video. And no, we don't think everything came from nothing. And in deconverted man's words, stop saying that. All right.
Like if
and a physiologist, both a statistician and a physiologist, how could he believe in God?
Go ahead, Brainless.
How could he believe in God?
Go ahead,
like
Brainless.
if there's one side that believes everything comes from nothing, then it's the religious people.
Yeah,
Like, let there be light. Oh, and now there's light. Wow, where did that come from? Oh,
Ex nihilo is out of nothing. So yeah,
Bigfoot.
All hail Bigfoot. That's not a non-believer position, and it's not a scientific position. It's a theist position. Yeah.
Which one is the bigger faith statement?
Say, isn't it?
That there is a God, or that all this just happened by luck, guided by natural selection?
Pretty much, yeah.
They go on about our ability to say, "Oh, the universe was invented out of nothing." That's what the religious say, but surely the universe to them was invented out of nothing too. Out of thought.
Hold up, dog. Mike, I don't just come back in there. I don't know what happened. He got bumped somehow. But no, the nothing thing, and besides that, now I don't want to be a philosophy or anything like that, but in philosophy, nothing is incoherent. Okay. If you even want to begin to describe nothing, that would entail something. So it's incoherent. Okay, it just is.
Because
that's not what atheists believe. That's not what scientists believe. Now some might, but generally no. And nobody in Deconverted Man's video agreed with it. So
absolutely.
You know, I've used this idea that these boots were made for walking. You know, everybody agrees that our eyes are for seeing. We just talk that way. And if something's wrong with my eye, I have a bad left eye here. I had a retina burst or aneurysm years ago, so I'm not very sighted on my left eye now. But I want to say something's wrong with that eye. Well, if evolution is true, there's really nothing wrong with my eye because it wasn't really for the purpose of seeing anyway.
Here. Oh no. Hey Sandy, philosophy, that's just a joke that we use amongst us over here. Yeah, evolution doesn't think the eye is for seeing. That's what he just said. Yeah. It's like, no, that's exactly what the eye is for. And as Ricky Dawkins has explained in probably one of his best works, I think, is the evolution of the eye. And he explains it very well, and how it was advantageous from a simple eye spot to detect predators, and then to detect food, and to detect what the difference of light and dark and all these, they were all advantages just from a simple cell that was sensitive. And from there, yeah, again, you do your micro evolution to that simple thing, and it becomes a little bit different, a little different. And Ricky Dawkins, he explains it very well. You can look up the video. I think it's one of his best contributions to the lay person is his explanation of eye evolution. And Darwin spoke about it in his book as well. So again, they're looking at the end product. They're not looking at the evolution of. And good to see you, Sandy. Thanks for stopping in.
Hi, Sandy. We got literally talking about vestigial organs that some humans still possess. People can still wiggle their ears. Certain amount of people can still.
I can't do it.
No, you can't. No, not many of us can.
I know there was always somebody that could do something you couldn't do, and you're like, why can't I do it? It's like, because you just can't do it. Right.
Because you evolved differently.
Yeah.
They have them. They're not retarded enough. Is retarded the right name? It's retarded enough to still maintain them vestigial organs and use them. It's like me, you know. If the eye is the most perfect thing, why do I need glasses? To see.
Well, yeah, that's
because
the
you
meme.
are not perfect.
That's the meme that always goes around with Ken Ham wearing glasses. The eye is the product of a perfect designer. And it's like, yeah, he's wearing glasses.
Why am I wearing glasses? To just even.
Well, just the eyeball, you know, kind of gets harder as you get older, and just doing that, it doesn't have the flexibility to adjust your vision anymore. So you're doomed. Even if you have great vision, you're probably going to end up in, you know, at least some reading glasses or something like that. It's really hard to go your whole life without some sort of glasses.
Well, the point is that there's people born with tails and gills and a third eyelid. They're still going on now. We're still being born with them, and we call them freaks.
Go ahead, dog.
Oh,
well, I'm just saying we call them freaks, but
hold up.
They're not
hold
freaks.
up, dog. Other dog, top dog.
Dog.
I was just trying to say that this guy doesn't know. I mean, this guy on screen doesn't know that it's not in his DNA for the aneurysm to happen, most likely. So it's not survival. It's not. So he doesn't understand why he had it. Something like that. Sorry, you can go now.
That's both of my parents went with something popping in the brain. So yeah,
I think that's what he's trying to say there.
Is it in me or not? I guess we'll find out.
I think he's trying to say I was born with the brain degenerative gene.
Well, we already knew that about you, dog. So you know, we give you a pass.
Okay. Okay, Dave. Thank you.
The brain is for aneurysm.
Happened.
Yeah, the brain is for aneurysm.
To see, the same as, you know, these feet are made for walking, my hands are, you know, made for, but we live, it's just intrinsically, it seems like intuitive to us that everything is made for a purpose. Well, that introduces the whole idea of God from the whole idea, if there is any kind of purpose for our existence, then there has to be a God. There has to be somebody who purposed that. You know, it's not random.
Oh, this is reminiscent of Frank Turek with I believe in the Big Bang. I just know who banged it.
Her, you mean her?
So it seems to me that at the very bottom line, we're dealing here, we're talking about evolution, we're dealing with nihilism almost, that nothing is really meaningful at all. We're making it up as we go along, to survive. But really, even survival itself on Darwinism isn't purposeful. Because when you die, that's the end of it, and everybody dies the same and ends up the same.
Yeah, but see, you're skipping the continuation of the species. All species are driven to reproduce, so there isn't a meaning that drives species that aren't even higher on the conscious level or anything. That's
literally
what is he trying to say? That he's taken away meaning from everything, and it's like that's not true. It's just not.
Yeah.
Okay. If you're a rock
of Darwin's theories, we can literally relate our past with a few gaps in there to when we were basically fish, frogs, or whatever. Fish with limbs. Let's just say that, and we can basically relate our past back to that over billions of years.
Right, Mike.
Here we are now, taking the piss out of a prick that thinks that we don't exist.
Go ahead, Mike.
If you were a rock or a planet, there wouldn't be any meaning in the universe. But you're not a goddamn rock or a planet. You're a human being, and human beings are meaning-making machines. And the universe doesn't have to follow us down that hole. I mean, this is what humans do. This bullshit about nihilism and atheism and evolution, it just doesn't wash. We are meaning-making machines, basically, or organisms, and that's why we have meaning in our life. But if you're a rock, it's meaningless. There you go.
But you know where they're getting that from, right? He's talking about Christian nihilism. He's talking about how if it weren't for that, they would feel like life had no meaning and they'd be in despair.
Right, exactly. Right. Yeah, they have to get their meaning outside of themselves, they think. So like they have a proxy for meaning, which really is kind of scary because that means when they hug their kids, they need to check with God to get the meaning of it, right? I mean, like your meaning is built into the hug. You don't need to check with God to get your meaning.
And some of them got to check their app to make sure they see what each other is doing on the internet and make sure they're not hugging the wrong people.
Or thinking the wrong things or saying the wrong things or living the wrong ways.
I don't think we're saying the wrong things. I don't think nihilism is a thing. I should be corrected about that.
Well, I mean, it's not a common,
It's just is a misdemeanor into religion. That's sort of the gateway.
Well, yeah, I said, ultimately there is a meaning, and there is the drive to survive and reproduce, and if you're in a social species, to hang around long enough to rear the young, right? So there is a meaning. And then as far as humans go, that argument doesn't fly because there's cultures all around the globe that have managed to, keep continuing on with different beliefs, different religions, different ideals, and everything else, just to live another day, right? And for their children to live another day, and to build a better house and then a better city and et cetera, for the next generation. We've always been like that. So there's plenty of meaning there. To say that somehow there's no meaning if you don't. Well, what he's saying is again, this is just an afterlife argument, right?
Yeah.
The only meaning comes to the afterlife. It doesn't change anything here, right?
No, absolutely not. I find the fact of building a life and making your life meaningful, it's not socialism, but if you abide by the laws, it is a sort of democracy. I don't know where I'm going here. But democracy is a way forward. You know, you all agree with each other, and you all do this to that, and you abide by the laws.
Yeah, that's a social thing, right?
Yeah,
It's-
it is socialism.
Yeah, we get together and everybody may not totally agree on stuff. So we say, well, hey, how about we vote on it? And everybody just kind of goes, okay, well, if that's what everybody wants, then, that's kind of the way we'll go. Obviously, if it's not harming somebody, those kind of things, which is the moral issue, but they're not really just discussing the moral issue. Well, I guess it's a moral issue. I don't know. If you're not living for anything, is it a moral issue? I don't know. I've never liked this argument, though, because you can give your life meaning. People that leave religions gain meaning to their lives, and people who adopt a religion gain meaning to their lives. So it can go either way.
Right? I always believe that every person is a fucking individual, and they do what they want in their lives, and why shouldn't they? And
yeah, well, that's the thing. We're not saying that you can't do whatever you want to do, and that includes, whatever religion you want to do, or if you want to go chase Bigfoots in the forest, or whatever you want to do.
Sure,
that's your own business. Just don't impose it on somebody else.
Exactly. Yeah. Whoa, that is the thing, Dave. That is the big thing. Don't fucking project your shit on me.
There you go, dog.
On my own life.
James, you got a comment?
I do. It just now occurred to me while you guys are talking about this. When somebody adopts a meaning for their life, a narrative that tells them who they are in the world and what they're worth and what their life is all about, they become obligated to it. They become married to it in a sense. They become rooted in it, right? And it becomes very hard for them to remove themselves from it, because why in the hell would they? There's a desperate dependency there because of the way the human mind works. Now, what he's arguing is that that's by design, that God intended for us to have that crisis, intended for the human to look for that kind of a solution, and then intended for humans to be locked into that solution once they find it, right? But here's the thing. Think about all the other people in the world that have adopted a different narrative of identity from a different religion, right? According to his argument, God set them up to fail because now they stumble into a different narrative that provides all the same things. Now they're locked into it and prevented from becoming Christians by the very mechanism that he thinks his God installed in their mind.
Yeah, I don't find that
absolutely
at all. I find it to a point where you will comply with the narrative, but I won't. I was grown as a Catholic, and I hated it. And I got out.
James and I were talking about that last week, I believe, that on his stream, that just because somebody comes in and says bow down or else, then okay, we're bowing down, right? But it doesn't mean anything ultimately. So if you want to say that, well, somebody sweeps in and converts everybody to a religion, well, under the threat of sword, well, of course you did, right? But does it actually mean anything? Well, no, it doesn't mean anything, because obviously, I don't want the sword, so whatever, right?
Right.
No. But ultimately, though, it deep down, it do the, is that the greater good argument, and all that? No, obviously it's not.
No, and still, like, if it is because of you're threatened and you believe that, still doesn't count, because God can see what's in your heart. So that doesn't even work.
And God's not a great example anyways, because there's a carrot and stick there too, right? You either choose heaven or you choose hell, right? So what do you want? Do you want the nice place or do you want the nasty place? Because there's no other options. There's no intermediate that's like temperate, right?
Right. So
religious options.
And Christians mean for it to be that, right? It's a carrot and a stick. They're intending to present you with a carrot and stick motivations. If they didn't want you motivated by that, then they wouldn't present it.
You know, maybe
Yeah.
you should look at the scientific option that matter cannot be destroyed. So wherever you are, whether you're burned,
Well, for the creationists, more importantly, is that it can't be created.
or buried at your death, then
Yeah,
you cannot be destroyed. Matter cannot be destroyed.
Well, say
So
the
you'll always
important
live
one,
on forever.
right? The important one is that you cannot create matter. So for the creationists, that's a big problem right there, because you no longer need a creator for that which isn't created. So
Exactly not.
I think Aaron Ra made the argument that you can have eternal energy without a problem. So if energy makes matter, which makes up everything else, then if energy is always around, no need for a creator. You could still have a super being out there, but it's not necessary to create the universe or anything else when you already have the energy. So at least that's leading ideas by people that are way smarter than I am in these things.
It does fuck their shit up.
It clearly says it cannot be created nor destroyed. So big problem for creationists, because their main argument is the exact opposite, that it was all created.
So when I was
my consciousness will end, but I will still live on in matter.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
When I was about 8 years old, I started studying astronomy and realized how vast the universe was. My mom had this new linoleum floor, and I tracked mud across her new linoleum floor, and she started screaming at me, and I said, "Mom, it's meaningless in the vast big picture of the cosmos." And she hit me over the head with a broom and said, "There's your fucking meaning." And that was the end of that. And so I learned that at a very young age.
Your mom was clued up.
Hold on, Doug. Hold on.
She was pretty smart.
Yeah.
She had it all figured out, didn't she?
She had it all figured out.
Yeah. It's a bad argument all the way around. Stop using that argument.
Same, and it's all zero sum, so it doesn't matter what figures you put in, it's all going to end up zero anyway. So I think there's a philosophy that comes along with the idea, the theory of Darwinism. I want to hear from you. What do you think, what would be the greatest evidences, because scientists love evidence and data, what are the greatest evidences that everything evolved, every living thing evolved from one single-celled microbe?
Well, I guess we would start 1953, I think, give or take a year or two. Urey and Miller were biochemists, and I think Miller was a student, Urey was the professor. And they did an experiment where they had a reducing atmosphere, non-oxidative atmosphere, reducing atmosphere. They had a mix of chemicals. They electrified those, and they got a racemic mixture of primitive amino acids. Amino acids are the building blocks for proteins, and you're mostly proteins. So this was a really big deal, 1953, and we're a few years past that now. And I would have expected, well, this very primitive experiment with a reducing atmosphere, and it's hard to argue that the Earth has had a reducing atmosphere, but let's say it happened at some little moment.
The atmosphere was different, top dog. I think you said that earlier.
Can I say that that guy has just shaved his face, so he has a mustache. Mustache.
Oh, he doesn't have a mustache normally?
Yeah. I don't know what to call it from the UK. I'm saying mustache. We call it a mustache. But
Moustache.
It's instead of a mustache.
A mustache.
For some reason, why would you do that?
Well, here's what he's doing, though. He's, again, saying that there wasn't a different atmosphere in the early Earth, and we pretty much know that yes, there was a different atmosphere. So that's just flat out denying something that's pretty well known.
All I'm saying is, what other humanity irritant does he have that he needs to grow or maintain a mustache? Whatever.
You got a mustache fetish.
Yeah, probably have.
Where are the follow-on experiments that showed, left-handed optical isomer amino acids, right-handed sugars, all coming from random chance? Well, we got Urey and Miller, which gets quoted a lot, but all those successive experiments, either they haven't happened or they didn't give the right results or something. And we're going, like I said, from something very, very simple here, just a mix of chemicals, to you. And I can tell you, even with your bum eye, you're still a very complex being. And, we talk about many of my anthropological friends.
I'm kind of getting lost. Did he asked him what's the best evidence for evolution, right?
Right. Yeah, he's claiming Miller Urey. He's talking about abio, and yeah.
I don't. Yeah, that wasn't the question. Okay, I'm just making sure.
And biological friends talk about the fossil record. Well, one of my favorite evolutionists was Stephen Jay Gould, who was, I think, the director of the American Museum of Natural History in New York City, which I loved and visited many times with my kids. But he was a punctuated equilibrium Darwinist. Well, what does that mean? Well, Gould, now he's not a believer. He's passed on now, so actually does believe in God now.
Maybe that.
Oh, he does.
Oh, yeah. What a jab! He believes in God now.
Fuck that.
Yeah, but
punctuated that about somebody that passed away.
Yeah,
I know. What
it's a last laugh.
Fuck him for that.
Yeah.
And Dave, although you're American, and I love you, man, I really do, but this sort of fucking accent and shit just makes America look dumb as shit.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Well, dog.
I don't mean that, but this guy is.
Well, the last election did a good job at that as well.
But I'm thankful for people like you, Dave, and everyone else in the stream that
I appreciate that.
Literally disrespects these people as dishonest fucks of America.
Well, I've told people before, dog. I said it in my little bubble. I didn't know about creationism or anything else. I assumed most religious people were moderate enough that they accepted science and went to church on Sunday, which was kind of what I did, right? My mother bought me a microscope to play with during the week, but we went to church on Sunday, right? And that was my view of things, that it was completely separated. And my first exposure wasn't until I saw Ken Ham on cable access television, right? So, and for those of you that don't realize this, there was a time before cable, okay? We didn't get cable until my mother went back to work when I was old enough to watch my little brother, okay? So
he had the wiggly antenna.
We had a power antenna.
Wiggly antenna.
Yeah, you had to turn the dial on it. It would go ring, 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 and but that only got you like a couple more channels.
You get Dad up on the roof and you tell him turn it a little bit to the right, and then Dad falls off the roof because he's drunk on his ass. That happened a lot when I was a kid.
I remember that.
Well, I guess we're not going to watch Bonanza tonight. Dad fell off the roof again.
Welcome back, Austin. I hope you had a good time.
Oh yeah, it was a great time. Great time. Christmas parade. I was really having a hard time finding my group, So I was running around for a minute, but I eventually found him. But while I was running around, it reminded me of this great old Mitch Hedberg joke. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Mitch Hedberg. He's a fantastic stand-up comedian who passed away well before his time. But he made this great joke about how if you're ever at a parade and you're not enjoying the parade, just walk in the opposite direction. You will fast forward the parade.
My favorite Mitch Hedberg is that Bigfoots are blurry. And that scares me that there's this big, huge, blurry monster out running around in the woods.
I believe Bigfoot is actually a sort of, he's got a magnetism that he will not take a perfect picture. That's my
right. Right.
Yeah, something like that, dog.
Bigfoot hunters sadly have to use old, outdated camera equipment. It's kind of part of the deal. Okay, you can't go and hunt Bigfoot with modern cameras. So
no.
It's a lot less monster, but I'm just guessing that even he irradiates this sort of electromagnetism that just makes cameras make him seem funny.
He's basically giving off a Dragon Ball Z power level aura.
Yeah,
Bigfoots are interdimensional. So you know, I've done a video on the
elusive.
Yeah, I did a video on the orb that was the Bigfoot was coming through. So yeah, they're obviously messing with all the electromagnetism and who knows what else.
Yeah,
you know, maybe they're the ones that put the hole in the ozone layer with the gosh darn interdimensional travel donut beam things they got going everywhere. I mean,
no, that was a stupid humans. That was a stupid humans.
Well, I don't understand why Marjorie Taylor Greene didn't blame COVID on Bigfoot. Why not?
She better not. That's blasphemy.
The Jews did it with the space laser.
With the space laser. Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy.
Those are not hunting Bigfoots.
But maybe a Jewish space laser zapped the Bigfoot that caused the
perish the thought.
COVID-19.
Perish the thought.
But it's just it could have happened.
I assume when they say sorry.
Well, Mount St. Helens took out a lot of them. I know that.
Jewish space laser. They're saying a space laser that was made by the Jews. And I really hope they don't mean a space laser that is somehow itself a Jew. But they're so crazy. Who could tell if that? I absolutely could imagine some roided out neo-Nazi idiot visualizing a space laser with like
got a menorah on it.
Yeah. Can you do an imitation of a Jewish space laser?
You have to fire a laser. I don't know. That sounded more like Dracula.
Oy vey, pew pew pew.
Oy vey. That's also a great.
Well, now they're using them to control the weather, so you know it's a pretty amazing instrument. Whatever they got.
Not only that, Dave, they're controlling the weather with them, but also climate change is impossible at the same time. In case
at the same time, I know stupid. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's an incredible machine.
So stupid.
Oh, can I just say, like yesterday, the Jews sent us a hurricane that was.
Right.
Not meant for England. That's all. Hurricanes aren't meant for England. But this hurricane, a tree fell and killed one guy. It killed a guy in his vehicle because the tree fell on him. And it wasn't.
We're gonna blame.
What are the chances?
Marjorie Taylor Greene for that.
How could that happen with random chance?
No, I
just
not.
Random chance did it.
Well, good luck because the top people in Trump's cabinet are all climate change deniers. So good luck getting anything done.
Climate change is nonsense, obviously. because
right.
I never walked to a pub on Christmas Day in a t-shirt because it was fucking 18 degrees.
Well, you know, I was disappointed, and I'm just joking, but with the milder winters we've had, I haven't had to shut down my pond and cover it all up until after Christmas for the last, I don't know how many years.
Yeah.
And I had to do it last week. So it got cold here, and I'm not too happy with it because I was kind of digging the mild weather, although I don't dig climate change. In our area here, it's meant really mild winters. So this is kind of rude, and I don't like it. And out there doing the stuff in in the cold, and we had to take our gloves off because, of course, you can't do anything with your gloves on. And my son and I were kind of miserable, and we weren't too happy about it. So that's all I have to say about the climate.
Shouldn't we love the 8, 10, 15 degrees winters that we're having now? And, you know,
I'll tell you what, it makes a difference, though. It's the next day, the next day it was already nicer inside by the pond with the greenhouse up. So it does make a heck of a difference. So.
I was
And
listening.
I just checked it on it earlier too, and I don't have any ice problems going, so I'm happy. So that's all. That makes
Dave,
my winter is when I don't get ice in my pond.
I have bad news, Dave.
Yeah.
You know what time it is? It's dinner time.
It's dinner time.
Dinner. Yeah, I gotta go have dinner. Maybe I'll stop back in later.
Going, dude.
Yeah, well, we'll probably be wrapping up a little bit here, anyways.
Okay. Anyway,
I try to wrap it up around 8. So yeah, I'll get back with you, and we'll take care of that other video.
Austin, are you doing a stream tomorrow?
Yep, I sure was. I was hoping you'd be a part of it. I got my daughter until around 3 or 4, and then I was going to set the stream up for about an hour or 2 after that.
Oh shit! I can't do it late in the afternoon. I can't do it after 4. So maybe next week or another day.
I might go ahead and just do a different topic because I am prepared to talk about other topics.
Yep.
So
I turned into
fine.
a pumpkin
we'll
on
embryology
Sunday
for you
nights.
because I know you were really wanting to talk about embryology.
Right. I turned into a mushroom on Sunday nights, oddly enough.
Embryology, that's a great subject.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, guys.
All right, enjoy your dinner.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
If you want to stop by the stream tomorrow and talk about embryology with me, I would love to have you.
Yeah, I'm on with Joe at 2:00, and after that, I'll stop by over at your stream too.
Awesome. I was talking to, I'm not sure who it was that just said it, but somebody just said embryology is a great subject. So I was addressing that person as well.
Well, it's from Greek.
You, sir.
I know. It is from Greek, embryology.
What was the question?
He's just saying where the word comes from.
Embryology.
Let's get back to this. We'll do a few more minutes here, then we'll call it. I think we've got most of the way through this, so let's see what he's got to say here.
Before we,
and I don't mean to make lightly of his
before we
passing,
continue
but
on a little bit, I want to mention something that I heard a little bit as I was listening and driving on my way back. He said something about the hands, and he was making like an intelligent design point. And I think it's amusing that he makes that point because I was going to talk about this with Mike tomorrow on the embryology stream. Was that Hox genes? Have you guys ever heard of Hox genes?
Yep.
And I've been starting to think that just the word Hox genes is good enough of an argument against most creationist ideas because with Hox genes, what happens is you can go in and you can mess with a single Hox gene and it will totally change the body plan and the limbs. How many limbs occur? You can make it so that you get multiple limbs. You can make it so that you get different kinds of limbs. You can make it so that there's no limbs. You can even take the Hox gene for a limb from one species and put it into another species And it actually still makes the host species limb and not the donor species limb, even though the gene sequence came from another species, which is mind-blowing to me. And it's really strong evidence of common ancestry. So strong, it's like totally, undeniable. And then it's also really strong evidence of a bunch of specific intelligent design points. This one, that one included. And I was just face palming while I was driving and hearing him
and a creationist is going to ask you for something new, like a new limb or something, which you can do, but then they're just going to throw back at you, that's micro. And it's like, no, that's exactly what you wanted. You wanted a new limb. And like you said, it's explainable how you can get a new limb. It's not an issue.
Yeah, the whole thing came up because in my debate with Kent Hovind, there was a point where he said, we don't see animal species losing their legs. And I was like, my brain almost reset because there's so many things about that's wrong. And
with the whales,
all I could bring out was, I guess you've never heard of a Dachshund, Kent, because yes, absolutely they can lose their legs. But, there's also the Hox genes and there's also atavisms where species some of their members end up gaining limbs when they're born due to having ancestors that had those limbs. Like dolphins are sometimes born with little leg buds on the back of them, for instance. But
that's so they can mess around. Those are love handles. According to Hovind, those are love handles.
He actually said that before. I wouldn't surprise me at all.
No, he says that the hip bones in whales are necessary for reproduction.
That's right.
And there's no evidence of the loss of legs. Of course, he's leaving out all the intermediate species.
Which, there was a portion of the debate where Kent said whale penis or giant penis like 18 times in a row. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, somebody's made a video about it and stuff.
I was going to say, my friend who's a DJ said he wanted to make a techno song out of it because he said, giant penis.
I quickly say that humans lose their hips to fuck as well. In and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. You know how it works.
That's right. You got to have those love handles. But a 15-foot penis don't need no love handles.
Yeah. One thing I actually looked it up after the debate. I told him, they can't get X-ray footage of whales having sex, so they can't prove that it actually still has some usage as a sexual aid. But they were able actually recently to get some footage of humpback whales having sex. Not X-ray footage, but footage nevertheless. And you know what's really interesting about that, Dave? They were two males.
Oops.
Yep.
That's embryology for you. And transsexualism.
Yeah, well, we all know Kent's an idiot. And now I got to wash my mouth out with soap.
All right, let's continue listening to Crackpot Kinesiologist.
I would like to.
Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil, yeah.
I would love to be your podcast of embryology. Because I know that species can coexist and be whatever they want, and whatever they are, whether they're whales and whatever, they can be a male or female. That's the way, it's just life. Is that not life?
Yeah, well, I know the dolphins or the porpoises, one of them, they get pretty randy. I mean, when they're like when a dog's on your leg or something like that, they're pretty much the same thing. So they have something going there that's saying, rub this because it feels good, right?
Yeah. I was gonna say,
I'm not a transsexual. I know what embryology is. It's all about evolution. It's all about species and I don't want to mention it. It's all about transsexualism, let's say.
Yeah, let's see. We want to get back and see what Dr. Phil's got here to say. If we can get through most of this here.
No longer with us. But he said, when you look at the fossil record, what you see is stasis. You see things in the fossil record sort of staying the same. But then you see more advanced creatures suddenly appearing, and he says what we have is equilibrium punctuated by something, and then you get a new group of fossils. And so in my mind, that says, well, the fossil record doesn't really support this gradual coming up from a few proteins to us today.
No, it supports what he was saying. Sometimes there's slow evolution and sometimes there's faster evolution.
Yeah, but
That's all it's saying.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised he's not mentioning Dr. Oz or Dr. Fauci, who's the bad scientist, and Dr. Oz, who is the health fitness guru of
I forget what he's been put in charge of, but whatever it is, he's incompetent, so
health.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. He's second in charge of health.
Apart
from that,
I don't want to think about it.
I'm not looking forward to these next 4 years.
This stuff here is enough for me to be sad. So
yeah, right.
Okay. So Stephen Jay Gould apparently was a pretty interesting.
Now, I didn't do that cut there. Apparently, maybe they showed a video of Gould or something, but it wasn't in his video. I didn't cut it. Sorry, I don't know what they showed because he doesn't say what they showed. So I guess we're SOL on that. But that wasn't me. That was them. So.
And to the point he made before that little cut about the fossil record is matching, punctuated equilibrium. No, the fuck it's not. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, because they'll go right back and mention the horseshoe crab. Yeah, they'll bring up the horseshoe crab.
I can describe it and explain it. Is at the very deepest level of the strata, there's very few species and there's not a lot of diversity. It's mainly like trilobites and like megaferns, right? And then stacked on top of those fossils are gradually, more complex, more diverse, and younger fossil species that gradually get more like the modern array of species. It's exactly fitting gradualism. The modern idea, like the extended synthesis, says that it's mostly gradualism, and maybe there's some instances where punctuated equilibrium can make evolution occur more quickly than it usually does, but still on geological timescales.
Yeah, no. Evolution is on a timescale. It's just the way it is. We will evolve into whatever, and this is where we're going to start. Not so much Star Trek, because there are people that they're fish in Star Trek, and we don't want to do that.
But hey, Simos, how you doing?
Into a better. But then we'll die. We got 3 billion years left for the sun.
I'm gonna be reincarnated, so you guys are gonna be stuck with me.
Hello.
Hi, Simos.
Hello, Simos.
Hey, hi guys. How you doing? I just want to say, I love this, and I love the irony in this particular video because clearly the guy on the right is evolving into the guy on the left. I
think they're both becoming Emperor Ming.
Hold on, Doc. Hold on.
And I much prefer his shirt. The guy on the left. That's a wonderful shirt. Guy on the right. I've seen that before. So there we go. Anyway, just pointing these things out.
All right, here we go.
In character, anyway. He didn't seem, stuff I've read, he doesn't seem as hostile against believers as some of the guys do, which kind of leads me to my next question. It's sort of the argument from authority, like so many scientists are, I'm not sure that many are atheists actually, maybe they're more closet believers and they don't want to, lose their job or something.
And now here we go with the you're going to lose your job thing, okay? This is a myth. Every time they've brought this up, and the few examples they've tried to present of somebody actually losing their job, it always turned out it had absolutely nothing to do with their beliefs. They were incompetent in their job or some other thing. It had nothing to do with their beliefs. There are plenty of people that have different beliefs that work in universities and as scientists, and they are not getting fired. It's a myth, and they keep perpetuating it, but they have no good basis for saying that if somebody says they believe a certain thing, a certain religion, that they're going to get fired as a scientist. It doesn't happen.
Correct, Dave. Right. And ironically, I think it's almost actually the exact opposite, that there's this little thing called tenure. And if there's a group of people that abuse it more than anybody else, it's pseudoscientists with PhDs like Michael Behe, who egregiously abused his university's tenure system to push the idea of irreducible complexity, to push misinformation into the public consciousness. And his university had to just disavow him, but say, that's all we can do. We don't agree with this guy's opinions, but he has tenure. We can't fire him.
And it goes the other way, because they say the same thing about Mary Schweitzer, that she has to say things or lose her job. Again, Mary has tenure. She can say pretty much anything she wants to. So, yeah, that's a bad argument, and it goes both ways with tenure.
Yeah, but Christian nationalism is coming your way, and you can't deny that.
Well, it's been percolating for a long time. My idea, or whatever you want, my theory, my opinion, whatever, is that because they're seeing the religion shrinking and the base shrinking, that these are the death throes, right? They're throwing all this stuff out because it's their last hurrah, so to speak, because they know they're not going to have a huge voting base going forward in the future. So
that's good.
They're a cornered. They're a cornered animal. They're lashing out. Unfortunately, for a lot of folks, it's not a good thing, and my heart goes out. But I do think that
It'll get worse before it gets better.
It's the end of days, so to speak. And I like listening to some of the mystics, and they often say, you give it a religion, organized religions, about 50 years, and they're going to be in minorities. So I like to be optimistic in that as well. And again, that there's going to be some bumps in the road. But it's part of reality, right? Everybody wants a better world overnight, but in reality, it doesn't happen overnight, right? And there's bumps in the road, and unfortunately, that's how things are. But and history shows, I think it as well, that we're getting there slowly. We got to drag some kicking and screaming, but I do think we're getting there, and we will get there. So,
and many will never come along,
except for Dog.
Iran.
Dog says "fuck it" to everybody.
Iran and Iraq, and
you're making me cuss too on my channel. Now you're really in for it, Dog.
I apologize, but are you not becoming a Christian nation? A Christian nation in that is just basically the people you hate, like Iran and Iraq, in the Muslim and Afghanistan, in the Muslim.
Well, that's it. It's not just here. A lot of places use religion to justify their hate. So, but in this country, they're definitely using Christian nationalism to promote it. But again, and I think people are going to see what it is, and they're gonna see how it's not the way to be. So I think though, it's going to require being exposed to the ugliness to see it, right? Unfortunately, I think, but so let's.
You guys just infused Trump into the #1 prick in the world.
Yeah, I know.
So-
I know. But anyway, I don't want to talk about it anymore because I don't like doing the politics thing because, but you know, it's
You're right.
it's done and over with, and now it's a matter of moving forward. It's not talking about what happened in November because you can't go back. So everybody needs to get their stuff together. They need to organize better, and the DNC better take a good hard look at themselves. That's all I got, and the RNC too, for that matter. Everybody needs to take a good look at themselves. So,
and if you're somebody who's blue, who's living in a solidly red state, like I know a lot of people are, consider moving to a swing state, like my state, Michigan. We could turn blue. Honestly, we could turn solidly blue. There's a lot of people up here in Michigan who are really freaking close to getting it. There's a lot of auto workers. There's a lot of truckers. There's a lot of people who are middle class, salt of the earth kind of people who conservatives have no appealing policies for, but who still vote conservative. It's really confusing.
Dave, please.
What I do now.
We'll leave politics out of it, and this prick just went on about politics.
Well, I just want to say, if you're in danger, my nan always said this to me: if you're in danger of turning blue, put on a cardie. And also, as another aside, which of silliness, I would also say I really want to go into one of these debates. I mean, I don't debate this stuff because I'm not into biology. I know very little about it, but I always wanted to go in and go and completely misunderstand them, and just continue to keep up the farce and just say, I don't think Darwin can evolve. I'm pretty sure he's dead. And just keep up the pretense until they go, no, but it's not true, is it? And it goes, yeah, it's true, he's dead, I'm sure he's dead. And just completely misunderstand them until they rage quit, you know.
Yeah, but anyway. Darwinism is a thing.
All right, we're back. Hold up, dog. Hold up. We'll go back to the video.
We could talk about that as well, the pressure, but why is that so? Why do you think so many scientists have just embraced evolution hook, line, and sinker?
Because it's true, obviously.
Well, unless you're in the biological or biological, as I say it.
Oh, here we go. Biological. What is this?
I fucking love it.
Well, what do you think, Top Dog? Is he a bad scientist? Have you made a conclusion yet?
It's the same as anybody else that believes in that stuff.
Yeah, he's running all the lines, isn't he?
Yeah, he made a conclusion that science is.
He's gonna do a Michael Jackson impersonation soon. He's gonna go illogical.
This time of year, I always want to sing "Grab Your Balls" like Michael Jackson. Fa la 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 la. It's one of those Christmas ditty songs, and every time somebody's, it just immediately that's what goes through my head.
It doesn't have. If you're doing it in Michael Jackson style, it doesn't have to be your balls.
That's true.
Biological sciences, it doesn't come up that much.
Brilliant.
And I told you earlier, in my field, fairly new field of human physiology, it just never came up. Now,
but he's talking about, notice once again, it never came up in his field, but this is the guy he has talking about it. Right?
He's talking about natural science.
You're in basic, basic biology. We all admit we're here. If we're not here, there's no point in having this argument. We had to get here somehow. And so, science is in the process of explaining the natural, not the supernatural, the natural world. And that's what I studied, was the natural creation that I think God created. And let me tell you, it would have been...
Oh, now, wait a minute. You just said, you were studying science, which studies the natural world. But then he throws in, but it's supernatural because God created it. Well, you can believe that, but that is not part of the science, though. This is where they start conflating things, right?
Yeah. This makes my brain hurt.
Yeah.
Much easier for me. It would be easier for me today if I simply gave up and embraced Darwinian neo-Darwinian macroevolution. I just, like I say, if I hadn't studied statistics, I'd be better off. But as a natural scientist, you have to study statistics. And I look at the odds.
He never
And
studied-
I've been to
studied
Las Vegas
statistics,
and
but I bet he-
other
he-
places,
he-
and I've never bet a penny. Why? Because I understand
Right, yeah,
statistical probabilities. I understand.
There it is. The probabilities thing we've talked about it a bunch of times. A lot of other people have talked about it. A lot of channels have talked about it. It's nonsense. They're just making up numbers. There is no probability on the origin of life. It doesn't exist. I don't think it's even possible to do.
The likelihood of evolution to the statistical likelihood that things were made by God. The statistical likelihood of evolution is possible. The statistical likelihood that things were made by God is probably zero, or at least asymptotically zero, meaning it's approaching zero, if not.
And he's admitting too that science doesn't study supernatural claims because there's not a mechanism to study them by. You can't use anything that science uses in the scientific method, or any of the technology, the instruments we have to study the supernatural. So they have to either present a method or present the technology, or it's not part of science. And that's what he's saying. And I would agree with that. And therein is your problem. But they're trying to also, as he pointed out earlier in the video, post hoc things back into the Bible once science discovers them, then saying, well, this is what the Bible meant all along. Well, then again, that's not doing you any good. It might as well be a horoscope, and it doesn't show anything of any divine wisdom for the time.
Yeah.
So, okay, you've got this book. Okay. But what does it add? Yeah.
Yeah, what people think about before the science, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think the
Why was it wrong?
probability argument is one of the silliest creationist arguments, because especially microorganisms evolve so ridiculously fast. To say that evolution is statistically improbable is just totally perverse, because almost every microorganism is evolving as we speak. Right now, antibiotics are becoming less effective of a medicine because of evolution. And to say that's statistically improbable is just gobsmackingly ignorant. It's mind-blowing. And then he also says, but yeah, exactly. Andrew has it pegged exactly. He says that's just microevolution. He said he'd have to accept macroevolution. Micro and macroevolution, there's creationists abuse those two terms. Probably it's one of like the top three terms they abuse and mutilate the definitions of more than everything. Microevolution just means a microscopic amount of change in heritable characteristics of a population over time, like the kind of microscopic change that occurs from one generation to the next, versus a large amount of change in heritable characteristics of a population over a large amount of time, like the kind that occurs over, hundreds of thousands or even millions of generations. Yeah, exactly.
I think that's a really good point, because one of the first things you can do in one of these evolution debates is to get them to say that they accept microevolution. Whatever the definition is, whatever definition they want, you just say, yeah, but you do accept microevolution, right? And if you hang on a sec, Doug, if you come out straight away at it and straight away say that, they know there's a trap there, but they don't know how you're going to trap them. So they hesitate and they don't want to say yes. And that very hesitation is when you can gauge exactly who you're talking to. And you can say to them, well, if you don't accept microevolution, then I don't know, how do you think it happened? And wait for them to use some ad hoc explanation like Dave is saying.
And he gave it away earlier. He said he accepts microevolution or microevolution, as he says.
Nice.
He says, and he doesn't doubt anybody does. So, as Mike pointed out, I think multiple people pointed out, Meek
pointed out,
that, okay, if you have one step then you can make 2 steps and 3 steps and 4 steps there.
Yeah.
And this is a Hawaiian shirt guy thing that gets brought up a lot for you, Austin. He brings it up that there's a limit, but whenever you ask him what is the limit,
Yep.
he'll jump immediately to, well, you can't have the dog 1,000 feet tall, and he goes to breaking physics. Yeah, he goes to breaking physics rather than a biological. Yeah, rather than a biological limit, he just goes to a ridiculous physics limit.
Right.
Because he doesn't have an answer of where it stops, although he will admit to microevolution. So, yeah, you can have this and this and this and this, but it can't add up to anything else. But where is that line where it stops? You'll never get an answer because obviously they don't have an answer to it.
Yeah.
You can get a cow that produces 200 pounds of milk.
basically
I bet you can't get a
eliminated-
cow that produces 5 million. Oven.
Yeah. Go ahead, dog.
They've divinated microevolution from macroevolution. That's all they've done, and this
Yeah.
is the
It's a-
religious side of things that they will just hey, all hail Kent Holland.
Well, they have to
It's
accept.
all like
They have
that.
to accept a point where they will sound too ridiculous to admit that certain things don't happen. Right.
Ah,
So they
And
have
then
to
again,
concede that certain
all
things
hail
happen. Yeah,
Kent
but
Holland.
they never want to say that it'll add up to anything to
Yeah.
get what anybody would call evolution, while admitting that what they're saying is one of the mechanisms of evolution.
And that's macro and microevolution difference.
Yeah, and
Well,
as far as the creationist goes, they think there's a difference, but as we're pointing out, there is no difference. It's just you had a bunch of small changes, and then you ended up with a big change. You have micro and macro in the same species. So
That's called
and when they say there is no macroevolution, they'll also admit to speciation. And if I've asked a million times, what's more macro than a new species? As far as I know, that's the end of the line.
yes.
And as Austin said, it doesn't matter if it's born with 3 legs or 10 legs or no legs. That's still the end of the line. That's it.
Yeah, well,
So if
yeah.
you have a species that comes out with 10 legs, okay, now it has 10 legs. That species is the 10-legged whatever, the 10-legged horse or something. That's the new species of horse. It survives as a 10-legged horse. It reproduces as a 10-legged horse. It's perfectly happy as a 10-legged horse. Now you have a 10-legged horse. But then they'll say, but that's not macro because it's still a horse. And it's like, well, what? You can't win, right?
That's the money
It is
I'm putting on
frustrating.
in the Grand National. I'm putting my money on a 10-legged horse.
It is frustrating because it's like when they do the speciation isn't macroevolution thing, it's kind of like saying 7 isn't bigger than the number 5 because it's not also bigger than 5 million, which is it's just illogical. But and he says a lot that the animals don't care what you call them, which is kind of true. Species is just a concept. It's something we use to help make sense of the extremely messy data set that is biodiversity on the planet.
But he likes science.
Organisms choose what their species is by choosing what they will try to replicate with. And every species has a preferred population of organisms that it would rather produce other offspring with that would be the most optimal choice for them. That is what a species is, really, more than anything else.
Yeah,
but it
we
is
know
broader
that
than that too.
But
Because
Ken
some
Holland
species
operates on the ridiculous sort of brain mind meld, whatever he's. When he says a pine tree won't give birth to a giraffe, then you're fucking.
Well, that's what he's setting up the impossible. That's what he does.
Yeah, he doesn't
To prove evolution, he'd want a tree to give birth to a cat or whatever it is.
Yeah,
which is absurd. Yeah, which is absurd. That's never going to happen. And It's just part of what gets him giggles with his little crowd he has sitting there in front of him all the time.
Oh, he's actually got. What's it?
Yeah, dog. He does his debates in his
uh,
chapel with the people there watching him.
Yeah, his little setup there is his pulpit, so to speak.
Yeah.
And everybody has to go to his services. That's part of being at Dino Land. So he always has a captive audience. And that's why he's doing those little smirks and little jabs and stuff, because he knows he's making somebody in his little crowd there chuckle or whatever. And it's his, like Grayson pointed out, it's part of his cult mentality where he is a supreme leader. He can do no wrong and everybody has to bow down. And that's pretty much what goes on there. And Grayson made some great points that he fulfills all the cult criteria, as well as being a horrible person and giving me the creeps. And
that was a phenomenal debate.
Yeah.
Probabilities. And I look at these complex
Don't care about your probabilities.
things, and I just cannot imagine this happening by chance. I was walking down a creek.
Well, there we
Because-
go. There we go. Argument from incredulity.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
thank
he's
you so
leaving-
much for just stating it outright. I mean, come
He's
on.
leaving out the natural selection part of it, though. It's like, okay, the chance happened, whatever happened, the environment happened, and all these things. But then you have you have natural selection, and he wants to talk about Ricky Dawkins or Darwin. What's their big thing they always go back to is natural selection. Ricky Dawkins has said himself.
I've never heard that.
That is the big key, right? That is the big key is natural selection. Even to the abiogenesis answers is that there's a natural selection aspect to it. So that's the big magic wand. And of course you're leaving out, a chance. Okay, with the chance, you can have a bunch of, things that don't work. And natural selection is going to weed out the ones that do and don't, or the ones that at least maybe worked a little bit and they needed some improvement, right?
I'm going to say a kind of semantically ironic sentence. Natural selection is massive at the microbiological level. It's huge. You have microorganisms, micro features and functions inside of your body, and if they're not well made, they will get refined by natural selection, or you will be consigned to the dust heap of extinction. That's just the way it works.
I like another Dawkins quote too, is that he said cosmology hasn't had its Darwin yet, but someday it will.
Interesting.
So, what
Because
about hybrids?
the way Darwin explained what he explained, somebody someday is going to explain where the universe came from, or some, something that has to do with the Big Bang, and everybody's going to say, "Whoa!" Right?
I get what he's saying, but the scale of complexity of trying to explain, or the amount of information we can get hold of to explain the cosmology questions is so small that I think we've probably already had quite a number of Darwins in that field. But the problem is just so difficult to get the answer to that it's going to take a lot more Darwins.
Well, I think he said, I think he mentioned there's a different scale involved, but
there's many,
when they were asking the questions though, because ultimately that's what they'll do. They'll say, okay, well, you can explain the species, but where did the universe come from? And he says, basically, look, we had our Darwin, right?
Yeah.
Darwin explained this really, really well, and it's been built on since. And you have to wait, just like we had to wait for Darwin and all these other people to explain that, right? So I often say a lot of people seem to have a patience issue and no understanding of, as I was just listening to Peter Atkins, give them a break. They've only, your modern science, really modern science is maybe 50 years old, right? with all the modern technology, you know, and everything.
I know what you're saying.
And
It disappoints me, Dave. It disappoints me
Yeah.
that such erudite people would come out and say something like that. Because, of course, you know, modern science in physics started, I don't know, like the Thomsons, maybe, you know, discovering the electron, something like that, you know, which is 1800s. So, like, I just think, but it's still a short period of time. The point I want to get to, let me just get to this. The point I want to get to is that the other point that Atkins also makes, right, which is the process of science is a repeated testing of ideas in order to weed out, right, and to evolve the ideas in some sense into what becomes the strongest. And that doesn't mean they're necessarily right, of course, but it does mean that they're stronger than the previous generations. And that process goes on. And that is the exact opposite of the process that the religious dogma goes through, right? Religious dogma is actually the reverse of that. So I understand why these guys want to push back so hard against science. I really do, because it's antithetical to their whole purpose in what they perceive as their purpose in life, right? And it must be really scary. It must be really scary to think, oh, hang on a minute, I could be wrong, right, about Jesus or God or some religious dogma. It must be scary to think that when you've based your entire personality and identity on those very core doctrines, right?
That's why they have like the clergy project and all that for these ministers and stuff. It's got to be very hard.
I just want to say one more thing quickly, if I may, which is I was talking to somebody, a religious person, I think it was yesterday, in fact, and they were saying to me, yeah, but have you ever really sincerely tried to seek for God? And I said, well, yeah, I think so. And they went, no, well, there you go. You see, you think you have. And I went, well, what else do you want me to say about this?
I saw that.
Yeah, and like, so in the end, I ended up agreeing and saying, yeah, okay, well, look, what would I have to do that? And, you know, we went through a series of steps that I might possibly do in order to try and sincerely seek for God. And then when I turned the question round, and when somebody pointed in chat, Fabio pointed in chat out and said, well, would they do the same? So I turned the question round and said, well, what would you do the same thing to see if God existed? And of course, straight away, they came back with a no answer. No, we wouldn't do that because we don't need to do that, because we've already had the revelation, so we don't need to test to find out if God really exists or not. And I was like, well, there you go. You see, I'm open-minded because I will go and seek. You're not open-minded because you can't. That's the difference, right?
Yep.
So just to say, like, you know, the whole thing, their whole worldview is so antithetical to the honest search of knowledge and being open-minded that I understand why these guys bury themselves between you know, under a mountain, an absolute mountain of bullshit, and have to misrepresent in order to, you know, satisfy their conscience. And when I hear a religious person talking about evolution and say it's random, that I know there's no hope that I could ever get through to them. Right? Even if I sit there and say, no, evolution is not a random process. Whatever it is, it's not random. You know?
Well, and I don't know how many I've ran into that legitimately think it's like X-Men, right? Where you're just going to grow limbs and organs and stuff. And if you just radiate something enough and everything, and it's like, and again, I'm not blaming people for not knowing science or investigating any of these things or not being a scientist or anything else. But when you're trying to, like these guys, putting out a video, trying to present arguments, and it's really terrible. And some of these things I often point out, it's intentional or it's laziness, because use Google, right? I mean, if you're too lazy to type it on your keyboard, ask your voice activated device, you know, get a few answers, a little preparation. It seems too often, though, that creationists just want to cite stuff way out of date and
Of course, and cherry
and,
pick, of course, you know.
and cherry pick and just keep repeating these things in hopes of, and they do, finding people that haven't heard it.
Yeah, yeah. I really feel I feel sorry more than anything for people that get trapped into this kind of dogmatic worldview where they find that they can't
You
open their
did
mind to
mention
new
about
ideas.
the Book of Revelations, so
Well, and to take the religious side for a moment, it gives a black eye to the religion, right? It's you have people that
dogma,
are
Dave. I like to say dogma because there are some religions in inverted commas which are more open than others, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but the Book of Revelations is a book of theories and nonsense.
But stick to that. But stick to that, though. Stick to that. If you want to preach that, then preach that. Don't tell kids the scientists are liars, because that leads to a whole problem on down the line.
Yeah, and the problem I see it, as I see it with creationists in specific, is that it's the effect of this anti-intellectual kind of mindset that gets and that's like an infected virus that can go through young people that don't want to push themselves, right? And to quote our favorite person again, Dave, it leads to lazy minds, and that's a big problem when it comes to young people.
Yeah, that's Book of Daniel in the Old Testament, is it not?
Yeah, and if you want to catch him, he just Peter Atkins just did a debate on Unbelievable. So it was just out the day before yesterday or something like that. So if you want to check it out.
Yeah, well,
I want to talk a lot about Robert Anton Wilson and how to fight the brain drain right now, but Top Dog has been waiting very patiently to talk about something. I just thought I would point that out.
Thank you. I'll look forward to that, Austin.
Me too.
Thank you. Well, I got a picture of hybrids. What do the creationists think about them? Like, if they don't think speciation happens or something
these hybrids
properly.
Yep. Well, and that's the problem. They will admit to speciation. And those that hold to the young earth and the flood have to have rapid super speciation after the flood, because they're admitting they don't have all the species on their magic zoo boat.
Yeah.
So it's once again, they accept everything. I follow Ken Ham mostly, and I've heard them accept every mechanism for evolution, including speciation and super speciation after the flood, and then say, but that's not evolution.
Right.
Well, then what is, right? They're setting up, nobody's ever put it to them. Of course, like a lot of them shelter themselves and they won't take the questions anyways. But what do they think evolution is, other than the idea of nonsense like a pine tree giving birth to a cat, right? When you accept, all the mechanisms and then say, but now I'm just denying everything I just said, of course it happens. Yeah, that's when you start banging your head on the wall.
Yeah.
Dave, can I quickly say, you're getting a Christmas card this year from Kent Holman.
And anybody knows that's been in a pine forest, it's not a cat, it's a squirrel.
That's right.
Yes.
So Top Dog, we're looking at...
Go ahead, Top Dog. Oh, hold on. We give Top Dog the floor here. Go ahead, Top Dog.
I already said what I needed to say.
You got it all out?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what we're looking at here are animals that are capable of producing offspring with each other. I think most of this offspring is non-fertile. Generally, animal hybrids are often non-fertile, because even though there are close enough species that are close enough to produce offspring together, they sometimes have issues. Like, I think are ligers on this list? Mules?
Yeah, liger.
Yeah, they're generally infertile. But this is important because what this demonstrates is something called horizontal gene flow. The idea that one of the ways you change the heritable characteristics of a population is hybrids, fertile hybrids. And I think it's especially powerful and germane evidence of evolution because Darwin himself, a big part of his development of the theory of evolution was based on finch species that he found in the Galapagos that he theorized were, all evolved from a common ancestor that traveled there from the mainland. And there's a married couple that have been living on the Galapagos for 30 years. And they recently confirmed that there is a whole new species of finches, a cactus finch species that has been produced through horizontal gene flow. So strong evidence of another one of the mechanisms of evolution, horizontal gene flow, along with natural selection, mutation, gene drift. And we don't usually call extinction one of the forces anymore because it doesn't create things, it just eliminates things, but I still think it's relevant.
Yeah, because if they stayed alive, they would mess up or keep the old genes. Yeah.
But yeah, great image.
There is a horizontal gene transfer where you'll pass your genes on to your children or whatever. But what he's talking about is absolute fucking bollocks. There's not a horizontal gene flow. That doesn't exist. It can't exist. Because if it existed, then surely we'd have heads the size of fucking, trees, and we'd know everything on the universe. It doesn't work like that. There's a separation of species where we are. I'm not even going to argue this. We all know how evolution works. We do this.
That's right.
Don't we?
We're going to find out here.
Back in the spring, almost a year ago, and we came on a circle of stones. And the man I was walking with, Richard, I said, "Hey, Richard, you
Here we
think
go.
these circle of stones happen by luck?" He said, "Well, no, of course not." He didn't say stupid, but that's what he was implying. Somebody had a campfire here. Well, we see this from a simple circle of stones, and we know this didn't most likely happen by chance. Well, I look at all these complicated systems.
First of all, you could get a circle of stones by chance. I mean, if you went in enough riverbeds, I'm sure you would find somewhere where some stones were in a circle. Obviously, if somebody had a fire pit and they set the stones there and you could see the char and everything, that they set up. But ultimately, this is a watchmaker argument. If you find something, that looks made, then you would conclude it was made. But in nature, though, you can have things form that sometimes look like people made them. There are plenty of nature videos that show things like circles and squares and patterns that look like they're man-made, but they are absolutely natural. So technically, he's not correct.
Say, Dave, that these people, these religious people, debunk sort of because it's like 3,000 years before the ecology ever existed or the theology ever existed, like Stonehenge.
The problem is they're still stuck in Stonehenge. They haven't got out.
I think he's just jumping to the assumption that it was a campfire. It could have been somebody. It could have been somebody advertising Cheerios.
Could have been Bigfoot.
Good.
And there's also things too where there's other species make displays, mating displays, right, where they set up rocks or sticks or whatever,
Yeah.
So again, you could have say a fish or a bird or something like that making its little display, and you could think, well, obviously a person had to do that, when it didn't have to be a person. So you could also take the argument apart that way too.
You have
ultimately it's the watchmaker argument. Is what it
Have
is.
you ever heard of something called fairy circles?
Yep.
Fairy circles are something you find in nature where it's like a ring of mushrooms. And for the longest time, there were all kinds of magical superstitions about them. But now we know it's just a logistic fact of the way that mushrooms reproduce, that they would spread things in a radius like that. You know, it's the most efficient way for them to do it naturally. But we look at it and we take a kind of anthropocentric viewpoint towards it and assume, you know, a goal point or an intelligence or something like that. It's something that happens a lot. Like
or that it can't
biology.
happen. Yeah, it can't happen naturally. Yeah. So
it's
well,
kind
this
of
couldn't have happened
pareidolia.
naturally.
It's kind of like when you look up at the moon and you see a face.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I
And
like.
we have
There
rocks.
there was a quote I heard a while back, which I thought was very clever, which is, "It's mind-boggling how the mind boggles."
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave that one off you.
Yeah, well, it didn't come from me, so help yourself.
Well, in 6 Ways to Tuesday, it's all wrong to say that, oh, well, this means a designer, because no, it doesn't. And the response always to these arguments is they don't reproduce, right?
Right.
So to compare it to a biological organism that's evolving, that reproduces, to a pile of rocks that cannot reproduce is just a poor analogy all the way around.
Yeah.
These pile rocks
Okay.
reproduce their shape, though.
But like,
That's
there
what I
was
was
a
trying
good,
to say.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's a
yeah.
hexagon,
yeah.
and it's
So
natural.
that's
Yeah.
the giant stones, is it, in Northern Ireland? Yeah.
I find that bollocks,
Giant's
actually,
Causeway, in
because
fact.
I went out with a
Yeah.
girl.
Yeah.
Years
I've
ago.
seen those too. Yep.
But I
That
just want to
happens
say that
because
what
chemistry.
he's doing right now, this guy, the evolved one, not the unevolved one, this guy, yeah, what he's doing, he's this is a Hitchens quote, I think, is he's a Sam Harris quote actually. He's demonstrating exactly how the sausage of faith is made. Right?
Yeah.
He's exactly showing you what happens when you just pile on this layer of incredulity and what could you say? Just anti-intellectual, closed mind thinking.
And
Right.
and the cherry picking, yeah, you
Exactly, yeah.
the things they like. We were pointing out earlier when they were talking about AJ having the C14 debate, is that religious people have no problem when C14 dates a religious artifact.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
You date the Dead Sea Scrolls or something, then it works. But if you date something else, then all of a sudden it doesn't work. So it's cherry, over the top cherry picking with whipped cream and sprinkles and.
But it's especially with the watchmaker argument, right? Because you only have to start extending the analogy slightly for it to fall apart.
Yeah.
Right? And it doesn't take much further comprehension to think, oh, hang on a minute. Well, is the stone designed that made it in the circle, right? That's how far they've only got to think about it. Like if they kick the stones around, would they know it's designed? Right?
Yeah,
well,
but these
they're the
people have
same
no
stones,
answers, you know
right?
that.
So no, it's a process they're talking about, not the actual thing itself, right?
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, it's like the analogy of someone saying, well, it's like looking at the beach and finding a watch. Well, all the grains of sand are watches to you. So how would we know that a watch is even designed under those circumstances? When you queer the pitch so much that everything is designed, there's no falsifiability criteria.
And ultimately, I fire back with these arguments that, citing Brian Cox, who's a famous physicist, that on the quantum level, there is no reason that a pile of sand cannot become a sand castle. So their idea that it just can't happen by itself, at the quantum level, it can just happen by itself. Doesn't mean it will. It means it can.
And you know what? Erica, aka Gutsup Gibbon, had a great video about this. Science does study designed things. It has a criteria for how to discern if something's designed, which is something I don't think I've ever heard from an intelligent design person for how they tell the difference.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And
Yeah.
also, I was told from the stupidest girl I ever dated that the Big Dipper or you know what, the star constellation,
The bear, Great Bear.
when you
That's what my wife calls me. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's so sweet.
I had to throw it in there.
if you
Yeah, of
travel
course.
to Spain, you see it from the other side. You see it from another direction, and you see
But
it.
yeah,
opposite.
Top Dog's got another great example here too. I mean, look at the patterns there. You know,
There are
did somebody make those patterns? Well, no.
Yeah, you can tell the feet are different, not part of the
There
natural.
you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Top Dog. That's a really good shot. Yeah, that shows it perfectly.
I mean, footprints, not feet.
Yeah. Every grain of sand is designed. They're all stopwatches.
Yeah. And and back to our favorite Peter Atkins too. I liked what he said about information, that every molecule is information. So when they're asking for the information thing and that only information comes from a mind and only DNA or complex things are information, he says, no, if you take two elements and put them together into a molecule, that's information, right? There is the chemical bonds. It's a new thing, all down the line. That is information.
Yeah.
So it kind of shoots down the argument again of that having to have an intelligence to have information. When no, if you look at it basically, yeah, and a molecule has contained a certain amount of information. The bonds, what it's made of, what it does, how it reacts to other things, right?
Yeah.
So that's information.
Well,
One of the issues is they don't ever really give you.
It came from.
Hold up, Doug. Hold up. Go ahead, Austin.
I was just saying one of the things is they don't really ever define information that well. They kind of like just
Correct.
They hint that it might be genetic information, but then when you say, yeah, absolutely, we get tons of new genetic information, the definition gets more vague. I think they try not to define it because it seems like every time they give it a definition, you can immediately give them like 20 examples.
And
of
you
that
can
kind
pin
of
them. You can pin them
being
down,
created.
right?
Yeah.
Well, I think the important thing there is that if they define it, you're going to find out that within the definition of information it was designed by a conscious mind.
Yeah.
And that's just begging the question then. So that falsifies their own argument as for God's existence, right? Because if they define information as have it coming from a conscious mind, and then they say therefore God exists, right? That's clearly that's begging the question. So it's not an argument which would stand. It's so
we got Ed
they
from the
can't
Rabbit.
define it. They cannot define it very
Fine.
closely. They cannot
Ed-
define it very closely at all. Otherwise, they lose.
Ed from the Rabbit Atheist is here. He says the design argument has to make nature at first undesigned and then designed in the second half.
Yeah,
It's inconsistent in its use in the argument. Then he
I wanna
continues
know why.
on information, kind, etc. The most undefined things by creationists. Definitions
I wanna
have to
know
be
what-
defended, and that is hard, which is exactly, that's what we're just pretty much agreeing on, that's what they do, exactly.
I've never found any of these creationist guys that turn out to not have a definition of information which doesn't beg the question, which doesn't say information comes from a conscious mind. That's what
Right.
information, the definition of information is. So
Yeah, and that's all, and that doesn't really mean anything.
well, that falsifies their argument just straight out of the box.
Yeah,
As you hear
that's
that, you
what
go,
I
okay, they're wrong. I know, it's fine.
That's what
So,
I said.
I like to
And
let
why
them fall
do you
into those
need to
traps.
become so atheist that you need to be rabid? I like that. Rabid
He's got every reason to be rabid, Dog. He used to be a
I get
minister, and he feels that he was deceived and stuff. So he's got every reason. If you want to know, go check out Ed at the Rabbit Atheist and find out his story. He's got quite a story to tell.
I've been misreading that. I thought it was the rabbit atheist. Oh, I'm sorry, guy. I'm sorry. I thought you had like a pair of ears or something. You were genetically. I don't know. Anyway, there we go.
No,
I
but really,
appreciate
though,
your channel. I've been
Ed
watching
is,
your channel recently. It's very good. Got some good content. Very
yep,
deep insights to the
I'm also
mind
not a
of
royal atheist.
yep.
very
So
deep insights into
I
the
am.
mind of a theist. So well done.
If you want, yeah, if you want the perspective of former pastor, that's where you go. Ed will give it to you.
Good to know.
Wow, I just can't imagine. I don't have enough faith. I used to tell my
I
students,
can't imagine it either.
you could believe this happened by nothing but chance. That's fine with me. I'm not going to argue that. But I wish I had your faith, because if I had that kind of faith, I'd be a much better Christian.
Oh,
And a
yeah.
lot of science is a faith-based enterprise. And I've got a whole talk on that, and I won't bore you with the details of that. But science,
Can I just
Oh.
say
is a
this?
faith.
Can I just say something here, Dave? I can't imagine it either. That's why we use science.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fuck these guys.
Uh,
wish we had your faith.
Faith is the opposite.
Rabbit Atheist says it's a play on his last name. So that's where he gets it from.
Ah, okay, nice.
What a jack off. I wish I had your faith. Fuck
Yeah.
you guys.
Yeah. I wish you had my faith
Yeah.
as well. Because at least I wouldn't have to sit here
Well-
listening to your bullshit.
And ultimately, yeah, they are using the internet. He's using a laptop. They enjoy the fruits of science. So
Yeah.
it's always leaving a bad taste in my mouth that somebody on the internet can badmouth science, right? I think it's the greatest thing ever. And I mean, when I was going to school, computers were really just, starting to be a thing where you could get the little home deal and hook it up to your television, right? And you could do some DOS and stuff, okay? And of course, our electronics teacher in high school and everything told us, they're going to be operating machines, and they're already showing up in people's cars, and all that stuff, right? And that's, okay, they're going to run things and do no concept at all, or did it enter my mind that we were going to have all these awesome graphics with video games, or all the, advancements with the movie CGI and everything, where you didn't have to see the string hanging the spaceship anymore, right? And then,
Probably have it in their
then
pocket too.
Yeah.
and then to get to things like this where people, can talk around the world in real time, and
wow.
Prosthetics can give sight to the blind.
yeah,
Get
and you
behind Jesus.
right, go
Okay,
down,
that's-
start
That's
going
such a
down the
beautiful-
list, right?
That's such a beautiful part of science.
Yeah, start going down the list, and then to basically, just badmouth the scientists, and they're a bunch of idiots, liars. They're in on a conspiracy, and of course, the conspiracy one always falls apart, because the last thing you want to do is give the whole world a way to interconnect to hide a conspiracy theory.
Right.
But if you want, if you want absurdity, there it is that, scientists are in on a conspiracy, but here's the internet so you can all check on us and talk about us and everything.
Right.
And of course,
I said this tonight on
that's
the
ridiculous.
Master Show. I said the internet is the biggest, most bestest place for information.
It is.
of
It's so
anything on the
awesome.
planet.
I
But
mean,
it is also the biggest and bestest place for disinformation.
Well, you know what? These people need to all go back to grade school, and they have to have a book report or a history report or something that's due that matters very much for their grade, and they have to wait for their mother to come home to drive them to the library, and they will learn to appreciate the internet like I do.
yeah. Well, I mean, this is what I noticed as soon as I came in. The irony of these two guys sitting there, talking about that they can't confirm evolution, or they have no understanding of how bad it is, sitting in front of a laptop.
Yeah.
Just going, we don't know. We can't find the information to actually confirm that evolution exists, and it's very difficult. I can't imagine how it works, right?
It's cleverly hidden in all
there
those
it is.
books and museums, websites, and all over the world. Yeah.
And I
There it
talk,
is. The
I have
answer's right in
told,
front of you.
I have
Literally.
told,
The way they say Jesus is right in front of you if you only look for it. Well, you don't have to look. You don't even have to look. You could just feel for it, and you would find it.
I have given people the link, Simos. There is, of course, there's other ones. This is just one of many, but Yale University has a lecture series on evolution.
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah.
It's 30 some lectures. They average, 40 minutes to an hour or something like that. But anyway, every time I give somebody that link that's, explain evolution to me, in 140 characters, it's like, look, you want to learn it. Here's a free course from Yale. I mean, it's got to be buku money, right? It's not cheap to go to Yale, okay? They give this to, now it's a little dated. Obviously, you're not getting the latest class for free, right?
Yeah.
But to get a good understanding, you're getting a free course from Yale University. And the response is, I'm not watching 30 lectures.
Yeah.
Well, what?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, I'm giving you a free class from Yale University, right?
And it's not like they even have to do that. Like, I mean, there was a book, I don't know if you've heard of it, guys. There was a book written in the it came out in 1859. And, funnily enough, a lot of people still talk about it. It's not that long. It doesn't take long to read. And it would give you all of the basics that you need to understand in order to get a grip.
And it's public domain. It's free to read online.
Yeah.
And this is a dog quote. This is from me. That any people that are religious will never admit to being individual. Ever. Individual.
Until you ask them to describe what heaven or God is like, and then they become very individual.
No,
I understand what you're saying.
They're obsessed with their Bible, their God, and all their shit. And they're not individual. They're all part of that cult of America. I know you live in America, Dave, and I'm sorry, but
I am sorry.
You're gonna keep making me apologize for it.
I am sorry, Dave. I really am.
Sorry, Dave. You live in America.
Bunch of foreigners I'm surrounded by. Gee whiz.
I mean, what has America ever done? Come up with the internet?
Yeah, the Muslims.
We gave you the internet.
Saved us from the Nazis. What's America ever done?
Don't forget that one. We saved your asses.
Monster. Version of that monster.
Oh dear.
You'd all be having sauerkraut right now if not for us.
Oh no! Fuck no! Fuck no! I'm so close to Germany. I'm so close to Germany.
That World War II America saved it. You were
Can I just say? We never had creationism in the UK till after the Second World War. I think there might be a connection.
Hey, I don't know. They import Ken Ham and Ray Comfort from other countries, so
very true.
So I think this is kind of
that's hard to nail. Of course, we have our own homegrown Hovens and Carl Baws and stuff too. So it seems to be a 50-50. So we'll have to call that one a draw. You've got Islamic apologists that are young Earth creationists too. So it's in that part of the world too.
I was working on a project where we were scanning an enormous amount of old books and old newspapers to put them online and preserve them. And I got to the part of history where World War II was happening. And let me tell you, I had to scan an absurd number of American news articles that said things and had titles like, "Is Hitler all that bad? Why are we fighting this guy?" Was Hitler provoked? Things like that. And this thread has always run through America. There are a bunch of people who have always been sympathetic to authoritarianism, right-wing kind of theological dominance. They're into it.
Austin, let me put you at ease here. It's not just in America. Like just before the war,
great.
we had the royal family. We had Chamberlain going to talk to Hitler, with coming back, going, "Peace in our time," just before the war started.
I just thought that was funny.
He started with Hitler, then we had Churchill. He fucking sorted shit out.
Well, in a way, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm bearing in mind over the years, America have never. It's only like 250 years old. America, it's never won a war its waged. So,
Based enterprise,
well,
and we.
apart from the War of the Revolution, the War of Independence, right? Apart from that one, of course. I think they won that
I did
one.
see there
I'm
was
not
there was
certain,
War of Independence wasn't
but
that
I
a civil
think they
war?
won that one.
they
Wasn't
had
that
a
Civil
list
War?
out though. The UK came out. The UK came out way on top of the US on being some kind of standard of living over there. So and all the different lists, all the different categories, the United States didn't make the top in any of them. So
Yeah, that's
one.
Don't get me wrong. Yeah,
There's a lot of great things about this country,
the
but
war
there's
machine on the planet at the moment.
yeah, it is.
So, yeah.
And there's a lot of problems too. So, but I can't help where I was born. Sorry.
Yeah. Let's try and avoid politics again.
Well, yes.
We're descending too quickly, or de-evolving.
I will say
even a thing.
I will say my grandfather was an immigrant, so I haven't been here too long. So
okay, you're saying that? No, I'm not going to say that. I just thought of a joke which was too far.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Okay.
In modern world today, put a lot of faith in a faith-based enterprise that's not religious. It's science,
which is in itself sort of religious. Well,
which in itself is plagiarized from Frank Turek.
Yeah, they always got to slide that. That's a popular among creationists too, that science is just a religion. And somebody pointed out recently, was it you, Austin? Somebody was just in one of the debates that says, when you say it's just a religion, aren't you taking away from, the meaning of religion? Don't you hold religion, dear and sacred and everything, and then you just casually throw out, well, everything's a religion, right?
I think it's definitely playing fast and loose with the word religion and making it such an extremely broad definition that it becomes virtually useless.
And to take the religious side again, if I'm truly religious, right, I might be offended by this. You know what I mean? It's it's kind of insulting if you're truly, pious or whatever, right? Yeah.
I don't understand why they have to fight back against that. I mean, I kind of do, because like with most language, it's a loose fit, right? There are very few until you get to particularly rigid sectors like science or physics or whatever. Then it becomes you try, or philosophy to some degree. You then try and narrow down the definitions in order to say something useful. But when you're using just colloquialisms like that, they don't understand the difference. That it's just not useful to talk about things in a definite way when you're using such generalizations, right?
Yeah.
And I don't understand why they want to do the disservice to the Bible to do that for start, right?
Yeah,
that's the thing. It's just it's kind of insulting. If they're truly that devout or whatever, it's kind of insulting themselves when they just, well, that's just a religion too. It always bothered me.
Well, this is where those criticisms, the whole Jesus story is ridiculous, because God created himself in order to sacrifice himself to himself in order to save him from himself.
Right.
And they go, oh, well, that's just a straw man, what I mean? Yeah, well, of course it is. That's because that's how language works,
Yeah.
And you're doing exactly the same thing when you criticize, these atheists as being a worldview, right? That's another one which kind of gets me a little bit, right?
Yeah.
I look at it as,
you don't even know what a worldview is, dude. You know what I mean? So come on,
Hey,
Austin,
Austin,
you're Austin, a hard literally everything is a faith-based belief. Even the idea that you yourself exist, you just have faith in it.
Austin made the comment about Mark Reed and them with
Yeah,
And then when I had Mark Reed on my channel, I said something to him about that. He said they're not going to take him back, and I said,
Right.
okay,
We don't want it.
Yeah. Ray Comfort. Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, Ray Comfort comes from New Zealand. Ken Ham comes from Australia.
Oh, I thought they were both. Sorry, Australia. I have been insulting you because I thought Ray Comfort came.
Yeah,
from
I have a New Zealand.
A big
I have a New Zealand friend on Facebook, and he said he's not taking Ray back either. So we're out of luck there.
Fair enough.
This a little bit because I posted a video on the moral argument for the existence of God on
Another shit
YouTube and
argument,
Facebook.
by the way.
And one of the responses back.
And I got to see if he has this Facebook where he actually has comments turned on, because he spoke about responses several times in his videos, and I noticed he doesn't have the comments turned on his videos. So how much interaction he likes, I have to question, but I'm assuming the interactions he's getting are on Facebook. So I might have to go looking.
I can give you a translation for what I'm about to say next. Quelle surprise.
Which is?
I'm surprised.
and
there
is no
because it's in French, that means it's the opposite. So
okay,
there is no moral argument for the Bible. There is 2 books. We've done this. The first 5 chapters of the Old Testament is basically the Torah, word for word, and they can't get rid of that because of the commandments, because they were in the Old Testament. So they can't get rid of that.
If you want to go look at his channel, dog, he talks about a bunch of different things and stuff from Old and New Testament and all these different. So that's why another reason that we did this revisit from last week, because I had so much stuff to look at from him. We figured, well, we'll take another look at him. So,
well, again, it's another one of these arguments. It's the same as the other one, right? They say, it's a definitional argument, right? They say you can't have objective morality without God. You do. Yeah. There is objective morality, therefore God.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, yeah. I think premise 1 needs some support for that. You can't you can't call that just an argument,
Well, doesn't reading the Bible make it subjective, not objective?
Thank you, Austin.
God,
yeah.
God making the rules is subjective. So ultimately, it's hard to make an objective argument out of any of it.
And when Christians say about objective morality, no, it's subjective, because you believe in the Bible. You go by that shit.
Commander
commandments, and like none of them all about God. Oh, believe in me, love me, you want me, and all that shit. And there's a couple that say, "Thou shalt not kill." We know that because it's morality.
And that existed before the religion. So
no.
It's
not kill. It's not kill, dog. It's not kill, because of course Christians kill. It's murder. It's murder.
You get the likes of
and if they call it, and if they call it murder, it just means unlawful. So it's not saying anything.
Hey, I want to say hey to Commander. Hello, Commander.
Hey, Commander.
Hey, Commander. Hey, Cain killed his brother.
Let's not get that. Let's not get.
Yeah, hold on.
Hey, back to me. It had nothing to do with the moral argument for God or anybody else. It all came back to no, evolution is true. And I thought, well, that's not what we were really talking about, but I wanted to, and he had a lot of facts, so to speak, about how the evolutionist story, this evolved to that, and this evolved to that, and this evolved to that. You said that science itself is faith-based. I think everybody has faith because nobody's omniscient. Right. So if we don't absolutely know everything, and I think that job's already taken by God, then everybody has some faith. But how would you explain science being faith-based?
Well, I published a little more than 200 papers in 32 years, which,
Yeah, 200.
I mean, you've
I think
You would have
Mike?
thought if he got pushed back on the first one, he wouldn't have bothered with the rest. But
Mike
no.
Mike looked it up. Mike looked it up earlier, and he has over 300 papers to his name. So
Wow,
he-
200 of
he-
those are on
sounds like it was
a fallacy.
it was
well, no, in his
$1
field, he seems to have done a lot of work, and we gave him credit for the stuff in his field, which is not biology. So
What's his field?
he's a kinesiologist. He studies motion.
Okay.
So we
Kinetics, yeah.
we did give him credit for the work he has done. But
Sorry,
as far as he also said though that he never studied any evolution or
Right.
advanced biology.
Sorry, Dave. I just need to know this. Is his conclusion things move?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, he's good. I'll say that he's good.
Yep. And he worked with NASA for a little bit. And
Wow.
obviously,
They
you know,
know
they want
things
to
move as well.
they want to keep the astronauts moving in space. You know, they put them on exercise bikes and everything, right, to try to help slow down the effects of the anti-gravity and all that.
Yeah.
So we give him credit for that. However, he also said that he never really studied any advanced biology or anything that had to do with evolution.
Yeah.
So
it's a shame he didn't think about why being in a zero-G gravity environment would be damaging for a body which has evolved on a planet with gravity.
Well, and that's the thing. He said he loved doing science. He loved to learn, you know, and everything.
Does he?
Then, well, again, that's the thing. It's science is great, except when you're talking about the boogeyman evolution, right? Or that is just the boogeyman for some reason, because you have to have special creation to, you know, make the story all work, right? But again, though, there's plenty of moderates that you know, accept science and also have their faith. Like I said, you can do science all week, and you can go to church or temple or mosque or whatever you do on the off days.
Yeah.
I have never said that a believer cannot do good science. Anybody can do good science, but they seem to twist what good science is into, well, if you just believe something like they do, that's equivalent to something that you can demonstrate, repeat, etc.
Yeah. Well,
It's
I mean,
not.
we know that it's motivated reasoning, right? We know that the reason they don't wish to accept some of these sciences is because potentially that contradicts their dogmatic faith in the words that come from this sacred book, whichever sacred book they've got, because it's not just Christians, okay? And because of that, they have to find some kind of fault, and if that means sticking your head under the pillows in order to not see what is plainly in front of your face, then that's what they will do. And even to the point where, as you say, where this guy can go and work as a scientist, inverted commas. You know, I'm not sure about that. Can he, you know? But you know,
that also shoots his
degree. You know,
that also shoots his conspiracy that he said earlier too. When he said something about scientists that express, or scientists that are Christians or something like that get fired or something like that.
Right.
Here's an example where he went 32 years through his whole career as a scientist, as a believer. He didn't get fired. He even worked for NASA for a little bit. Didn't get fired, right? Because what he was doing had nothing at all whatsoever to do with what he did on Sundays or when he went home and prayed or anything else. And so that, of course, you can do good science, but that doesn't also mean at the same time where he's setting this Dr. Phil up as an expert in evolution, when he said himself he never really had any advanced biology classes.
Yeah.
Does that
So
not make
I
sense?
will appreciate him as a scientist. I gave him credit when we first began the video. It's like, hey, we always give credit where credit's due here. And for what he did, he seemed to be legit in what he did.
Yeah, no, it's fair enough. I mean, like as you say, there's no. If you think that's how God did it, there's no conflict at all. There's no. Of course, there isn't. Right? Newton was a religious man and Unitarian, but he was a religious man, and he was working out how God did it. So that's fine. You can do that, but of course, if you're thinking that you're going to use anything other than the tools around you, right, the observations around you, then you got another thing coming. You got another
Well,
thing
and
coming.
that's their issue, that they get mad at science because science doesn't want to investigate their supernatural claims, which goes back to what I've said numerous times. You have to produce a method or something that isn't the scientific method. And without it, you can't badmouth the scientific method for not being able to test what it does not do.
Yeah.
Can I just say quickly that any way you congregate regularly, like
I don't think you can say it quickly, no, Doug.
Almost.
Believe it or not, I've drank a lot tonight. But
No shit, Sherlock.
Congregate and do this shit. Is that not a cult? You pray, you bow, you sing songs. Is that not a cult?
In some definitions, yeah, of course.
Yeah, watch the Grayson debate against Hovind. He outlined what a cult is pretty good, and what whether or not you measure up to being in a cult. So he covered it pretty well. So go check that out. It'll probably answer your question if you're in a cult or not.
If you have to look up whether you're in a cult or not, you probably are.
You're probably in a cult, right?
Yeah.
If you say you're not in a cult, you might be in a cult.
I'm not in a cult.
Or I'm not in a cult. You're in a cult. You might be in a cult.
I am the cult, so I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I don't have a metric.
I'm not in a
That's a
cult.
lot of
I run
people.
them.
That sounds like a lot.
We did a lot of science. And I
lot
did
of
not
science.
collect every piece of data. What we would do, we would look in the scientific literature and say, what do we know already? And the most interesting.
Isn't that great that science is built on the shoulders of giants, right?
Oh,
And
yeah.
this is the thing. He's very important. What he's saying here is the huge knowledge base that you can tap, as he just said, that is such a time saver because of all the scientists before them that went through the scientific method and repeated something enough times where they said, you know what, we don't have to do this experiment anymore. It's pretty much settled, right? If you do this and this, you get this result. It's been repeated all around the world by all these labs. It's accepted science. And he's got a great time saver. He taps into that knowledge base and he's got his data. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
really awesome. And then he's going to badmouth the same scientist that did all that
I'm
hard work,
dumbfounded.
right?
I'm just dumbfounded by it. And the irony here, of course, I think this is another irony from this guy. He's very ironic. That quote, I think it comes from Newton, if I'm not mistaken. And the funny thing about it is that Newton said, if my work is valuable, it's because I've been able to see further than others because I've been standing on the shoulders of giants. And of course, that was a put down to his main rival, right? Who was a very diminutive man, right? So, like,
There's a lot of those.
That was Newton being very underhanded when it comes to his own ego.
There's a lot of those little what do you call them, quips in history from people. It's always amusing to find out.
Especially back in the day or quite a while ago, because they knew they were very smart people. I think there's a famous guy the guy that wrote the first dictionary has a whole series of these little quotes.
I did the Jersey Devil, and it had a lot of history in it, including Benjamin Franklin. And when Benjamin Franklin had the rival going to his almanac, he tongue-in-cheek posted his obituary before he had actually passed away. Right?
Yeah.
And yeah, just to poke at the guy, or no, he predicted his death. I'm sorry. He predicted his death. And when the day came and went that he didn't actually die, he posted the obituary anyways. That's what it was.
Right.
And yeah, just kind of a jab at his opposition. And it just goes to show that, people are people, and these things went on, even though they were kings or presidents or whatever, there's always that human factor there, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the reasons, I'm a huge fan of Twain as well, Mark Twain.
Oh, yeah, another good one. Yeah.
He was also very good with the quotes, right?
Yeah.
Same with Clements, yeah. But Robert Comfrey wrote the first dictionary ever.
Oh, is it? Okay. I was thinking of Dr. Johnson, of course.
You've been watching
He has no clue about it.
No, I know who he means.
Dramatic pause.
I know who he means. He means Blackadder.
Interesting things were
dramatic fall asleep.
when this group of scientists said X is true, and this group of scientists said, well, no, Y is true. And we look at that and think, wow, there's a couple of possibilities, 3 possibilities here. X group is right and Y group is wrong. Y group is right and S group, or they're both wrong.
Yeah.
And so that's we're not dealing with settled science. We're dealing with the front end, the exploratory. How do we understand this? And of course, the great thing I said, my being a young science, we had lots of questions. And so we have to look at the literature and assume that these data that these people have published is correct, because we're going to build our hypothesis on what they have found. Well, there's something called retraction watch. And if you Google it, it'll come up on your computer. And these are scientific published papers that have been retracted.
Good.
Right. And you have to do that by looking at your computer, did you say?
Apparently, because scientists peer review and answer back that, hey, there's some problems here, and they ask you to retract, often with, and I looked this up, it often comes with an explanation of, do, this, and this, errors or whatever with your paper, fix this, whatever the problem is, and you can resubmit it. So this is part of peer review. This is a good thing. Now, yes, sometimes papers get published and then they get retracted. That's part of the process. I don't see why he thinks it's such the gotcha.
Well, it's difficult to see. He's basically trying to undermine the foundation, right?
If you stay updated, though, somebody probably updated. You know what I mean? He's saying, well, look, the paper was retracted in the 80s, but I'm sure somebody has probably updated since then that either it was or wasn't a viable paper, right?
Yeah. Well, like Sean Carroll said, this is a feature, not a bug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, sorry,
it's not. It's this sausage of faith that he's creating, just to try and mislabel the actual process as being. You see, you can't trust science because it doesn't tell you what is absolutely true.
Yeah.
Does religion though? I mean, does it really?
Yeah. Well, for me, he's just showing that science is self-correcting, self-policing.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's a good thing.
Yeah, but he's calling it a bug. That's the
the
shitty thing about it, right? The disingenuous.
Can I just say that both these guys are talking from their brains, and both their brains are made of turds and whatever they say is bullshit.
There you go. You sum it up well.
Just like you.
Retracted. How can a science paper be retracted? Because science is truth. Well,
No,
science.
because we learned more. Because we learned more. You stupid fucking cunt.
The brain said.
Because science is truth.
Let it
that's
out.
Exactly, that's
he earned
exactly
it.
what I just said. Oh my god, this is the sausage of faith. Here we go. And like, I understand, right? He has to deceive himself. Otherwise, he would lose his religion. He wouldn't believe in God. And he, like, by the looks of him, he's getting pretty close to meeting his maker. So I understand why that is.
He's never gonna meet them.
Well, obviously, but I'm just saying, in his mind, he's getting close to meeting his maker. And like, this is the problem with, I guess, like, when people get old, you know, I'm old myself. And I think I say I'm old.
Yeah,
I'm
me too.
old. And I do think as after I retire, we don't have to do that. We don't have to go there. No, we don't have to go there. But what we do have to go to is, after I retired, I had too much time on my hands as well. And that's all this is. This guy's retired from a life of useful work and gone, oh, what am I going to do now?
Yeah.
Right? And he's just finding stuff to do. He's just like, wherever it is, he's going to find it. And
I want to say hi to. I want to say hi to. Hold on. I want to say hi to Tubi and B Movie in the chat. How you doing? Good to see you.
Tubes and B Movie. No, that's exactly the same thing that I said earlier in the Deep State Annex stream about Roger from Mott Fossil University. I think he has too much time on his hands, and like he's starting to think about too many things.
Yeah, I mean, your mind
way too much. Yeah, way too much.
I know this is an evolutionary process here, but as you get like nearer and nearer the end, so to speak, your mind is going to deteriorate. That we reach our peak, right? A peak intelligence at a relatively young age, and it's all downhill from there. And I think once you get to this particular stage in life, that you'll find a lot of people like just picking up on using what intelligence they have left to try and justify almost anything that they feel, anything that they feel motivated to a reason for. That's how that works. That's how that works, I'm afraid, Dog. And you have to be on your guard for it.
Because of YouTube, I've found myself more intelligent because I've gotten the right sort of situation, strings of people.
See all the shit we're teaching you.
Yes.
I'm just saying that it is one of the hard facts of life.
I was a fuckwit before you lot.
That's right. All hail Bigfoot. Straightened you right up.
Yeah. There you go.
Absolutely. All hail Bigfoot.
Definition is truth, but scientists, and we all tell you guys, we are cool, unbiased observers of the data.
No, we never say
that. Yeah, he's got.
We don't say that. We don't
try to be.
We say we are biased, and we are seeking truth, but we are biased, right? And that's why we go through the peer review process,
which is what he just talked about, right?
The bias.
Right. Yeah.
That retraction process is the very thing that ensures that your bias is removed from your experiment.
And again, it doesn't matter where you come from, what you believe, what your culture is. I often point out something that most people understand that you can do at home, which is baking soda and vinegar, right? If you mix equal parts of baking soda and vinegar in your sink, and I always tell people in the sink because it's going to make a mess, and you guys are all the way over on the other side of the ocean, right? And you can take equal parts of baking soda and vinegar, and we're going to get the same reaction. And if you can do that, it doesn't matter if I believe in Bigfoot or not. That doesn't matter to the science, okay? The chemical reaction happens the same over and over and over, and this can be recorded like Dr. Phil appreciates in a book somewhere, that he doesn't have to do it or make a big foamy mess, that if you certain parts of baking soda and vinegar will give you X amount of a foamy mess. And It also helps clean like your stained baking sheets and stuff like that. So it's a handy little thing to use too. But
Yeah. So
it's all but that's all that matters. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter if we speak the same language. It doesn't matter if we in different periods of time or anything. If it's repeatable, it's good science. So every time they try to set up that somehow if you aren't a believer or you are a believer or you're in a conspiracy or in the cult or not, whether or not you can do good science is all garbage. It doesn't matter. You can scream at trees all day long and think they talk back to you as well. Go into the laboratory, conduct an experiment that's repeatable. It's still good science.
All I was going to say, if you like Formula One racing and atheism all in one package, subscribe to Simon's Funk.
That's right. Make sure you check out Simos. Simos is in the description, by the way. You can check out his link there. And you can also find a link for Slim in the description, and for Answers in Atheism, and for the Kentucky Atheist, who was busy earlier and wasn't able to stop by, I see. But no worries, because tomorrow at 2:00 Eastern in the afternoon, I am going to be over on Joe's channel, and we are going to be talking about an AIG video. So be there tomorrow at 2:00, okay?
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate that.
Yep, and you're welcome.
An AIG video.
Check out all the links in the description. Subscribe to everybody, and there's also a link for the video we're looking at in the description as well, as which I always try to make sure that it's in the description. Sometimes we goof, and I'm sorry, but I always try to put the link in there. So yeah, you can always go there, and you can always check out these people's channels. And all I ask, anybody that we review or something, always be kind if you go over to their channels. We're not trying to start anything or any bad blood with anybody. Like I said many times, this is what we do on YouTube, right? We take a look at a video, and these people are always welcome to respond back with a video, or they can get a hold of us. My email is on my channel. It's really easy to remember. It's allhailbigfoot@the.gmail. So if you want to respond back, you're always welcome to. All right.
Yeah.
And speaking of, while I'm at it, one more thing. Please like, comment, and subscribe to my channel. I would appreciate it very much. Go ahead, Brainless.
And also, speaking of things that are happening tomorrow, the DSA also has a stream planned for tomorrow. So,
what time?
What time is that in American times, Commander? You can put that.
3 p.m.
Okay.
Links in the description.
Okay.
Or I mean in the chat. My fault.
In the chat. Yeah.
And my chats, you can always turn on my chats. So.
A, that's never true. And B, if you introduce $1 into the equation, you've changed all that. Mm-hmm. And so a retraction, I mean, people make mistakes.
Even scientists have to eat.
Well, that's right. And,
yeah, see again there. That's not cool. They're just doing it for the money, and after they just pointed out something wasn't correct, and it was self-correcting. So, he's got the look over here about, these are not the gotchas you think they are. I'm sorry.
Yeah. To be fair, if I'd spent the best part of 10 years trying to educate myself and learn exactly what I needed to in order to do this kind of science, I think I would think I deserved a little bit of cash for doing the job.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I hate to be, I hate to call I hate to call the pot something, but these guys are American.
Well, I had a girlfriend in high school.
Yeah, I want freedom. I'm saying freedom bucks here, Dave. That's what I'm saying.
I had a girlfriend in high school that lived in similar house as me, in similar neighborhood as me, within walking proximity of each other, right? We went to the same schools and everything, right? Her father was a geologist. My father worked in a factory. So they weren't living in a fancy neighborhood somewhere making the big bucks, right? And he worked for the university, right? He was no slouch, right? He was very what do you call it? Established geologist or something. You know what I mean? I mean, he was good at what he did, but the point that they're just in it for the money or something. It's like they lived in the same neighborhood as we did, right?
Yeah.
So I don't see it. And by the way, this guy had an old car too, and he would rebuild it and rebuild it. He was very frugal. And he had the same car I think he had since he was a kid, except for that he bought one that was exactly like it, so he could have parts or whatever and stuff. But yeah, her father, it was very interesting. Every once in a while, the car would get tore down and rebuilt, and he'd be riding his bicycle around. And of course, we were kind of making fun of him because he was riding his bicycle around, But looking back now, though, it was pretty cool that he kept rebuilding his car all those years.
Yeah, typical scientist, good at evolution. Hey, Dave.
Yeah. That was so and speaking of, I have another friend that does he's a scientist. He's got a degree in some kind of chemistry or something like that. He lives right down the road from me. We went to the same schools and everything. We still live not too far apart. He's got a nice little house, but it's not all that, next level or anything. And he works for asphalt company. He's the one that tests the asphalt, makes sure it's the right mix and everything, So there's a lot of scientists that basically do what we would call kind of your regular jobs, They're not the high-paying jobs, I'm sure there are some high-paying jobs as scientists, but it's not, you don't go in for it for the money. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah,
right?
For sure. Yeah, absolutely. How many scientists get the Nobel Prize?
Yeah. And how many are always looking, basically begging for grant money and everything else, just to be able to do something, and a lot. And every time they put out one of those things too, you got to remember the government allows certain amount of money to give out in grants. Okay. And you'll hear silly things about some scientist got some money to study some bug or something. You go, oh, isn't that silly or whatever? And it's like, well, that money is allocated for these things, However, way, way more did not get any money. There's a lot of applicants for very limited resources.
Yeah.
Just to keep it in perspective. So, and it's a very small amount of money as well. It's nothing compared to the other huge things in the.
Well, it's nothing like the money that the mega churches get, right?
Sure. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Nothing like that.
That's just crazy. It's so backwards. It's so backwards. That's why I hate this. That's why I'm an anti-theist, I guess. That's why I really dislike this anti-intellectualism, which these guys, certainly the low end religious people put forward.
Well, one of the arguments creationists use is they don't have the funding to do a lot of the research, right? When you want to throw things, and I say, excuse me, the churches don't have money.
Yeah,
seems they have a lot of money to pay out in lawsuits in cash. Seems like maybe they could fund a laboratory or two, right? Yeah. No, that's a weak argument. They don't have no money, right?
5.
The higher ups just don't want to give it to idiots,
Yeah.
And people say, well, the good thing about science is it's self-correcting. Well, it's eventually self-correcting.
Eventually.
Well, sometimes it's eventually, okay? Nothing's perfect.
Yeah, well,
somebody
like they
brings
say-
up, they always bring up Piltdown Man. It sat on a shelf
Yeah.
for how many years? And yeah, that was what, at the end of World War II. They weren't really big on looking at skulls. There was other things going on, right? And then, not to mention, if you ever see any of these things from the Smithsonian or any of these other ones around the world, they have so much stuff on the shelves and in the drawers and stuff that they just haven't gotten to yet. Okay.
Yeah.
Again, like I repeat, you give them you gotta have a little patience. Okay. They have a lot of stuff. And if you ever watch any of those videos, they use dental instruments to gently pick away all the dirt at the fossils, or, you know, whatever things they're doing. And then to put it back together, classify it, you know, and all the work that goes all in. And it might take a little while. It might take a little while.
That is the same in most sciences.
Yeah.
Right?
And then to discover that, okay, well, it was a fraud or whatever. Well, yeah, well, but they did discover it was a fraud, didn't they? Well, it took them long enough. Well, again, it sat on a shelf with how many other skulls, and some other skulls came in front of it, right? They pulled this one off the shelf, and that's the one they were cleaning up and investigating, right? Yeah. It's always so much. That was my thing with Peter Atkins, was the 50 years quote. Of course, there's a lot more years of, you know, science in general, but was the fact that the big questions, like, you know, where they're really got the technology and the telescopes to look out in the cosmos and trying to get these big answers, is more, you know, very recently. And to say, well, what came before the Big Bang? And it's like, we've only had the Big Bang for about 50 years, you know? So,
well, yeah, that's true. I mean, 1980s or something, wasn't it? But I think also, like, one of the mind-blowing facts for me is that people didn't even know other galaxies existed in the 1800s.
Right.
It wasn't until the 1900s that somebody first got a big enough telescope to look out and go, oh, hang on a minute. They're not stars. They're conglomerations of stars, you know.
I think they're more concerned about killing each other.
Well, there's big money in it. That's why.
Well, that ain't changed, yeah.
That's what we mentioned earlier, that we're number one arms supply. Well, not, I shouldn't say we, because you aren't all Americans, but my fault again. My apologies again for we are the world's. America is the number one supplier of arms around the world. And yeah, a lot of the conflicts, I have a big problem with proxy wars, so to speak, right? Where folks are making a lot of money, dropping bombs on people that don't have no bombs to shoot back. And
I'm guessing
pretty awful.
The American war has to be politically motivated, because America has never won a war its way.
Well, you know, I'm in awe of the technology. You know, we've got missiles that can fly right down somebody's chimney, right? But you also have to remember how much
it has weighed.
Yeah, how much each of those are, right? And so, you know, I like to see the footage as much as any war buff or whatever you want to call it. But I'm sitting there nowadays going, well, there's 1 million, there's 2 million, there's 5 million, there's 1 million, there's 2 million, right?
These companies, these companies that make the money, they're very clever, right? Because, like, they sound like sweetie companies. You know what I mean? They sound like they make sweets. In fact, they make the most deadly weapons you can imagine, right? Yeah. Halliburton. Sounds like a sweetie company, right? Sounds like something you go, oh, yes, I love those sweets, Halliburton sweets. Oh, they're lovely. But no.
Yeah.
That's not it. Haribo weapons. Oh, my God. Yeah, they're terrible.
Yeah.
Anyway, Haribo weapons.
Well, that's a double-edged sword.
We're getting back to politics, guys.
It's that double-edged sword that's often brought up about science, right?
there is
science
this
has good and bad aspects on how it's used, and that's
there is this YouTuber on and he posts a lot of shorts, and then it's like, what do you do, buddy? And then it's always companies that did not that nice things, like when they were German companies during a certain war, and like some of the companies that you think like Siemens, I don't remember what it was, but like you think, oh yeah, and basically every company, basically every technological company makes weapons.
Can I just say quickly that we've drifted into politics, and I have a bald head. My head,
Wow.
I have no hair.
Mark, the one pointing it out.
all right, Baldy. we're gonna try and wrap this up here.
Be careful
I
of
had-
them bears.
We should do. I've sort of taken the, off of politics and war.
Yeah, I know. I don't like talking about it. I just
I've got a flat head.
the thing is, you know what, that's why I tell people, that's why I like watching the action adventure movies, all right, even the over the top ones, because it's not real. Okay, you can see all the action and all the big explosions and blowing up the bad guys' lair and all that, and fire and right,
Yeah.
and get your your thing going. Everybody likes a good Rambo movie or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But because I would rather watch that than watch the news, because you watch the news and it's real. It's not a video game. It's not a movie. And we need to stop all that and just keep it in the video games and in the movies, because like I've said often, with all the problems, especially going to wars or problems over borders or any of these big problems with countries, there's no reason for violence, because even after world wars, diplomats still sat down and worked things out. So how about we just sit down and work things out and avoid all that mess in between, and the world will be a lot better place, right?
I believe,
at least a lot more peaceful.
Yeah, I believe so. But
What happened?
you got absolute fucking muppets.
Yeah, well, again, it's not a perfect world, dog, and like I said, we all have to deal for the idiots out there. I've got signs. I live off of a main street out here, okay, it's heavy traffic, okay, and you can go at a pretty good speed on this road out here. All up and down it, every so many feet is a no parking sign, okay. All right, they have to put those there, okay. Are they for me? No, I'm not going to park my car on this main road where the trucks and everything go through here, right? They blast your vehicle right off the road and move you out the way. It's like, but they have to do this, okay? They have to put up these and you know what I noticed one day? I was on a major, or not a major, but interstate, right? And you're going top speed here, which is 55 to 70 miles an hour. I don't know what that is in kilometers. Sorry, it's probably about half doubled or whatever it is, right? So anyway, highway speed, right? And I was looking over and I noticed, sure, what do they have? No parking signs, right? So we have to put up these no parking signs on highways and stuff, or people will park on them. Okay, we have to deal with these. We have to deal with the fact that they have to do these things because there are people out there that will park on the freaking highway. Okay, that's our reality.
My favorite quote, Dave, which I don't know who said it, but I love it and I use it all the time, which is I don't know if you know this, but 50% of the people in the world are below average intelligence.
Yeah.
10.5 is above.
George
That's
Carlin.
right.
George Carlin said, "Yeah, imagine the average stupid person you had to deal with, right? And then realize half the people are dumber than that."
Yeah, yeah, beautiful.
Well,
That's a funny way of saying it. Yeah.
Yeah.
in
Let's
the
see,
UK, we have
55 equals 85 kilometers an hour. There you go, or 88 kilometers an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You've raised
there you
the
go.
I
speed
believe
limit
over
now.
here on
haven't
the
you?
highway, you're allowed to
I
go 60 miles.
apologize. I
Yeah.
apologize again that we use some goofy measuring system.
No,
We
we
were
do.
promised in
We
school,
do.
I swear on my mother's eyes, when I was in grade school, we had the workbooks. Remember the tear out math books that you did in grade school, right? We had those. And I remember my teachers saying, you have to learn the metric system because the whole world is changing over. So we were told that. We learned it in grade school, and it
But
didn't
why you-
happen. So
But
I'm
then
sorry.
how did you not know what it was if you look?
This is it, Dave. Come on. Yeah,
Well, we do use the
a lot of
metric
food.
system we use the metric system when we have marathon races,
All right.
and when you buy and sell illegal substances in little baggies,
Now,
then
there
all
we
of a
go.
sudden it's all metric system.
Yeah.
How
And
many
everybody-
grams
there
do
we
you
go.
want?
Everybody knows
Right
it
there.
perfectly, right?
How many
Right.
grams do you want, right?
Everybody knows it perfectly.
And we know how many grams is in an ounce too.
Yeah. And also, yeah, right. And also, they know when it's not the right thing. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah.
That-
Wait a
that's not
minute.
graph.
That's
What are you
a
talking
little
about?
light. That's a little
Yeah.
light. Yeah.
Yeah. Really, Dave, you just, you came out. You came out right on the internet. You came out with the man that you are.
Hey, we had to do that
Looking
stuff
for it.
underground. We had to do that stuff underground. I was going to concerts and all that good stuff in the 80s. Okay. I never thought there would be a day where you could go up to the store, right, and pick something up. Okay. We went into, well, let's just say, we went into neighborhoods we shouldn't have gone into. There was a comedian recently I heard of that said, "Yeah, you don't understand the risk we took, right? We went into questionable areas, okay, and now, yeah, you can just go to the store." So it's one of those mind blowing things, right?
I can just go 2 doors down. Oh,
Yeah, and my son gave me a little blueberry vape for Christmas last year because he was at the store, and I like blueberry pie, right? So he saw the thing. He goes, eh. So my son bought me a blueberry vape at the store, which is mind blowing again. You know what I mean? It's just like I was the generation that was always paranoid burning incense so your parents didn't smell it or anything. You know what I mean?
yeah, but isn't this a much safer environment where you can be open about using it and you can tell your kid hey, don't do too much, and I think that's a much better way of dealing with shit.
I think there's advantages to it, with adult materials easily online too. It's the old putting the candy bar up on the top shelf, right? Your kid is guaranteed to go get that and find that candy bar, right? But if you leave it sitting there right on the table, they're probably going to go, huh? And they're going to kind of question, because it's just there. It's not that big temptation anymore. So there is an argument to be made, although, like you said, not promoting anything. Of course, don't do drugs, kids, and all that kind of things. I will say from my own experience,
nicotine is a drug.
I was just one of the, you know, we were called the smokers, you know, you go sneak off, smoke a joint, and we didn't think we were hurting anybody, but you know, it was kind of a, you know, you're kind of a group that was looked down on, right? And now it's kind of, you know, chic or whatever you want to call it. You know,
it's the same with tattoos, like
yeah, same with tattoos, right?
Like people with tattoos, like was like, ooh, and like now still, like if you see somebody like Slim, you're still like, ooh, but like it's not like a deal breaker anymore. You know, I don't know.
Yeah,
And like I've never really had that thing. Like, yeah, people thought like, oh yeah, that those are weird people, and then like when you interact with at least one or two of them, like, you know, like,
yeah, but
pretty okay.
Right.
I agree. You live in Clogland where heroin and all that shit is acceptable for some reason. I don't know why. Well, no, I do know why. Because
well, I will say this for
then it becomes insignificant. Should I say that?
Well, a lot of the folks that got into other things aren't around anymore. You know, so that's my advice to people that you got to watch doing a lot of those things, and especially abusing alcohol too. All these people right around 50 years old, including my little brother that missed making it to 50 years old from abuse. A bunch of other ones had heart attacks, organ failures, and a lot of it had to do with that white stuff that was real popular for a while. It took a toll on them. It tore up their hearts and other organs and stuff. And a lot of them aren't around anymore. And you know, us so-called smokers, we're still around, although smoking is not good for you. And of course, now you've got gummies, vapes, and everything else too. But as far as a low-key drug, it still is. And as far as being a gateway drug, it never was for me, at least, because I really don't like just, being, you know, I mean, I tried I experimented a little bit here and there in the day, you know, when I was young and going to concerts. And like I said, it was the atmosphere, you know, and we were young too, and going to clubs and bars and everything too, right? We would drink and stuff and have a good time and everything. Of course, again, though, you know, you got to let that shit go as you get older. You know, you can't beat yourself up, you know, that hard partying over and over and over again, you know, save it.
Of course not.
You know, save it for a special occasion. You know, you want to get ripped on your birthday or New Year's Eve or whatever and stuff. But, you know, all the folks that did it to themselves, you know, nonstop over and over, a bunch of them are gone. And others have some issues and stuff. And some we don't hear from anymore. Who knows what happened to them? So,
and like also the thing with it, with like what you said, with like stuff being acceptable, and like with the candy bar being just for grabs.
Yeah.
I think, like, how many of you have not used drugs at all? And then I don't count caffeine or alcohol.
Yeah, that's tough because
well,
yeah.
To be honest,
the only one
back in the day I was out in California, right? And this is when California had already banned smoking, okay? And I was smoking cigarettes, right? And of course, you know, they were restrictive. This was early days, right, where you had to go in certain areas. You couldn't smoke in here, there, everywhere. So anyway, they had a little area there, you know. So I was out there and that and stuff. And yeah, one of the folks said to me something about how long could you go without a cigarette or something like that. I said, and they was holding a cup of coffee in their hand. You know, I said, how long could you go without that cup of coffee?
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
they kind of looked at me and like kind of like a little nod and turned around and walked off, like, you know.
Yeah. No, but
Now,
like so.
And it's not, you know, it's not saying anything. Obviously, you know, you shouldn't smoke and you shouldn't drink too much caffeine either. So, you know.
Yeah. Same with alcohol. No, but like, okay, so Top Dog that doesn't do drugs, and the other one is from the Netherlands that has never used drugs besides alcohol and caffeine. Okay. Just like that's the candy, like, and cannabis, like it, like I'm also not somebody, I really dislike smoking. I think it's one of the grossest habits someone can have. But like that also kind of stopped me from trying cannabis. But also like yeah, okay, yeah, somebody uses cannabis, like okay, okay.
Because,
what's the point of?
Just because Holland accepted all drugs and just made them legal and
Nah.
I don't think that. I find that brilliant, actually. I think all
there was the country that did.
I think the thing is with weed is, as long as you're not a chronic smoker, you know, you don't do yourself any, you know, major harm.
Yeah,
you don't become incapacitated. You know what I mean? You don't black out. You know, I can never use the excuse, well, I smoked a joint, so I couldn't remember what I did last night, right? I could never use it. I always remember what I did last night, you know?
Yeah,
so,
but you know what the weird thing about that is?
All drugs, it's just a major way forward.
Yeah, but you know what the funny thing is about that? It is quite acceptable to say that about alcohol. Oh, I don't know what I did last night. I was so drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, but alcohol.
You hear the similarity there?
I don't want to dox anybody here, but I know somebody that would wake up driving in another state.
Wake up driving.
Well, they were blacked out. They were blacked out. They were, you know, they were
okay.
They were robot, you know, they were in robot mode. They were doing the thing, but they were totally unaware of what they were doing. And woke up
that's
driving, 55 miles an hour, highway speed in another state. So
fucking hell. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I've never, that's the only thing. Now, again, I don't like to in any way promote using anything. I'm just talking for myself, is that, you know, weed, like I say, to me is like somebody that likes to have a beer after work, not a case. Okay. You have you want to come home.
That's the thing. Like in March, probably a friend from America's gonna come this way, and like she uses every now and then, and I'm like, maybe we'll do it together at some point. Like, I am curious, and I think like, yes, you should do drugs in a controlled environment around people you trust, and not too fucking much, just like fucking alcohol. You should try it, and like, and I'm not talking about heroin, but like cannabis. Yes, try it. I think yes.
I don't like to push it
with alcohol.
Yeah, I don't like to push anything though, because again, you know, there's people that do things, they get natural highs. I spoke about a girlfriend I had in high school. She's a runner, right? And she loves getting that runner high, right? You should go. Yeah. She's one of the ones that can do, you know, the marathon races in kilometers, and you know, you can get those, you know, you can get that high going and stuff. So
anything, you can get a high of anything you enjoy.
Yeah, even breathing techniques and stuff like that, you know.
And like, if you hardly ever drink like Coca-Cola, drink a bottle. You'll get a high. It's it's the sugar and the caffeine in it. Like it'll do something with you. You know?
Yeah, the thing is, if you like you're saying though, if you're going to do some, be responsible. Don't abuse things. It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart when people are just, smoking it to waste it. You know what I mean? And it's just like, you could have had that shit for a month that you just burn the fuck up all over the place,
Yeah.
Or if you're going to have some alcohol, because they're showing now that you really shouldn't be drinking much at all. The medical community is basically all out against alcohol. It's all bad. But I think people should be able to.
It was such a lucrative business.
I know the
Just
people
smoking.
Again, you should be able to enjoy a drink if you want to have one. But you get a fancy liquor. It's not meant to down it. Okay, you're supposed to sip it and enjoy it. You know what I mean? Same thing with a nice wine, right? Sip it and enjoy it. Don't just chug it down for a buzz. Just
the only thing
enjoy the experience. Be mindful of the experience and enjoy it. Otherwise, I think, you're just kind of,
if you want to do that, like that's the only product that's made for that are the cheap vodkas and like the cheap beer and like cheap moonshine. But but like all other drinks are made to enjoy. Like I've got a bottle of Bacardi. I just switched bottles, bottle, but I'll probably have that for about a month. Like.
Bacardi
I had to get those little silicone stoppers for the wine bottles because we'll have a wine bottle for a while, so it's got to have a stopper to put back in it. But and by the way, I mix mine with a little juice too. I don't even drink my wine straight, so that's how lightweight I am.
I don't like wine, but and to clarify for the dumb dog down there. Over here, cannabis, it's tolerated. It's not legal. It's tolerated up to 5 grams. Cocaine, speed, and heroin up to 0.5 gram. Ecstasy, 1 pill, and you are allowed to have 5 cannabis plants.
I wish we had your laws. That's all I should say. I'm going to say about that is I wish.
There is, like I say, there's great arguments made for legalizing and controlling and giving users clean needles and all down the line. But it's again
we have the clean needle.
Well, like we were talking earlier, people do not have any patience. Okay, they want a short-term result when you're not going to get it right. A lot of these things are long-term solutions. They take a little while.
In Portugal, all drugs are decriminalized.
Yeah,
and like they in the beginning, like they saw a spike in use. Because like, hey, people are curious. Oh, it's legal now. Let's try some. But that died down within a year, I think. I don't know exactly, but in a really short time, it died down again.
Been there, done that. Okay,
Like that's the thing. Like people will try it. People will try it, and if
you take the crime out too, all the crime that's associated with it, right? You take that all away. So that has to be added
especially
into.
Like I think in America, it's quite extreme. Like if you
and that's the other side of it too.
With a little bit of drugs,
fighting it is very expensive too. So
but you go to jail. You go to jail. What kind of people do you meet there? No, but what kind of people do you meet there?
More users.
Here you don't immediately go to jail if I'm not mistaken, and you get help. Like if it's not criminalized, like if you say like, oh, fuck, I've got a problem with smoking weed, you can go to your doctor and talk about it without getting arrested.
And a program would be cheaper than putting them in jail.
Oh yes, because in
But
jail they'll
we-
come back. They'll
yeah,
keep
but we'd
coming
rather
back.
throw
And,
them in
of course,
jail.
with those
Yeah.
programs, you'll have people that keep coming back and like where
Sure.
it will just
Nothing,
not
yeah,
work.
again, nothing's perfect, but that's what they'll point out though. They'll say, well, see, one person, was a repeat offender, and they'll ignore the people that, but look at these people that aren't. Look at these people that had helped, right?
You know what the fun fact is?
Absolutely.
That's basically with all crime.
Yeah.
With all crime. Like
Yeah.
most people that commit crimes, they
Well, sure.
at some point they had no choice but
Yeah.
to do that, to have to survive, or and like
Our
also, like,
violent
how many
our
young
violent
kids
crimes our violent crimes are down because unemployment's down, right? When there's jobs everywhere, you can go make money, and you don't have to break into your neighbor's house or hit them over the head while you're at it, right? So there's a direct correlation to it, which again would the Star Trek, supposedly world, right? Where if you have your needs met, it takes away a big reason that people have to, and in some cases it's survival, to steal to survive or commit other crimes. So that all that is adds to it. Yeah.
And I think also a big part of it is the whole culture, like here we had a program on television. Here we had a program on television that was like people that were down on their luck and like they were about to have to sell their house, and then someone would come in and like help them manage their money.
Yeah.
That like back then I was still together with my ex-wife. It was a couple. They both separately made just as much money as my ex and me combined. They couldn't manage. And we were like, what? And like we together we could live happily. We had a nice house. We could buy most of the things that we enjoyed, and like we were like, what? And then you see it and like, oh, they had a big TV. Oh, but it was leased. Why? Because like, yeah, of course, if the neighbors look in the window, like they got to see a big TV. Up until the fridge, a big American fridge, it was fucking leased. Go on like, you have it over there now as well. Marketplace. Buy a simple second-hand television and use that for a few years. And like, and same with the fridge. Like I've got a freezer in my shed. That's my main freezer. Like it's a second-hand thing. Like I don't care as long as it's decent. I don't have to have the newest of the newest. Like and like yes, sometimes I've got things that I really really want, like my 49-inch ultra wide screen. Yes, and then I buy that. But like I don't have to have everything new from the start. And like I live in a pretty small house, but like some people just only see what the media shows, what the influencers show, and like they feel the pressure of, oh yeah, I gotta have all that, otherwise I'm not good enough.
Yeah, but I always told my kids. I always told my kids, wait a little bit. First of all, if you want something, you're always better off putting the money aside and then paying for it, right?
Yeah.
And second, while you're putting that away, the price is going to come down.
Yeah.
So you can buy it next year for a lot cheaper, and you'll have put the money aside, and you're better off. And you also know what. Which ones are duds and everybody's returning and they're on the review pages and everything too. You know what I mean? So let somebody else figure out which one has all the bugs in them and stuff as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I bought a 55-inch television and it was basically half the price. And the very next day, it was half the price. pay like.
No, but like that's also a thing that I do. Like, if I buy a new phone, I don't buy the newest. I buy last year's model.
Right.
Yeah.
Because like, how much money do you save with that? But like, some people like, oh no, it's got to be newest. Like, if my iPhone doesn't have the right number at the back, like it's not good enough, you know?
Yeah.
And like,
you're gonna be close enough being a year behind. Yeah.
And that is, I think that's also a really big problem, because of that, also a lot of young kids get into like dealing drugs, because like, hey, how are you gonna make a lot of money in a fairly easy way, you know?
Yeah.
And like, but I think that is also part of it. And because of those kind of things, as I said, like with that program, that couple, like, they got in trouble. They were about to lose their house because of that mentality.
Well, across the board, social programs in all different categories are shown to work. They're also one of the first things to be cut when somebody's trying to balance their budget or something like that. And then of course, then crime spikes or whatever else, you know, the housing problems, whatever the issue would be, then these things go up, because you cut the social programs that do the very things to bring these things down. And then they're all scratching their heads. Oh, why are these things going up after you just scratch the social programs proven to work over and over again? And we've got the Doge. We got the Doge in charge now. We got Elon Musk in charge of the Doge, and the Doge is going to cut all the waste in government. And you know what they're going to do? That's the first thing they're going to do, like they always do. They're gonna scratch out all the tiny little things, okay, that really don't add up to that much, which are usually things like social programs, school lunches, you know, all these little things, you know what I mean, that are not going to add up to the big cuts that they need to make or want to make or supposedly are there to even make, because some of it is ridiculous. They're talking about firing all the government employees and everything, and it's just absurd things that they want to do that are just not realistic. When
the state governors are rejecting this shit.
But also the doggy department is only going to be advising, because the doggy department isn't actually government.
That's the whole thing.
It's a meaningless appointment,
because there's already a department of government spending or whatever it's called, and it's just another one of these. So it's like Space Force.
Be efficient, right?
Yeah, it's like Space Force. We need Space Force to govern, like, you know, the satellites and all these things. It's like the Air Force was already doing that. You know what I mean? That's just stupid. It's just. But speaking of stupid, I think we're gonna make a wrap up here on the stupid for the evening. Bad arguments is what I would say. This video was riddled with them, and we might visit him again, because I still have a bunch of his videos downloaded. So we might not again next week. We won't do it again next week, but we might come back to him again, because he has more. And he mentioned that he was going to do another video or two on evolution. I know he did at least like 4 of them, maybe even a few more. So yeah, we might revisit him, just because he's got some really bad arguments, and it was good reviewing his video, and I appreciate you putting your. I appreciate your video to review
all day long.
Let me wait a minute. I forgot where's my thing at.
I don't know where your thing is at.
I forgot my I slid my note over
Only in
here.
your pants.
His name again was Dan Arsenal and Dr. Phil Bishop. And no, I didn't make that up. His name's actually Dr. Phil, and he's about as amusing as Dr. Phil that we have on TV here. Once again, credit due for the field of science that you were in. And you seem to have done some stuff. You put out papers and everything like a scientist is supposed to do. And he did some stuff with NASA, and whatever you did, if it would help our astronauts or with the space program, again, that's good. That's good science. And I really don't care if you're a believer in Jesus or not. If you're doing all those things, hey, I don't care. I really don't care. Okay. As far as the ignorance or disinformation on a lot of things.
Fuck you.
Yeah, that's not cool. And you had some really bad analogies mixed in there. You might want to work on those. And what other advice do we have here? I would say, like I say to a lot of folks, and I just mentioned earlier, take advantage of the internet. There are free classes on evolution. If you want to debate it, make a video on it. I point out my sons used to ask me all the time, especially before I started making videos. Why do you watch this TV show? Why do you watch this video? You're just sitting there, yelling back at the TV and stuff, right? And well, because I got to know what they're talking about, right? So if you want to argue the other side, you have to know the other side. So if you want to argue against evolution, make some valid arguments against it, and actually, go watch some videos. And I'm just not talking about videos like we make here. We're just folks on the internet. I'm talking about universities give free lectures. They're a little outdated. You're not going to get brand new ones, but there are lectures not only on evolution, but a whole bunch of topics. I was amazed how many free courses you can take. Again, a little outdated. You would have to update things a little bit yourself. But for free,
sometimes it's just the basics,
or just the basics, right?
And then you can get more information later on. But
but these are free college courses from top schools. What more do you want to take advantage of than free college classes? You know what I mean? And in this day and age, you don't have a lot of time or whatever. You can listen to it on your phone, when you got a few minutes in pieces, okay? And have a better understanding of the arguments, and don't give us some of these things that as soon as you start talking, we already know what you're going to say, and we already know you're wrong.
Yeah.
We would appreciate some. We would appreciate some new arguments, right? Bring them on. We would love some new arguments. And if you don't know this already, I know your name of your channel is kind of a play on words or whatever you want to call it. It's called for the Church for Skeptics, and you claim to be a skeptic, but at the same time, you don't seem to apply your skepticism equally. You seem to, again, only cherry pick things that you want to, like saying you accept microevolution but not macroevolution, and it's just that's saying micro. That's saying you accept evolution. Okay, if you accept evolution, you accept evolution. There's no difference. All right, evolution is evolution. So trying to play around with, micro, yes, but not macro. That's Kent Hovind nonsense. Now I got to wash my mouth up.
But also,
and you're not going to win over anybody that has a basic understanding of your arguments. You're just not. It's not working. I don't think you're a good skeptic, and I think for me, when I do a video, I put in a lot of time on the other side. Okay.
Yes, you do.
And when you see somebody doing a video that doesn't seem to know anything about the other side, you know, it's kind of like, oh, come on, you know, you can put in the work, you know. I have to watch all these Ken Ham videos, okay? And tomorrow I'm going to do it again with Joe over at the Kentucky Atheist, right? We're going to do it again. We're going to put ourselves through it again, okay? And but I can also tell you Ken Ham's arguments, right? I can tell you what Georgia Purdom says. I can tell you that Bodie is the fallacy guy. Everything's a fallacy. Fallacy. He makes up fallacies. He's just obsessed with fallacies. I can tell you what all the folks over there say, and not because it's not mind-numbing or anything and stuff, and not because they don't repeat stuff, because you got to know that they're repeating stuff if you haven't watched their old stuff and their new stuff to see that they're repeating stuff. So put in a little time watching some stuff, learning the other side, and have better arguments, okay? It's called argument from ignorance, right? And these two gentlemen here are displaying a lot of argument from ignorance. I'm not going to call it intentional because they don't seem to be intentional. They seem to be more religious talking points. And once again, evolution is a boogeyman for some reason, while accepting microevolution, which is accepting evolution. And it becomes a little silly. Just step into the 21st century. Stop trying to deny science. Join the moderates that there are plenty of in your religions that continue on with your faith while accepting well-accepted science like evolution is. What does everybody else got? Top Dog, you got anything closing to say? Do you think he's a good scientist? I know you were going to wait and see. I don't think he's a very good, in his field he is, but when he's trying to step out of his field, I don't think that's being a good scientist.
Yeah. Well, all they have to do is go with like Chat GPT or something if they don't want to take the long lectures and stuff.
There you go. You know, there's so many resources.
Does get a lot of things wrong.
Well, it's like a Wikipedia, right? It'll give you, you know, a starting point and things to look up, right? So if it tells you, you know, Bob said candy is yummy and it's at .com, right? Go there and go to follow the links. I always tell everybody, take Potholer 54 advice, okay? Follow the sources back, all right? If they're only citing themselves, if they're only sources themselves, and a lot of these, they'll do this. There'll be citations at the bottom. But you'll find on some of these, it's their own web pages that they're citing, okay? So click on it and look and see, wait a minute, this Bob said this, and then this is Bob's web page, okay? Well, of course Bob said that on his web page, right? You want to find that Sam and Susie and all these other people also cited Bob, right? That's what you want to look for.
Yeah, but also make sure that Bob then not has cited one of the other ones as the source, because that's also something that happens online. Sources referencing each other.
Yep.
And then you think, oh yeah, no, they reference someone else. But like, yeah, that's like the Bible, like saying the Bible saying that the Bible's true.
Yep. Scroll down to the bottom and look for the links. Click on them and check them. See, and then also if they're a good link, again, if it's just Bob's webpage somewhere, his blog or something, or is it a link to a scientific paper, a university study, something like that, a .gov page, something like that. There, you can tell real quick which one is a well-sourced page, and then again, take whatever they say, copy and paste it right back into Google and chase it back down. And if you get a consensus showing up where sure enough, everybody boop, 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 as far as you can scroll down, are all agreeing except for this one creationist page. Don't trust the one creationist page when everybody else is in agreement and it's well accepted science. So we have the tools. You have the tools. It's easy to do. Click the links, check them. Joe and I talk a lot about checking sources, and he and I both have agreed that every time we have checked a creationist source, it does not say what they say it says when they provide one. The last time I was doing one, she gave specific government study pages. I went right to them. She gave the full name of it and everything. I said, "Oh, good." And as soon as you start to read it, it doesn't say anything of what she said it said. As I went through more and more and more, it became clear nothing what she was saying was in that. Now, if she cited it, she knew how to look it up, and I'm assuming she read it. So then you have to assume they're being dishonest. But what they're counting on is you not looking it up, right? Not checking it out for yourself, reading it for yourself. They're counting on people not doing that. That's how bold they are. It's one thing when you can say some scientist said, right, and not be held to it, all right? It's another thing when you cite a specific paper and then completely, you're lying. You're lying, and you're being dishonest intentionally. And for these organizations that write your paycheck, that's exactly why you're doing it. And then to turn around, and these guys, I don't seem to work for a creationist organization, but they're surely repeating a creationist organization that pays people to be dishonest. And some of the things I've heard from these folks, you hear, where they're getting it from. So that's the thing. I don't care about your religious stuff, okay? But you're fibbing about science here, and that's going to get some response to it. And I know Mike had to drop out, but when Mike saw it, he was bothered by it. Mike enjoys science. A lot of us enjoy science. And we don't like the dishonesty, and we don't like the targeting of children with it. And we've seen what happens with it. It breeds a culture of distrust in science that leads to things with medical issues that we all know what they are, with the distrust in that. It leads to the distrust with the climate issues. It leads to the distrust with green energy. It leads to distrust on down the line when these people are basically calling all the scientists either liars and or in on a conspiracy to make money, which others have pointed out that scientists don't go in it for the money. If you're going into science for the money, I think you're going to be disappointed. You're going to be living more like me and Brainless and the rest of us regular folks. You're not going to be living in a mansion because you became a scientist. I hate to break it to you. However, you can be respected, okay? You can contribute to society. Okay? You can make the world a better place. Great things that it may not be a big paycheck, but still be great things you can be remembered for, things that will be appreciated. If you're a young person and you happen to come across this for whatever reason, go be a scientist. It's good.
Or work with your hands, because we got too few people to do that.
Yeah,
like become an electrician. That's amazing.
Or at least be a supporter. And if you know a scientist, say, "Hey, good job. Thanks for everything you do." And don't be like these folks bad mouthing them, because that's just no way to be, especially in the day and age we live in, where we rely on so much that is all because of science. So pat them on the back. And if they can't answer all your questions, have a little patience, would you? Gee whiz. Let them do their work. They'll get you an answer. Look how many answers we've gotten, right? It's amazing all the stuff that we know and will know and do know. Every day, all these articles are coming out. All these new things they're discovering. Give them a break. We'll get some answers, and they will make the world a better place. And in the meantime, again, check out the description for everybody's links. For some good laughs, yeah, stop by over at Slim's. And where else did you say you're at? Deep State. Deep State. Stop over at Deep State Annex over there.
Yeah, link is already in the side chat.
It's in the chat. And like I said, Mike was here earlier from Answers in Atheism. The link's in the description. Make sure you go over there. Joe from Kentucky Atheist. He's usually here, but I know he was streaming earlier. And again, I'm going to be on with Joe tomorrow at the Kentucky Atheist. So stop by that before you go over and check out what Deep State's got going on. All right, we'd appreciate it. Yeah. And we will be talking about some Tim Chafee, who works for Ken Ham over there tomorrow. So it'll be a lot of fun because he's the model for the giant they have fighting dinosaurs in their diorama. So he's always fun to talk about. And I want to thank everybody for stopping by. We had a lot of folks in the chat. We had a lot of discussions. Now Austin had a little back and forth there with somebody earlier. Look,
dumbass.
As long as you're civil in the chat and everything, I'm cool with you being here. But just keep it that way, please. And we won't have no problems, all right? And for everybody else, thank you, everybody that was here, in and out. Simos too. Simos is in the description down there too. Did I forget anybody? Top Dog.
Top Dog.
Was good having Top Dog here. Haven't seen you around in a while, and you're always welcome back. We talk on the DMs there, so I'll drop you a link, and if you can stop by. If you can't, don't worry about it. Stop by when you can. All right.
Yep.
All right. And with that, everybody have a good one. Thanks for joining us. And we will be here next Saturday. This is, I think, 12 weeks now. 12 weeks of Christmas. Hey, how about that? I think we've done about like 12 weeks of Saturdays now. It's been a lot of fun. I enjoy hanging out with everybody. I always have some good laughs hanging out with all you guys. And I hope you did too. I hope the audience had a few laughs. And while we were debunking some stuff, I know a lot of this stuff isn't new or anything, and a lot of it we've heard before. But what I'm trying to do is show the smaller channels here some attention, and at the same time we're trying to get some communication. We have communicated with a couple of these content creators, so we're hoping to get a little communication going that you're not helping science, you're harming science education, and you're not helping your religion, because I point out one of the top reasons, and Ken Ham and others have pointed this out, is some of the top reasons people leave religion is this anti-science attitude. And my advice to you is, having an anti-science attitude to young people with a smartphone in their hand probably isn't a winning argument, okay? Stick with your theology, okay? If your religion has such a great message, then do your message, right? I don't see why you have to try and do this bad science to try and add to your religion. If Jesus is so great, if heaven is so great, you've got your selling points, right? Stick to your religion, and that's fine. Okay. If you're going to talk about silly things, then you're going to get a response. There's a lot of folks, again, in the religions that don't see things that way. They're moderates. They accept the science, and they still keep their faith. And that's the best way to be, in my opinion, because you're not going to change the science by saying, "Oh, I don't like it. It doesn't align with my religion." All right.
Yeah.
Everybody agree? Disagree?
Yeah. That sounds decent.
Where's Dog? Dog still here?
I think he fell asleep.
He fell
heard
asleep.
him snore. Yeah. I hope he doesn't wake up because that. And then I'm gonna make his Alexa set an alarm for like 6 o'clock or something.
I was counting on Dog telling me to fuck off or something.
Well, he hasn't responded yet, so he's probably sleeping.
I like Dog. I like talking with Dog. You just got to cut him off a little bit. Just got to cut him off. That's right.
A little bit.
Wants to go on a little bit long. Other folks want to talk, but yeah, I still
He's
like
good people. He's good people. Just talks too much, especially when he's a bit drunk.
And I like the way he gets straight to the point and tells people what he thinks of them. I try not to cuss too much on my channel, but when other people do it for me, I kind of appreciate it because sometimes it's needed, right?
Yes.
All right.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody. Thanks for being here. And I'm going to get my, hold on. This is why everybody needs a producer to get all their stuff ready. Okay. And I'm playing my outro, and we'll see y'all next week. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Stay curious.
Tales of lore knocking at the captive death's door. Legends live within these walls, silent echoes in the halls, books and stories on the floor, knocking at the captive death's door. Captive desk, hold our dreams, where reality and no myth seems. In conversations quiet flow, the mysteries untold will know. Legends live within these walls, silent echoes in the halls, books and stories on the floor, knocking